He's up. Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and tonight we are going to be looking a bit more at Daggerheart. We had some really great support for that in our last Tuesday stream. Everyone seems to be a little bit hyped up about it, and miracle of miracles, Derek liked the game, so, sure, we'll talk about it some more. Although people on Reddit were quick to point out that I usually shit on games, but I don't think that's really particularly fair. It's just that there's problems with games, and I have problems with this game, too. In fact, despite how much I thought Daggerheart and I mixed, I worry about the game's potential because there's a lot of concepts in there that I think are very unfamiliar and alien and somewhat uncomfortable for many people who play RPGs. In fact, part of the reason I was enjoying the game so much is because I enjoy Powered by the Apocalypse games, and I've been playing them for, almost 20 years, certainly 15. But that is a very different style of gaming that a lot of people are not necessarily comfortable with, and as a result, it could potentially lead to some people being very uncomfortable and not wanting to play with the game. Not to mention the cards. So, really, if you think about it, there are three things that I like. I like more than three things. But there are three things that, if you've watched this channel, I like. One is 4th edition D&D. Second is Powered by the Apocalypse. And the third thing is I like a tactile experience when I play TTRPGs. One of the things we always talk about is when we play, we use a lot of, I hand out poker chips for hero points, and we use little colored glass beads for tracking our focus points in Pathfinder 2. And, okay, I've got 2 of them or 3 of them, remove them as I use them. Okay, I took a, refocused, so get 3 back. So I very like, the tactile pieces, what some people would call board gamey. I really enjoy that. We were just talking about this, but, when we played Forbidden Lands, which, a lot of people consider to be a very OSR, well, maybe like new SR type game, me and Bob actually worked together, and we 3D printed, I designed this in SketchUp, and we 3D printed this tray that is used to track with little glass beads, right, the amount of willpower you have. And then these little trays are used to store your resource dice for torches and rations, and water and arrows. And so, I like little fiddly bits. I like board games. I own, as many RPGs as you see behind me. I also love board games. So the point is, I like little fiddly bits. I was basically, I was never a professional Magic the Gathering player because, I was never good enough to make a living off of it. But I used to, grind very hard at the tournament level, flying all over the United States and Canada and stuff. So I like card games. I like cards. I like board games. I like fiddly bits. I like Powered by the Apocalypse, and I like 4th edition. And as a result of that, I like Daggerheart. But one of the things that I have sort of learned in my time here and in the wide world of internet RPGs is that most people, or at least a very vocal minority of people, hate 4th edition, hate Powered by the Apocalypse, and hate anything resembling a play aid that may or may not be at some point or portion connected to board games. Apparently, people can have dice. That's okay. But as soon as you start talking about cards or tableaus or little, trackers, people check out and they say, this is a board game. As if RPGs weren't a game that, came from something else. Any case, so it's no surprise that I think I was jamming on those that bit. So, any case, tonight we are going to be talking about some of the classes from Daggerheart. Obviously, I do not have a lot of reps with this game, but we're going to take a look at the domains. We're going to take a look at 3 of the classes, and we're going to talk about them from the perspective of people who've played a lot of role-playing games, and try to examine what the classes are doing and maybe make some assessments of how good something might be or how useful something might be, and just get a little bit more familiar with the game of Daggerheart. Now, I opened it up to my patrons to vote, and the way that we sort of decided to do the vote, or the way I set up the voting, was that we were going to do a set of 3 classes that all kind of overlap on some of their domains, and that way we can only have to describe 3 or 4 domains, and we'll be able to cover 3 classes. But we do have a super chat goal. We do have a tip goal. Of course, this channel is not only a Daggerheart channel, but if the support is there and the goals are met, then I'm happy to keep talking about this and making streams, maybe even doing some bonus streams. If people are really interested, I'd love to see the support. In the meantime, you can always like, subscribe, or check us out at patreon.com/nightstolastcall if you want to join our Patreon and get exclusive access to our behind-the-scenes footage, bonus content, and, of course, our famous Knights of Last Call Discord, which is private and only available to Patreon members. And if you have none of that and you don't want to give us any money, but you still want to support us, you can head over to twitch.tv/nightstolastcall. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can drop us a Prime sub every month. It doesn't cost you any money, but it gives us a couple bucks. And again, if you're not going to give it to us, you should give it to somebody, because I'm sure they could use it as well. All right. Now, one of the things that I was able to do, I was a little uncomfortable potentially to show off, the classes and the ancestries and all that other stuff from the book. I do know that, it is a published book, but they did release the SRD. And while the SRD does not have the pretty art of the core rulebook, I do feel a bit more comfortable showing, and working off of the SRD. So tonight we are going to be working off of the SRD, which is available on their website. And it has pretty much all the rules and a lot of the advice and even some of the, and all the classes, at least the core classes. So we will be working off of this, and we'll be getting into that. So a couple of things that we have found out, since yesterday, which is that I'm not throwing shade, but one thing I have sort of learned about this game is it is pretty hard tied from an online perspective. It is pretty hard tied into Demiplane and Roll20, and that is unfortunate. And the reason why I say it's unfortunate is because in order to really use Demiplane, in order to have unlimited, characters and be able to share books, you not only have to buy the game on Demiplane, you then also have to subscribe to a monthly Demiplane. And of course, Roll20 is also a subscription. So that means if you really want to integrate with this game at an official level in a way that's even remotely, easy and convenient, you have to have 2 subscriptions and buy the digital version on Demiplane. Now, there are several famous streams where I rampage and shout at the heavens. I think if you go and look at the Marvel Superheroes game live stream, you will see me just screaming about Demiplane and how much I hate that model. You believe that the Roll20 sub covers the Demiplane sub, but I need to double check. All right, well, Forsyth, at least that would be somewhat not terrible, but it would still be pretty terrible. Okay, Michael is confirming. Okay, the Roll20 subscription carries over to Demiplane. Okay, all right. So that's not terrible then, but it does mean you still have to buy it and subscribe to it. So it's not enough just to buy it. You have to buy it and subscribe to it, which I'm not a fan of, especially because I hate PDFs already. But the idea that I buy something digitally, and then if that specific platform goes away, my digital purchase means nothing, is pretty bad. So, So anyways, I pushed F12. Someone says that the SRD does not have every class. No? It's got Druid, Guardian, Ranger, Seraph, Warrior, Wizard. All right. Maybe it doesn't. Well, it's got the ones we need, so that's all that I care about. So I think with Demiplane as well, only one person needs to have the book, so you can have a base level subscription. But if you're in their campaign, you have access to all the materials. Correct. The problem is, well, not the problem, but you do still need to have that subscription. I don't think you can share content in Demiplane unless you have the subscription. Yeah. So, anyways, point is, it's a little, crude, and I'm obviously more of a Foundry fanboy, obviously. So, yeah, any case. So that was a little disappointing, and I'd like to see some more work on that. Actually, somebody showed me there was a really, really good tabletop simulator version that somebody's working on it, and I think my personal druthers is that TTS is the preferred way that I would play a tabletop game virtually, because that's really more of a virtual tabletop. Hey, what's up, Lolly? Thank you, Larry.
Lollipop Candy tips $3. I'd love to see more. Hope this gets the ball rolling. Pay to win content /S.
Yes, pay to win. Well, not pay to win, pay to survive. Again, as some people know, I was laid off from my job last month. And, normally this channel was just, a little fun thing I could do. And I made a couple, $1,000, so that I could save extra to try to buy a new house, and, or maybe take to Vegas, take an extra Vegas trip a year, or take my mom on a cruise or whatever. But I lost my job. So, yeah, I was about to say, Lolly, you also are unemployed. So what the hell are you doing? But yeah, so now it's more like I'd like to, it'd be cool if I could support myself doing this, Yeah, TTS means you can roll your D1s. Actually, Hard Bushido, it does have that. It does have they're not D1s, but it actually adds the +1 tokens to your roll automatically when you roll in the tabletop simulator. It's pretty crazy.
Steven 421 tip $12. 12 with hope.
With hope. We love it, Steven. That's amazing. Oh shit. Sunhawk, buddy, thank you so very much. Sunhawk is on a frickin' roll.
Sunhawk 88 tipped $75. Very excited for Wizard.
Sunhawk, thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you for that incredible tip. Steven, Sunhawk, and Lolly have crushed our first tip goal. So thank you very, 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 very much for that. By the way, if you do tip, I will, now that tip goal has filled up, I will overflow that into the super chat goal. So by all means, your efforts have not been wasted. That is extremely generous of you. I am very, very, very thankful for you, and appreciate you so much for doing that. All right, I've learned it takes a few minutes to update. The entire Marvel thing from system to marketing is hot garbage. Yes, my rant was well warranted. I also love Gloomhaven on TTS as well. Benjamin, shout out to my unemployed homeboys. But yes, shout out to Sunhawk 88. Sunhawk 88, you are the MVP. Thank you so much for that. All right. Well, let's get into it. Let's get into this. Sunhawk and Lolly and Sunhawk, Lolly, and Steven have got us off to a good start. So let's go in there. Let's get busy. All right. So the first thing I want to do here is, hey, look, it's another person who's not working. TTS is still not great. It can really eat up a lot of your GPU, especially if it has a lot of objects. It tends, some people write, like, the workshops can be very poorly written, and some of the objects and then have problems loading from, like, their libraries. It can still be glitchy. It can be, it could be bad. Brought to you by Overtime. All right, Sunhawk, thank you so much. Hey, Jake, got to show some love for the rogues. Fantastic. Jake, I normally don't like rogues in TTRPGs, but I actually think I could like the Daggerheart rogues, specifically because they do lean a little bit more into sort of the magical angle, which I like. Love Flamel says, fellow fun employed. Apparently, all of us TTRPG players are unemployed, or maybe we're just all not working. Hart Bushido says, I want a video demoing how to make a GM move. Gotta get the lingo right. I have zero issues with success with fear or failure with hope because I love Genesis, but I've never done PBTA, so it's new. I mean, it's pretty much probably the same thing there. Okay. So let's talk domains. So again, in this game, we have 9 domains. And there is the overlap. I think we can probably show that here, which is to say, there we go. Whoa, there we go. Nope, come on, PDF. It's okay. It's going to be okay, I promise. So the domains overlap 2 classes each. And right now, in the core release, we only have classes which basically are adjoining domains. So in the case of, say, the warrior, right, we've got the domains of Valor and the domain of Blade. So where Blade and Valor overlap, that's where you get the warrior class. Now, the warrior class obviously is going to have its own, a couple of unique things that make the class specific, but something like the Valor domain is going to be shared between the Guardian and the Seraph. So to a certain extent, not that you have to do this, but from a certain extent, right off the bat, we can, when you're making a character, you can kind of look at this wheel and kind of try to disperse your characters, as evenly as possible around the wheel. So, for example, if somebody in your group, is a bard, and another person is a wizard, and another person is a guardian, and you really want to have your own niche, or even to really sort of stand out and help the group out, why don't you pick something over on this side of the wheel? So, you've got a bard, you got a wizard, you got a guardian. Okay, let's pick a sorcerer or a druid or a ranger, because then you're going to be getting access to unique domains that your group doesn't already have. So I think that's just, it's a fun way to sort of present it. Yes, I am aware that they've already added a 10th domain and that there's some new classes. And of course, as a player of Magic the Gathering, I can't help but think about, enemy color pairs, and wedges and shards. So, for example, we know that a Blades and a Valor is a Guardian, but like, what does a Blade and Codex character look like, right? We don't have a Blade and Codex, domain character yet. But, now I'm getting vibes of Sword Mage. I'm getting, vibes of Eldritch Knight. So again, it's a cool area. Yeah, right. Exactly. Everyone's coming in here. Sword Mage, Magus baby, Blade Singer. Exactly. Blade Codex would be kind of sick. Right. So I think there's a lot of, fun things that you can do. So, that I think is going to be an exciting gameplay space to see. And of course, not to beat the point, but like, you're also going to have additional subclasses. You could even potentially have another class that shares 2 domains. Like, there might be another class that's Valor and Blades that isn't Guardian. I would prefer it not to do that. I hope they don't do that. I'm fine with them making new Guardian subclasses, and I'm fine with them making, obviously, new classes that fill in spots that aren't in the space, but I think that'll be really, really good. Clearly this is a deck building game. Hey, Akamos, good to see you, my friend. Really like the 6-hour VOD, 6 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you. It was like delving in Eldritch Ruin, since all the PPTA stuff is an alien language for my D&D pilled brain. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I'm most excited about, and I talked about this at the end of that 6-hour video, was I really love the GM, the play style of the PBTA game, and I hope that this game can sort of mainstream that a bit more. I'm really curious how Daggerheart ended up with classes and domains. Well, I think the answer, Benjamin, is going classless may have been a bridge too far for a lot of people. And you could totally have had a system where you just, free pick domains. But that's not, I think that's a bridge too far for a lot of people, And I could kind of agree with that. The other thing that's interesting is that the domains feel a little bit, they are. Domains are the same, right? So the Blade domain is the same for the Guardian and for the Warrior. So the class gives you a way to sort of, put your own unique stamp on that domain. that way the Blade Domain Warrior looks different from the Blade Domain Guardian. Does that make sense? Sorry, hold on a sec. All right. So, somebody said, what would Splendor and Midnight be? Splendor and Midnight. You could be like some kind of like, maybe like some kind of illusionist, maybe? I don't know. Something like that. Something illusionisty, maybe. I don't know. I think it's better if we stick with like one word, you know, type things, but anyways, yeah, exactly. They don't, right, because of the way that this all breaks up, you could add 27 new classes to the existing thing and you'd be totally fine. But any case, Splendor and Midnight is a Shadow Mage. It's fine. That's fair. Shadow Mage is cool. All right, so we got our domains, and we are going to start this poor PDF. See how we're doing on the computer. Anything I can close? No. All right. I just want to go over the domains that we're going to be talking about today. And it just looks a little prettier here. Okay, so here are our domains. So we're going to start today with Blade, because we're going to start with the Guardian. So Blade is the domain of weapon mastery, whether by steel or by bow, or perhaps a more specialized arm. Those who follow this path have the skill to cut short the lives of other. Wielders of Blade dedicate themselves to achieving inexorable power over death, right? So Blade is, you know, martial damage, martial DPS, martial prowess. And then our second domain is Valor. Valor is the domain of protection, whether through attack or defense. Those who choose this discipline channel formidable strength to protect their allies in battle. Valor offers great power to those who raise their shields in defense of other. So, as we start off with our first class, which is the Guardian, which is a Blade and Valor domains. We're going to first look at the Guardian, then we're going to go into the domains, and we're going to take a look and see what we got. Okay. So again, this is from the SRD. So the Guardian represents an array of martial professions, speaking more to their moral compass and unshakable fortitude than by the means with which they fight. Guardians may join militants for either a country or cause, blah, blah, blah. Guardians are known for fighting with remarkable ferocity, even up against overwhelming odds, defending their cohort above else. Woe betide those who harm the ally of a Guardian, as the Guardian will answer this injury in kind. So the first vibes I'm getting from the Guardian, rightfully so, is 4E fighter. So the fourth edition D&D fighter was a defender. Now, they were a martial defender. They used blade, they used bow, they used axe, and they could cause damage, but first and foremost, they were about protecting their allies. And as a Valor Blade domain character, the Guardian is going to sort of really occupy that spot and sort of be that sort of tank defender vibe, while not relying on spellcasting. There might be some touches of spellcasting in Valor, but I'm going to guess that Blade is going to be fairly martial, as is Valor. So this is very non-magical, armor and shield and steel kind of vibe. So their starting evasion is 9. And again, we don't have like a full, mark on every single, thing here. But as an example, the rogue starting evasion is 12. So we can see that their starting evasion is a little low. And that basically means that they are going to be relying, they're going to get quote unquote hit a lot, because evasion is basically your armor class. And that's cool. We get this difference of opinion there, but they're going to start with more hit points. They start with 7 hit points. And of course, they're also going to be able to easily use armor and probably have a lot of abilities that interact better with armor, which means that while they may be getting hit more often, a lot of those attacks are going to be, minor hits and only doing a single hit point of damage, or when they do get hit, they're going to be able to use plenty of armor slots to reduce those 1 and 2 hit point damages to, 0 or 1. Okay. In fact, we can see here every class has a hope feature, and this is basically you spend 3 hope, and you can do your class's deal. And their hope feature is the frontline tank, right? There's no clever, coy, flavorful description here. You are a frontline tank, and you can spend 3 hope to clear 2 armor slots, which is virtually almost the same, as long as you've already taken the damage, as kind of healing 2 hit points. So that means that our character, starting with 7 hit points, and maybe they start with 3 or 4 or 5 armor slots, they are going to be able to absorb a lot of punishment and be able to use their hope, even in the middle of a combat, to get back those armor slots and to be able to continue to absorb blows meant for other people. And when you have a higher starting hit points, it just means that you're going to be that much more able to turn, ones into zeros. Because, in full transparency, I think turning a 2 hit point hit into a 1 hit point hit will feel good. But turning a 1 hit point hit into a 0, I think is going to feel way better, because you're just going to be like, dink, which I really love. You also get a class feature. So outside of your hope feature, you get a class feature. Once per long rest, it's called Unstoppable. You could become, once per long rest, you could become unstoppable. So once per quote unquote day. You gain an unstoppable die. At level 1, your unstoppable die is a D4. Place it on your character sheet in the space provided, starting with the 1 facing up. After you make a damage roll that deals at least 1 hit point or more damage to a target, increase the value by 1. When the die's value would exceed its maximum, or when the scene ends, remove the die and drop out of Unstoppable. Meanwhile, halfway through the game, our Unstoppable guy becomes a D6. So, basically, we get this kind of countdown or this tick up where we have this unstoppable value. And once we've gone through 4 uses of it or 4 instances of it, it goes away. While unstoppable, you gain the following benefits. You reduce the severity of physical damage automatically by 1 threshold. That means a severe 3 hit point damage becomes major at 2. A major 2 becomes a minor 1, and a minor 1 becomes none. So that is incredibly powerful, because this is basically saying you get a free use of your armor. You get a free armor slot on any time you take damage. But because this is happening automatically, it means we could still mark an armor slot to reduce the damage even further. This also means that while unstoppable, our character is quite frankly immune to minor damage, which is awesome. Just, you could be getting peppered with all the small attacks in the world, and they're not going to do anything. We also add the value of our unstoppable die to our damage roll. So we're going to be doing more damage while taking up this stuff. And we can't be restrained. Remember, restrained means that we are immobilized, we're not able to move. Or vulnerable, which is, people get advantage against us. Okay? Now, this is going to feel amazing. I mean, I don't even have to play this game to know that when you go unstoppable, it is going to be incredibly powerful, because between this plus your armor slots, someone's going to come in and be like, you're going to come in and they're going to hit you for 2, and you're going to be like, okay, it gets reduced to 1, and I'll spend an armor slot, and I'll become 0. Now, the cool thing about this is you get to make a choice, because what I've always talked about, hold on a second. What I always like is interesting choices to make in games. And one of the interesting choices to make here is, do you want to keep attacking? Because the thing here is, after you make a damage roll that deals 1 or more hit points of damage to a target, your unstoppable die goes up, which means you're that much closer to your unstoppable ending. So on one hand, you kind of want to not attack, because if you attack, your unstoppable value, right, is going to go up. And that means that you're that much more likely to end the unstoppable. On the other hand, it's giving you a bonus to your damage roll. So you kind of want to use it. But here's the cool part. You ready? It ends at the end of the scene anyways, which basically means it ends at the end of the fight. So the tactical challenge for the Guardian when you use your unstoppable is you ideally want to trigger your unstoppable and use your attacks just enough so that it ends right as the combat's ending anyways. And when you've done that, you have gotten the maximum potential value out of this ability. Okay? And that is awesome, because it means if you use it too early, and if you use it and don't attack at all and it lasts the whole fight, great. But you left something on the table, right? You left some damage, some bonus damage on the table. Or you could trigger it and go ham and do a ton of damage, and then it ends early and you get hit for a bunch more. You didn't get to use it for the entire combat. So again, you left something on the table. So managing your unstoppability is going to be like a really, really cool mini game, if you will, that you, the Guardian, is going to be forced to play. Like, you might hit somebody, do some damage, and now you're like, okay, I'm up to 2. You hit somebody again, now you're at 3. You're like, all right, this round I'm not going to do damage because I don't think the fight's over yet, and everyone's still attacking me, but my damage bonus is at +3, so I kind of want to damage, I kind of want to attack. So this is a really interesting ability, and I like that it's once per long rest. Now, while I'm not saying that's going to be once a session, my general sense is that this will probably be something that you use once a session, give or take. How many rounds are you going to have in combat? 3, 5 at most? We have no idea. It's difficult to say. I mean, I'm guessing that because, assuming you're playing Theater of the Mind or quasi Theater of the Mind with just, miniatures and sketches just to help out with positioning, you will be shocked at how much quicker the game goes when you're not counting squares and, pixel bitching over what ranges are and how far 25 feet really is. Also, you don't have to worry about, 2, 3, 4 actions plus this. It's just like everybody can just move and attack, So, and there also might be a situation, exactly, Avison, where you deal damage multiple times per round. So potentially you could, end up doing some extra points of damage there. We say per round. I mean, what we're really saying is, everybody goes. I mean, again, it is totally possible that, people could just like, what's the word I'm looking for? Just spam one person over and over and over again. And to be clear, Mark Seifter on Wednesday, when we were on Roll for Combat, talked about how he really liked that Daggerheart included the tactical sidebar, which said everybody gets 3 action tokens. And that way you don't just like have one person going, because it's optimal. Now, when I play with my group, like I would never let that happen, and my group would never let that happen, even if it was optimal. So I'm not worried about that. But for groups who are like, no, I want to play optimally, and then yeah, I think that's cool. Like, you get this kind of interesting tactical decision. So when I say round, I basically kind of mean like, kind of roughly everyone gets to go. But you are absolutely correct. Depending on how much fear the GM has, this could be really crazy. Because what if you pop Unstoppable early and the GM has a bank of fear and they just go off, right? They activate a monster, they activate another monster, they activate another monster, they activate another monster, and they just all are hammering into you. Doom, 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 do, 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 and you're unstoppable. You like reduce 12 hit points worth of damage, right? That's pretty crazy, So I like that, So I basically, long story short, I think this is an awesome ability, and I'm glad that it's only once per long rest. So, which is very, very powerful and very, very cool. So every Guardian gets that. So right off the bat, by the way, we have 2 abilities before we've even gotten anything that are really telling. We have a lower evasion. We're going to get hit more often. We have more hit points. Great. We can spend hope to clear armor slots even in the middle of a fight. And we have this awesome once per day, once per long rest, unstoppable feature, which creates this whole little sub mini game for us, which is really, really compelling and really, really awesome. So I'm already a big fan of this. Now, we have two subclass options. We can choose either Stalwart or Vengeance. Let me quickly catch up with chat here. By the way, hello and welcome everybody. Also, I agree, Lolly. The whole can't be restrained or vulnerable. It just helps completely sell that in. If you're unstoppable and then you get immobilized by being restrained, you're like, what are we even doing here? This just feels completely silly. Jackal says, in the beta, one of my players was a level 2 Guardian and was able to hold off a max rank Kraken long enough to have the villagers escape while unstoppable. Now, quick note, by the way. The most damage, unless you're using the optional rule, the most damage that you could ever take in this game is 3. So that means for a normal character with, say, 6 hit points, you could be hit twice by something extremely powerful, and then you'd be at 0 hit points and dying. The Guardian, while unstoppable, would reduce any 3 damage to 2. And that means, and with your armor slots, you could reduce that 2 to 1. And you have 7 hit points. So that means that the Guardian could be hit, assuming they had enough armor slots, 7 times by something extremely powerful. You know, if we're talking CR, right? You're like a level 2 Guardian, and this thing is like a CR 12 or something. It's hitting you for like, 60 points of damage, and you're like, okay, that's a severe wound. That's 3 damage. It gets reduced to 2. You spend an armor slot. I reduce it to 1. Like this thing lets you tank. That is very, very cool. So I'm a fan, Yuval says, wow, my brain is so used to D&D and Pathfinder because 4 to 6 attacks sounds like a lot in that mindset. It'll be hard to get used to it. We're gonna have to kind of restructure our brains a little bit. This is not the round based D20 system. All right, so Stalwart, by the way, this is the subclass that you take if you want to take heavy blows and keep fighting. So Unwavering gains a permanent +1 damage to your threshold. So thresholds, as you may remember, let me see if I can open up the character sheets. God, do we have the Guardian? Bard. Is this in alphabetical order? I would hope so. Here it is, Guardian. So as a reminder, these right here on the left, your minor damage threshold, your major damage threshold, or I should say your major damage threshold, your severe damage threshold, that is when you take that much damage, you mark either 1, 2, or 3 hit points, depending on what you roll. There was a discussion that occurred in our Patreon chat, led by GM Scott, who is someone who has played the beta significantly. And he really wanted to point something out, which I thought was pretty clear, but I think he made a great point about it. A lot of people have dismissed the damage threshold as being like, well, why do we even have this? Why don't attacks just do 1d3 damage? And the reason is because most damage rolls are going to have a bell curve of distribution. And 1d3 damage would have a linear distribution where you would have an equal chance of doing 33% versus 33% for minor, 33% for major, 33% for severe, 1, 2, and 3. But that's not the way it is at all. Because this is a bell curve, if you can shift your damage thresholds so that the peak of the bell curve is now off to the left or off to the right, your ability to absorb damage increases dramatically because it's not a linear progression, it's a bell curve distribution. What this means is that, for example, let's say take 2d6. Okay, 2d6, everyone knows, is a bell curve with a peak at 7. That means that if your major damage threshold, goes up from 6 to 7, you have just created a much greater percentage of attacks, which are now going to get shifted down to minor damage. If you could further shift it another point from, let's say, from 6 to 7 to 7 to 8, it becomes an even more significant shift. Or I should say, you get even more percentage. So there's this very cool way of optimization. I'm not saying that this game is for car oppers, but you need to sort of understand, like, what are the distributions like? And how can we sort of, like, find where those break points are. Because the reason I bring this up is because if we go back to the Stalwart, gaining a permanent +1 bonus to your damage thresholds could be, it's a much larger difference than it sounds like. That's what I'm trying to say. Because it's going to potentially shift really critical bell curve distributions down one category, which I think is really, 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 really cool. So I have no idea. Yes, it does. we just checked. I think your thresholds changed, Levy. We'll definitely check it out. Richard says, thank you for helping me find the good here, Derek. Still not sure for me, but I'm keeping an open mind. I think that's all I ask anybody to do, Richard. It's a brand new game. I don't expect everybody to be like, this is the best game ever. I can't even fully say that until I've played it some more, you know? I mean, they do have a severe damage rule, Ikamos, and I think a lot of people will probably end up using something or similar to it, but also, given the epic feel of this and the fact that when a character goes to 0 hit points, they can choose not to die anyways, I don't really see the need for the severe damage. Basically, if you're dying because it's like in the fiction and we're not using mechanics at that point. So who cares how many hit points it does? It's like, how much damage does it do? I don't know, 150, you know, how many hit point damage does it do? 150 trillion. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, like, and I also think as a GM, you should be more than willing and more than comfortable to just sometimes deal hit point damage directly and not deal with the damage thresholds. If something like, I don't know, bypasses the armor or does something like that. But yeah, I mean, we have to stress the difference between the fiction versus the mechanics, the game, you know? Iron Will. When you take physical damage, you can mark, oh my God. You can mark an additional armor slot to reduce the severity. I mean, this is really double. This is really going, and keep in mind, this is without any of our domain features. So as a reminder, when you take damage, you can choose to mark one of your character's armor slots up here. Okay. And that'll reduce it one category. So severe becomes major, major becomes minor, minor becomes nothing. But you can only mark one box at a time. This character, the Stalwart Guardian, can mark 2 armor slots, and thus they can reduce by marking 2 boxes, they can reduce a severe, mark 2 boxes, and reduce it to minor. This is, yeah, pop last stand, pop shield wall hold. So needless to say, a Stalwart Guardian with last stand active, I mean, they are going to be able to basically absorb any damage. So effectively, you could send a severe wound down to nothing. That is correct, Thaddeus. If someone did 3 hit points of damage to you in a severe wound, and you were in your unstoppable, that would get reduced to major damage, 2 hit points. You could then mark an armor box, reduce it to minor damage, 1 hit point, and then you could mark a second armor box and reduce it to literal nothing. Your character could be at 1 hit point and take a severe wound and still keep on fighting because you reduced it to 0. Left-handed knot, I think also, this is something I was trying to say the other day, and I think I did a bad job, so I think left-handed knot is doing a better job of saying it. It says 3 as the cap is nice because you can drop an attack that does like double the character's severe threshold. And now they know this is a major threat and they should run, but you're not in danger of one-shotting them. You basically can't one-shot anybody. So if there is some ancient stone colossus and the party goes in there and it activates, and let's say your severe threshold is like, 16 damage or something. And this thing comes in and boom, hits you for 29 damage. And you're like, take 3. Everyone's going to be like, oh, okay. Yep. We need to flee, because this thing's going to literally do 3 hit point of damage every single time it hits us. But you don't have to worry about just like being like, 40 damage. Okay, what's your character at? Oh, you're at negative 22 damage. You're dead, that's kind of unfortunate, A lot of times the problem with D&D is that it's hard to run because of the way that hit points work and the way that they sort of, fall apart. Okay, so you get your foundation feature. This is what you get at tier 1, okay? Now, as a reminder, as we gain levels, by the way, here's our spot, apparently, for this little circle here for our unstoppable die. As we go up in level, we can gain... There we go. We can upgrade our subclass card at tier 3. And then we can also upgrade our subclass card at tier 4. So at 5 and 8, we can take our subclass card, which is basically, in our case, it's the Stalwart, and we can upgrade it. So if we choose to specialize, and by the way, it's interesting about this is, if you do choose to specialize in your subclass, I think this is a really, 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 really cool thing. Which is if you choose to kind of dip harder into your subclass, you lose the ability to multi-class. So, you have to make a decision. I mean, you could just completely ignore the decision and not take either. But at level 5, you kind of have to make a decision. Do you want to continue to really focus on being a guardian? If so, then you can further upgrade your subclass. But if you want to multi-class, you kind of have to give up on that. You're never going to be that super specialized guardian. And I think this is a really, really cool choice to make. I also like that the game is kind of incentivizing you to focus on your subclass, because multi-classing takes both of your upgrades, whereas taking your upgrade to your subclass only takes one of your 2 upgrades that you get every level. So you can upgrade your subclass and, say, gain an extra hit point slot. So I think that's really, really, really cool. But when you become unrelenting, you gain a permanent +2 bonus to your damage thresholds. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that this is stacking. So if we fully specialize and we become a master of Stalwart and get a +3, we will have added +6 to our damage thresholds, which is really significant. And that means that a lot of severes are going to become majors and a lot of majors become minors. And so that is really, really satisfying. I also love that it goes up and stacks. So it's like +1, +2, +3. Very, very, very cool. But we also get an additional ability. We get Partners in Arms. When an ally within very close range takes damage, you can mark an armor slot for them. People were talking about, how do you taunt? Well, if you can't taunt, at least you can tank. So in this case, you can mark an armor slot to reduce the severity by 1 threshold. Now, I don't see anything here that suggests that means that they also couldn't mark an armor, which suggests that if your ally who's fighting, in relatively close proximity to you, somewhere probably in the neighborhood of, 10 to 15 feet, not on the other side of the battlefield. This is still martial. It's not magical. They get hit for a severe damage, 3 hit points. Boom. You mark an armor slot, reduce it to 2 hit points. They mark an armor slot, reduce it to 1. Very cool. Right? Very cool. It's fast. And by the way, here's what I love about it. It's reactive. It doesn't involve a die roll. It just works. There's no I hope I can help you. It just flat out works. And that is extremely satisfying because, again, I'm putting on my Blades in the Dark hat here. But in Blades in the Dark, when you just say, no, I choose to resist. And when you choose to resist, it always works. And that's very powerful. It's very enabling. It's very, empowering to you as a player to have that kind of capability. All right. Lastly, Mastery. We continue to gain this damage threshold increase, but we also get the Loyal Protector. When an ally within close range, not very close range, but close range, that basically means, pretty much anywhere in the nearby vicinity that you could get to within a move, has 2 or fewer hit points. And if they would take damage, you can mark a stress to sprint to their side and just straight up take the damage instead. Michael Guth says 30 feet for D&D players. Thank you, Michael. So now we literally have the ability to just completely take hits for our, let's say, more damage prone allies. This is all you want, right? It's far enough that it doesn't feel unrealistic, right? Because again, we're still martial characters, but this is physically, your minis here, their minis over here. I think you know, the GM makes a move and they're coming in and they describe the giant ogre and you spend stress. I love that you have to spend that little bit of resource. It's not hit points, it's stress. And your guardian runs over, brings up his massive shield, takes the hit. You know, you're in unstoppable mode. It gets shifted down one. I mean, you know, and what's really cool too here is it's not just the hit point damage, it's the damage, right? So I think that means it would use your damage threshold instead. So it might have been a severe wound on your ally, okay? I think. And to you, it would only be a major wound. Now, I'm not quite sure on the phrasing and the wording of this, you know, because I haven't memorized all the rules yet, but I think that's the case. And Ikemos is asking the same questions. So we do need to look that up a little bit. Maybe somebody knows. Michael says, I am correct. Right, because otherwise it would say mark a hit point. Yeah. So, yeah, this is, I mean, yeah, so damage is before thresholds. Right, so my rogue takes 35 damage. That's a severe wound. I rush over to his side. I take the damage. 35 for me is just a major wound. 2 hit points. I'm in unstoppable mode, so it gets reduced to 1. I spend 1 armor slot and reduce it to 0. What? That's awesome. OED, it looks like they do not have that, or at least they don't have that in the Stalwart subclass, and the core doesn't have it. So I'm a big fan. What happened here? There we go. Okay. Right, and Jake, I think you make a very, this is all before you take any of your actual powers. This is just your core class. Now, here's the thing. This is just your subclass, you know? So, all right, so what if you want to go the other route, okay? What if you want to go the vengeance route? This is the person who strikes down their enemy who harms you or your allies, right? Now, keep in mind, we're still a guardian, so we still get to spend hope to clear armor slots. We still get unstoppable, so we can still, you know, have that once per long, you know, day where we're just, you know, crushing. But this is the person who, you know, for those of us who've played 4th edition, right? This is like the Avenger fantasy, right? This is the, you know, or if you're a sword mage, you know, there was the shielding sword mage, and then there was the striking sword mage. Okay. Play the vengeance if you want to strike down your enemies. So you get at ease. You get an additional stress slot. Okay. So remember, our stalwart get bonus to damage thresholds. This person gets an extra stress slot. And they get revenge straight out of WoW. Right? Isn't that an ability in WoW? Revenge. When an adversary makes within melee range succeeds on an attack against you, you can mark 2 stress. Thank you, Kalana. Aegis of Assault. Thank you. Aegis of Shielding and Aegis of Assault. Yes, exactly. You can mark 2 stress to force the attacker to mark a hit point. Now, again, I want to talk about why I really, really like this. Because, number one, it's automatic. We don't have to, I cannot stress how quick, how powerful it is when, as a player, you just get to make that decision. There's no die roll. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You just mark 2 stress, they take a hit point. But more important than that, that means that if an attacker is down to 1 hit point, you're going to be able to clear them. It just ignores the threshold. It just goes straight into them. That is very, 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 very powerful. So that is, and more important than that, you're doing it on their turn, and you just don't feel bad about it because it's not slowing the game down. Beowulf says, how much stress do you have again? Great question. I think you start with 6. Let me double check. What is going on? Open. Okay. Yes, we start with 6 stress. So we would start with 7 if we were a vengeance. But OED beat me. We know that there are minions in this game. And that means, and they are like 4th edition minions. That means that minions just have 1 hit point. So if your character, now I'm going to say you can do this forever and for infinite because it does take stress, but your Vengeance Guardian, let's say you're doing the whole like holding the bridge against the horde of goblins that are swarming by you, right? They are just, they're being hit, and you're just revenge. You could potentially kill 2 or 3 or 4 of these, creatures quickly, just automatically, for free, without everybody having to waste an action or anything to try to kill them. Which I think is really, really cool. Now, I know that if you run out of stress and you would take stress, you take hit points instead. But I do believe I read that if you are out of stress, you cannot spend a resource that you don't have. So if something did damage to you and it did stress, it would cause hit points. But you can't spend something if you don't have it. Needless to say, if we were a Vengeance Guardian, I think we would definitely be picking up 2 extra stress slots as soon as we got to level 2, probably. Unless we wanted to, because, that's pretty sweet. Thunder Mammoth. Thank you. Very, very, very nice. Looking forward to more streams on these classes. Thunder Mammoth. Thank you so much for $30 super chat. And with that, we are closing in on a double stream goal completion, folks. So really excited. Thank you, Thunder Mammoth. That is awesome. And I am looking forward to, I can't believe how much I'm enjoying this Guardian. This is just a commercial tank. Man, this thing seems awesome. We're going to have that problem. You ever had that problem where every class is cool and you're like, damn, I don't know which one do I want to play? Also, I got to be honest with you. When you level up, this is going to be like the hardest choice of like ever. Like you're like, wait a second, I only get 2 of these, and then you're like, man, I'm only going to get 6 of these at level, because I get 2 at 2, 2 at 3, 2 at 4, and then when you get higher level, you're like, man, some of these take both options. Ugh, that's brutal. I also have that problem with FabU, big time. So that's that's probably a good sign for a game, Fabula Ultima and Daggerheart, when you're like, ugh. So anyways, by the way, I do also want to point out, hopefully, that so far most people feel like this character is clearly martial, they're clearly cool, but they're also, they're not, I don't think, a lot of these things don't feel like, but it's like a magic spell, but it's supposed to be martial flavored. This feels very martial to me. In any case, if we upgrade to specialized Vengeance, we get the Act of Reprisal. When an adversary damages an ally within melee range, we get +1 bonus to your proficiency for the next successful attack you make against that adversary. Okay, now, this is my first thing that I'm going to kind of be a little bit persnickety about, which is, obviously, this means that whenever, it doesn't cost us anything, by the way, so this is great. The problem I don't like about this is it's just a little bit fiddly. It's just a little bit fiddly. Because now you have to track which adversary damaged an ally and which do you get a +1 bonus to, and you know what I mean? Like, and does this stack? So like if for whatever reason the GM went multiple times before I went and there were several people who got hurt, do I get a +1 bonus to hit all of them? You know what I mean? Like, it's right. Number one, I don't know if this stacks or not. I'm going to assume it doesn't. But what I mean by stack is, what if 3 different enemies, right? Goblin A, Goblin B, Goblin C. Goblin A hit my rogue or damaged my rogue, and Goblin B damaged our Seraph, and Goblin C damaged our wizard. Do I get +1 against any one of those? And do they, and then if I hit Goblin A, do I still have a +1 bonus to proficiency against Goblin B or C? I don't know. I'm sure there might be a fact, and you could rule however you want. I'm not really actually worried about the rule. What I'm talking about is tracking. It's not that there is tracking. It's not tracking +1. It's tracking potentially multiple +1s and remembering which one you got the +1 against. Hey, what's up, self-confessed cynic? Showing his support. 37 months as an adventurer. That's over 3 years supporting this channel, not just as a patron, but as a YouTube subscriber. This man, folks, is an idiot. Thank you, Vin. I appreciate it. Jess, good to see you. Everyone, it's Jess Redicop. Jess says, hi, about an hour behind, but catching up. Your last stream influenced me to order the game now instead of trying to find it at Gen Con. Jess, I think this game might be a game that both you and I could really, really get behind, Jess. I think there's a lot to like here, and I'd love to play some Daggerheart with you, Jess. Dagger Week is top tier, right? It's like Shark Week, Dagger Week. Yuval, that would have been okay. I don't know how I would rephrase this. I would just rephrase this in some capacity. I just don't know how I would do it. I just don't like that I'm potentially tracking, for each people. Hey, Scurvy Gopher said, want to donate for the dogs again. Thank you, Scurvy Gopher. I really appreciate it. Update on the dogs, because Scurvy Gopher came in with the $7 Canadian, which is that we got in touch with a humane society, not a pound. We did not want them to go to a pound, which potentially has issues with placement and care. We wanted them to go to a humane society. We have got their name on a list. There is a waiting list. So we're probably going to have to wait another 4 to 6 weeks before we can go in there for like their, sort of ingestion interview. And hopefully get them taken into the Humane Society. The great thing about this particular Humane Society, which, by the way, if they do take our dogs, or the fosters that we've been fostering, I'm going to definitely give them a big donation. We'll probably do a big, stream-a-thon for it. Maybe I think they're a 501(c), so maybe we can do like a specific thing to raise funds for them. You can do that through Stream Elements and YouTube. You can set it up as a stream raising fund. Because they are going to not just take the dogs in and use all their resources to get them into a good home. They have an impeccable record for background checking. You have to have references, vet references, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Especially when it comes to a breed, like a pit mix breed, which is what one of our fosters is. But also, they spay or neutered all their intakes. They microchip all their intakes. They give a full comprehensive medical exam, vaccination, the whole thing. So it for us, it's like the best of the best. And that's kind of what we want for these foster dogs, even though they're not our dogs. I love animals. So, but I really love dogs. I love all animals, but I really love dogs. I used to have chinchillas. I had 4 chinchillas. My 4 chinchillas were named after characters from the Willow movie. The first one I got was named Mad Mardigan, but we thought it was a male, which is why I named it Mad Mardigan. But we ended up calling her Marty because Mad Mardigan, turned out to be a girl. So then once we had a girl, we had to get all girls. So the second one we got was named Finn Rizal, or as I called her, Razzle Dazzle. And then we got a third one because the chinchilla place that we went to, which was like a rescue / breeder, had this like kind of older chinchilla that was like needed a home. So we took her because we had a massive cage. But then our first 2 chinchillas didn't really get along well with her. So we got a second cage. So then Willow, the third, because even though obviously Willow's named after a boy, Willow's a unisex name. So our third female chinchilla was Willow, but then she was all by herself in her own cage. So we got a 4th chinchilla so that the chinchilla in the second cage had a friend. And that was Elora Dannon. So we had 4 chinchillas: Mad Mardigan, Finn Rizal, Willow Offgood, and Elora Dannon. Anyways, Damian Williams with 35 months, coming up on 3 years himself. Not quite as big of a loser as a self-confessed cynic. Wait, this isn't 5e. What kind of RPG channel doesn't talk about the only RPG ever made according to the almighty algorithm? Damien and folks, apologize. I know you're all here for Daggerheart and Daggerheart stuff, but we can't help ourselves. I do want to make sure that we sort of make sure that we don't get too excited. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I want to make sure that we maintain a sense of perspective. Okay. Because this is Google Trends. If you're not familiar with Google Trends lets you track search volume on, believe it or not, Google. Now, it is indexed to the time period that you are searching for. So that means that, 100 is the maximum search volume, and it's comparative. So if we look at Daggerheart, okay, there should be no surprises here that as we look over, let's say, the last 90 days, Daggerheart volume has spiked. So we're going from February of 23 over here to May 21st, okay? So Daggerheart volume has really peaked. It's skyrocketed, right? I mean, now remember, this is indexed to itself. So what if we add something else in here, okay? What if we add, I don't know. What if we add Dungeons and Dragons? Well, just so that we're clear, look, I mean, Daggerheart, it did go up a little bit, from less than 1 to 3. But on the grand scheme of things, okay, this game is still a drop in the bucket compared to Google search interest in Dungeons and Dragons. And this is over the last 90 days, okay? But it is true. It is true. It does pop. And before you start, being like, well, that's Dungeons and Dragons, okay? Let's take a look at our other, not the Nissan Pathfinder, but the Pathfinder role-playing game. Let's add that. That's yellow to our list. Okay? So Daggerheart is still generating less interest in terms of their search volume than Pathfinder. All right? So again, I'm excited for this game. I'm glad that you are all excited for this game. We should all be excited for this game. But let's not... Right, it is not a flat line at the bottom. It definitely goes up, so that is a thing. We can be proud of that. But let's not, it's going to take it over. No, it's not. Okay. So, any case. Now, Lugs, I think, is correct and has the right of it, which is that, Daggerheart will only succeed if Critical Role has the guts to use it for Campaign 4. If Critical Role uses 5e, it's a death sentence for the game. If the creators of the game don't play it, why the hell would anyone else? Lugs, I'm in a complete agreement with you. So, Benjamin asking I just closed it, Benjamin. Damn it. Benjamin asking good questions. Hold on a sec, Ben. Social stream? No. All right, let's remove Pathfinder and let's add
Calderi Arc tipped $5. We should remember, however, that many people just call all role-playing games D&D, so I would compare it to 5th edition specifically.
There is something to be said about that. That is true, Cal. That being said, the Google algorithm is pretty good about figuring that stuff out. Well, draw steel has no interest. So, I mean, at least the term draw steel. If we put in 5e, I mean, you can see 5e does track pretty closely with D&D. So, if that's just, I mean, obviously there could be other things that are 5th edition, but the fact that it has the same peaks and troughs suggests that it's, pretty good. Now, what's interesting here is let's put in this Baldur's Gate 3. I'm going to get rid of draw steel. So our green is Baldur's Gate. This is the last 90 days. Let's do the last 12 months. So what happened in early April or mid-April for Baldur's Gate 3, and why did it shoot to the top? What happened there? Anybody? Oh, Cal says there's a new patch 8. Got it. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, interest, obviously. So, I mean, historically, I would say over the last 12 months, by the way, remember, we got rid of Pathfinder on this chart. So the yellow line here is 5e. the red line is Dungeons and Dragons, and the green line is Baldur's Gate 3. So, you can obviously see that there's some, difference about this. What is Expedition? All right, let me remove Daggerheart. Sorry, Daggerheart, you've been removed. Expedition 33. I don't even know what that is. Is this it? Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Well, it was nothing, and now it is higher than everything else. Now, remember, again, 100 just means that is, relatively speaking, the most search volume. So, yes, very quickly, this quickly outpaced Baldur's Gate 3 and me. Expedition 33 is an amazing CRPG that you should not spoil yourself. Okay, fair enough. I mean, anything else, by the way, is going to be not even on the chart. Just I don't want to spoil it to you. Hold on a sec. Was it Grand Theft Auto 6? All right. Hey, look at that! Wow, the Expedition 33 outdid GTA 6. Wow.
Boothby tipped $3. Half my community PF2 group seems to be in here drooling over Daggerheart. I'm going to need you to find some flaws before I lose my game/group.
Boothby, thank you for the $3 tip. I mean, I found a minor flaw in the tracking of the Vengeance character, but yeah. All right, sorry. I didn't mean for us to get completely sidetracked on Google Trends. Anyways, point is, it can be fun. You should go check out Google Trends. It's free. You can everybody can do it. George, that was actually one of the things that I used to do analysis for various clients back at our job. But yeah, video games are bigger than TTRPG. Let's just say that. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We were on a tangent about Daggerheart. That's correct. So back to this. Just FYI. Here is how I would do this. Okay. Here's how I would do this. This is how I would build this ability. Okay. Which is this. The way, how do we clear stress? Anytime we take a long rest, do we have is this just character sheets or does it have no, it's just character sheets. Where are the cheat sheets? I guess they're at the bottom back of the thing. Whenever you take a short rest, you heal D4 stress. And whenever you take a long rest, you heal all of your stress. So here's how I would do this. Okay. Here's how I would do this. I would have a tracker, okay, on your character sheet. Okay. And anytime an adversary damages an ally within melee range, I would put another token onto that tracker. For each token on that tracker, I get a +1 bonus to my proficiency, okay, for the next attack that I make against anybody. When I do that, okay, I remove a token from the tracker. Additionally, if an enemy attacks me, it also takes off one of the tokens from the tracker. So what that means is that if the enemy ignores me, the Vengeance Guardian, I will build up 3 or 4 or 5 tokens on this active reprisal ability. And by the way, proficiency means an extra die of damage when you attack. Okay. So if you completely ignore me, I might be doing like 5 extra dice of damage, right? And then every time I attack, it goes down from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 till eventually it's empty. But if the enemy does ignore me and I build up this vengeance, then they can attack me and that will also reduce it back down. So that creates a weird I'm still a guardian. I'm still protecting my allies by being a guardian, but I'm doing it through the threat of damage, not so much the actually saving my allies. But it avoids this wonky, I have to track which individual creatures I have bonus for. I just think about that. Now, Avacyn, I will say this is why I'm actually okay with that. Maybe there's a cap, maybe it's like you have up to 5 slots or something like that, or maybe it's a D6. But here's the thing. The most damage we can do anyways is a severe wound. So even if we had 150,000 proficiency and we were rolling 150,000 D10s, the most damage we could ever do anyways is 3. So that's why I feel like you can actually be a little, loosey-goosey. And yeah. So Lugs, what you're getting when you read something about the presentation, the font, and the character sheet makes this, and what you're actually getting, and I'm not trying to be mean here, what you're getting is readability, clarity of presentation, and you're not used to that. Board games, especially nowadays, modern board games, are designed to be extremely user experience, user interface forward. And that level of care and design just typically doesn't get into TTRPGs. TTRPG character sheets are usually fucking nightmare train wrecks. They are filled with weird archaic slots and strange nomenclature. And, if you've ever seen a PF2 character sheet, it is frightening. Everything's everywhere, and it's like TEML, and it's like simple weapon proficiency, martial weapon proficiencies, expert weapon proficiency, advanced martial weapon proficiencies, ammo boxes, this. It's just a nightmare. This is designed with a more modern aesthetic. And by that, I mean readable, playable, usable. Cal, PF2 has character sheets. I thought it had tabs and Foundry. By the way, I'm not going to lie. I could go find it, but now to be clear, you could have made the font a little bit more, I think, but I'm okay. It's a character sheet. It's designed to be a play aid. It's designed to be as the most clear it can be. And I understand that there's something to be said about character sheets that, have like a beautiful aesthetic to them. I like them too. But ultimately it is there to, to be useful. I should also point out that this is the SRD. The character sheet itself, right? It has a little bit more. There's more, there's more little fun little, they didn't have to add this outline or this drop shadow, but they added the outline and the drop shadow. I think it's fine. Okay. So anyways, that's how I would change active reprisal. And you know what? Maybe I already do. And that's my first house rule. Just because I like my version better. Again, I don't know what all the abilities are. We'll take a look, but all right. Lastly, you have your mastery feature. If you get to 8th level and you want to really be a vengeance, you have Nemesis, which is spend 2 hopes to prioritize an adversary until your next rest. When you make an attack against your prioritized adversary, you can swap the results of your hope and fear dice. You can only prioritize one adversary at a time. So basically, we can make sure that our hope is our highest result, which is really powerful. So, needless to say, that is correct, Mateo. Actually, you always get hope, Mateo, when you swing at your adversary, because even if you missed, you would still miss with hope. Now, to be clear, you have to spend 2 hope to kick this off. And then once you have it, you could just, go and buck wild and go buck nasty. Does rolling hope clear stress? I thought a critical cleared stress, Ikemos. I think only a critical clears stress. Right. Investment, then go wild. Yes, correct. Yeah. So, obviously, this is really, 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 really powerful. And Oh, crits clear all stress. Is that right? They clear all stress? Oh, that's really good too. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's 1 stress. That's what I thought. I thought it was just 1 stress. In any case, this is extremely powerful. Obviously, you have to spend 2 hope to kick it off. You have to. You can only do it. Once you can only have it on 1 adversary at a time. Yeah. Right. And that's the thing, right, Steven? That's the real key of it. You can go in against. Think about it. Think about it. This is what we call a Vorthos effect. Okay. So in Magic the Gathering, when a mechanic tells the story without flavor text, that is what I consider to be very high level of game design. Think about it this way. When you are a vengeance fighter and you have this, you're marking someone as your nemesis, then you no longer fear them. You know what I mean? Like the part of the idea of this game is that, your character is sort of torn between hope and fear. But as a vengeance character, when you set your mind to destroying your foe, fear, it's like the Bene Gesserit, right? Fear leaves the table. Fear is no longer an option. And that means, yes, you're right. The Ludo narrative, when the game mechanics match with the narrative goal. And so mechanically, you don't roll with fear. But what that means in the narrative is that your character doesn't fear this character or this nemesis. No matter what they are, no matter how they're doing, you are going to just keep applying the pressure until they're dead. Now, I agree with Self-Confessed Cynic. Prioritize is a terrible name. In fact, even though it is called the Vengeance build, I would probably call this Vengeance. Okay? And I would call this Reprisal. And then I would have that be a bar. And I would call Nemesis Vengeance. All right. So that is the Guardian. Now, the Guardian also gets powers, or whatever the hell they're called. Domains, abilities. So we get... So we get the Blade domain and we get the Valor domain. Now, as a reminder, there are 3 level 1 abilities, and then every other level has 2. All right, so there's 3 level 1s, and then there's 2 level 2s, 2 level 3s, 2 level 4s, 2 level 5s, 2 level 6s, 2 level 7s, 2 levels 8s, 2 levels 9s, and 2 level 10s. When we start the game, we get 2 from either Blade or Valor. So there's 6 choices, 6 abilities, and you could pick 2. You could pick 2 Blade, you could pick 2 Valor, you could pick a mix. Then when you level up to 2, you're going to add, from the ones that you can choose, 2 new abilities from Blade and 2 new abilities from Valor, and you're going to pick one of them. But you could also pick one of the first level ones if you wanted to, right? And then when you get to level 3, you're going to add 4 more to the pile. You're going to add 2 new level 3s, 2 new level 3s, and you can pick from any of the ones prior that you haven't picked yet. You could pick a level 1, you could pick a level 2, you could pick a level 3. Now, most of the time, you're probably going to pick a level 3, but maybe sometimes you really want 2. You really want another level 2 ability. Well, you could use your level 3 to do that. Additionally, when your character is... Here's our Guardian. When your character levels up at tier 2, once during tier 2, you can choose an additional domain card of your level or lower from a domain you have access to up to level 4. So if you want, you can pick up an additional card. Now keep in mind, once you get to 5 cards, 5 abilities, you can only have 5 active at once. The rest go into your vault. So once you have 5 abilities, you can still get more, but you will only have 5 active abilities at once. So the rest go into your vault. Once an ability is in your vault, you can swap it out into your active during rest for free, or you can do it during the middle of a scene by paying its recall cost in stress. So keep in mind that some of these things will have a recall cost of 0, which means that even if it's in your vault, you can bring it in to your active pile of powers for free. So that is something that we should, keep in mind when we're trying to do this, right? All right, so remember, our blade domain is martial, damage, weapon, blah, blah, blah. All right, the first is get back up. And again, this is the SRD. So we're not looking at the actual art, but it is there. When you take severe damage, you can mark a stress to reduce the severity by 1 threshold. So there you go. When you take maximum damage, 3, you can mark a stress to reduce the severity by 1 threshold, which is back down to 1 or back down to 2. And then you can also spend armor and go back to 1. Now, Eric says what he just described feels very video gamey. Yes, I would say it's not very simulationist. Now, that being said, Eric, if I went over to Pathfinder 2, which most people do not consider to be a video game, if you are a fighter in Pathfinder 2, you get an ability. You actually get several abilities as you level up, and they are called combat flexibility and then greater combat flexibility. And combat flexibility says you can prepare different tactics to suit different situations. When you make your daily preparations, you gain 1 fighter feat of 8th level or lower that you meet the prerequisites for that you don't already have. You can use that feat until your next daily preparations. So that means that in Pathfinder 2, a fighter, once they're 9th level, every day can gain a feat, and they only have it for the whole day. And then the next day, they could take a different feat, but then they forget that feat from yesterday. So your fighter could literally be like, today I have blind fighting, and I can fight better when it's dark or I'm blinded. And then tomorrow, I don't have that. So my point is, that is a very gamist mechanic. And when people say video game, what they really mean is gamist. That ability doesn't, they try to make it sound like it's tied to the fiction with, you could prepare different tactics to suit different needs. But the truth of the matter is, which people sometimes don't like to hear, is that role-playing games are games. And sometimes it's okay for them to have gamist mechanics. All right. Not good enough. When you roll your damage dice, you can re-roll 1s and 2s. Now, Vin, who is a son of a bitch, says, to be honest, I think the trying matters. Flavor it however you want then. Why is your character, during a long rest, swapping out their abilities, bringing in new abilities, any different than saying, all right, during the long rest, my character trains in different tactics. He does the sword press, the heron parts the waters, the swan parts the things, But Beowulf actually is kind of right. This is even better, though. It's actually more simulationist because you don't forget the abilities. It's not like a fighter just literally could not access that feat, but a guardian could. In Daggerheart, they would just take stress because it's stressful to suddenly pull out an ability that you weren't prepared to use. I don't know. It seems like it makes sense to me. Yeah, I literally just said that, so we're all on the same page here. Yeah, but any case, so you get to re-roll 1s and 2s. Once you have this, it's fine. It's there. It doesn't cost you anything once it's in place. Would this feel good? Probably not at level 1 because you're only rolling 1 die. But once you're rolling like 3 or 4 dice, I would probably not mind having this because then, you're going to significantly re-rolling 1s and 2s is pretty much always going to feel good. This is one of those powers and abilities that I'm going to say is not good enough. But it's okay. It doesn't need to be because it will feel so good at the table. So while this is probably not actually actually all that powerful or good, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be because it'll feel really good. And when your character, rolls like, let's say you're doing D10s and your proficiency is 3 or 4, you roll 4 D10 and you roll like a 6, 8, 1, 2. When you get to pick up those 1, 2s and you're like, not good enough, and re-roll them and get a 4 and a 9, you're like, yeah, Now, Mateo's good point. You are going to have to compete with higher tier domain cards. So once you get to a certain point, and I think that's good. What was some people? I know some people just listen, so I try to read all the chats. What I am noticing is that a lot of abilities add fiddliness, but the core engine tries to keep it minimal, right? So you can kind of buy in to your fiddliness, right? Like, for example, if I don't want to fucking deal with marking stress and having all this other stuff, I'll just take not good enough and I'll just get to roll, Beowulf, I would prefer if the rerolls couldn't roll lower than 3. Oh, I assume that I would just keep rolling until I got a 3 or higher. So, because it says whenever I roll damage dice, I can re-roll 1s or 2s. So I would roll, if I rolled 1 and 2s and I re-rolled them and I rolled a 1, 8, cool. I get to pick up the 1 and re-roll it. I don't even care what the rules say. Like, no, you can't get 1s and 2s. Full stop. So I'm just going to keep rolling. There's still damage rolls. All right. Whirlwind is our last level 1 ability, which is, and again, this is important to note, it costs 0 to bring in. Now, what is the rule for when we can swap? Does anybody know that? Like when it's just no action, we can just do it whenever. All right, that's pretty sick. All right. Whirlwind, when you make a successful attack against a target within very close range, you can spend a hope to use that attack against all other targets within very close range. And all additional adversaries you succeed against with this ability take half the damage. So, the way I look at this is you make 1 attack. You don't actually make 6 attacks because you're using that attack against all other adversaries. And you don't have to use it until you hit. So you don't have to spend the hope in advance. No, I think very close is within like 5 to 10 feet, 10 to 15 feet. Close is within 30 feet. So this is basically everybody that's kind of within, I think what they would describe it as the short side of a card, around your character. So this essentially allows your character to just, go off. More importantly, if you hit, you could kill all minions around you at the cost of a hope, which is awesome. So yeah, I think this is great. I think this is awesome. This is very, very cool. Now, let's get back up. That's not good enough. That's Whirlwind. Now we're going to look at the higher level ones, but I most of us are just starting the game. So I don't think we have to like really focus on all the high level ones, and we will, but, I do want to take a look at, Valor. So we could see what we're looking at. All right. Bare bones. When you choose not to equip armor, you have base armor value score of 3 plus your strength. So your armor score is how many boxes you get to tick off. So let's assume that our character has a +2 in strength, and I think that's probably a safe assumption. They suggest that you have a +2 strength for your trait. Okay. Now this is barbarian time. This is the unarmored barbarian. So that means that our armor score would be 3 plus our strength, which would be 5. So we would have 5 armor boxes. And we use these as our damage thresholds. 919, 1124, 1331, 1538. Now, to properly compare that, we do need to look at, you get D4 back at a short rest, and I think you get all of it back at a long rest. So let's take a look. To be fair, you have to spend one of your rest options. You don't get it automatically. You have to actually spend the action. Where's our armor? Armor. Wait, did I miss the armor? Oh, there's a section called armor. All right, here we go. This is tier 4 armor, tier 3 armor. Okay, so if our character starts with full plate, they have 8, 17, and they have 4 slots of armor. But it's also very heavy, which gives us a penalty to our evasion. Remember, our base AC is 9. This would reduce our AC to 7. It also gives us a penalty to our agility. So, and even if we go with chainmail, we are at 7, 15, and 4, and we still get a penalty to our evasion, or essentially our armor class. So that means that the Valor ability to be basically without armor, not only does it make not having armor pretty valid, but that's a pretty good threshold. 919, and we get more armor slots, and it doesn't punish us. So that's pretty cool. This is how you do your strapping, strapping character with all that other stuff. So exactly. 19. It's actually closer to full plate, but without any of the downsides, and more armor slots. And if we were the stalwart guardian, these would be 10, 20 because we get +1. But it does take up one of our domain slots. Absolutely. There's a price. So if you're a stalwart guardian, barbarian mode, if you want to be the defender barbarian, you choose bare bones, right? And then you get a stalwart, and then your damage threshold is 10, 20, and you have 5 armor slots, and you have unstoppable, and you have the take hits for your allies ability. So yeah, truly a meat shield. I'm impressed. All right. We also get forceful push. Make a melee attack, or make an attack with your primary weapon against a target within melee range. On a success, you deal damage and knock them back. Not to very close range, but to close range. So that means you're basically knocking them back 30 feet-ish. On a success with hope, do an additional D6 points of damage to your damage roll. So that means, remember, 50% of the time, you're going to succeed with hope. Actually, a little bit higher because the crit chance. Additionally, you can spend a hope to make them temporarily vulnerable, which means everybody gets, basically you kind of knock them prone. So you hit somebody and then you fling them back. Then you spend a hope and make them vulnerable. But there's a good chance that you just earned a hope, which meant not only did you throw them back, not only did you do extra damage, but you earned a hope, which you then immediately spent to make them vulnerable, which gives everybody advantage to attack them. Because essentially, you've knocked them prone. You could flavor it however you want, but the condition is vulnerable. Maybe they're stunned, maybe they're woozy, maybe you slam them into a wall and they're kind of like, they got the Street Fighter 2 birds flying around their head. Or maybe they just, you skid them across the ground. That's pretty sick. I'm down for that. All right. I am your shield. When an ally within very close range would take damage, you can mark a stress to stand in the way and make yourself the target of the attack instead. When you take damage from this attack, you can mark any number of armor slots. Boom. Now, it does cost stress, but you could be a tanky fucking tank if you wanted to go all in. That's a lot. All right. So there's a lot. Now remember, this class is the Guardian. This is not like the fighter. This is not the warrior. This is the Guardian class. And I mean, very close. In my mind, self-confessed cynic, very close is the champion aura. It's 15 feet. You know, it's 15 feet aura. I mean, you are a martial character, you know? So, Steven says, I'm unarmored with, I am your shield as flavoring it is, I just grab the blade. Oh, yeah, totally. You're just like, you know, you're just grabbing it with your huge meaty hand. Someone asked how shields work, and they count as a secondary weapon. So what they do is they add to your armor score. So, for example, if our fighter or guardian had a tower shield, they would get 2 more slots of armor, and you would get a -1 to your evasion. Right. Yeah. Again, I know why they did it, because they wanted something that wasn't like truly range, but like kind of close by, that it's reasonable that someone in like melee could deal with. So you have melee, which is literally adjacent. You have very close. You have close. Then you have far and very far. Can you dual wield tower shields? Can you go full Fabula Ultima? I don't know why not. I suppose. I mean, it does D6 physical damage. Now, be clear, this is a weapon. Okay. Wait, this is a weapon, which means that our Valor Barbarian, okay, our meat guardian, can still take bare bones to get a base armor VAS score of 5, which gives us 5 slots of armor, and then wield a tower shield and have +2. So they would have 7 slots of armor, because it's not armor. Shield is a secondary weapon. Yeah, so pretty sweet. And we're a stalwart barbarian, so our tier, our damage tier is yes, we're naked with double shields. That's pretty good. Hold on a sec. Okay. Beowulf says, a gorilla dual-wielding tower shield sounds so fun. So, just as a quick poll, we're gonna get a poll up here. All right. All right, so our options are bare bones, forceful push. Okay, so bare bones is our damage, is our naked barbarian. Forceful push is our knockback, and I am your shield lets us spend stress to take hits for our allies. But then we also have our blade domain. That's our Codex. That's our bone. There we go. So that's our bone. There we go, blade. So we have get back up, which lets us reduce mark stress to reduce the severity. We have not good enough, which lets us reroll 1s and 2s. And then we have whirlwind, which, you know, fucking lets us whirlwind. All right, here we go. All right, sorry, the votes are coming in. All right, level 1 guardian ability. Which ability are you definitely taking? And while that runs, we are we are standing by, ready to go. Oh yeah, I am shield definitely won. I am your shield. It's just like Frank Frazetta, just like Robert E. Howard, intended. All right. Well, I am your shield one, hands down. And you know what? And rightfully so, because if you're going to be a guardian, right? Like, that's what you're in here for. You want to be able to be like, nope, I'm taking the damage. 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 All right, so let's take a look at some of the other blade abilities since we're here. And why not? We'll have another 4 or 5 hour stream. All right. At level 2, we pick up. Oh, hey, speak of that.
Thaddeus tipped $10. I'm enjoying the DH stream so far, so add another one to your schedule.
All righty, and as I said before, if we get some extra, we'll put it in there, and I think that's going to put us over. So we'll go down to 83, and that'll go up to 76, and that is double. We already had some overflow, but that actually takes it all the way over because we only had $7 of overflow. So Soldier's Bond is a level 2 blade ability. It costs 1 to recall once per long rest, which most of the time, again, is going to be basically once a session. When you compliment someone or ask them about something they're good at, you both gain 3 hope. And there's no like action requirement on this. You know what I mean? Now, I absolutely love this. Okay. One of my favorite scenes from Marvel Cinematic Universe is from one of the people's least favorite movies. It's when in Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, and they're fighting Ultron in the city, right, in Sokovia. Ultron is taking the city up, and all the Ultra bots are flying around, and Scarlet Witch is just turned to the good side, and she's kind of freaking out, and Hawkeye has this brief moment with her where he's like the city's flying, there's gods, there's robot overlords, gods. The city's flying, and I have a bow and arrow. None of this makes any sense, but all I know is that I'm going to get back out there. And if you get back out there, then you're an Avenger, and nothing else matters. So get off your ass and make a difference. And then that is literally this ability on screen. It's this brief, your back's against the wall, fireballs and arrows are flying overhead in the middle of a siege, and you just have this brief moment, where it's like, you ready? I'm ready. Or another thing, perhaps. Lord of the Rings, 2 Towers. Aragorn and Gimli go out to defend the gate from the outside using the secret entrance so that they can shore up the gate of the Hornburg. And he goes, there's a lot of, it's a long way. You'll have to toss me. Toss you? Can I jump the distance? You have to toss me. He's like, don't tell the elf. And he's like, never. And he throws him and jumps in. That is that ability shown on screen. So this is just such an awareness to how these mechanics could work, right? You've got 2 characters about to literally jump into the middle of an entire filled causeway of monsters. You're like, hey, we need some hope, right? Let's have that Soldier's Bond. Let's have that really brief little moment of dialogue. And this is the type of thing that you can get away with in initiative-less, non-roundless ability, games that you can't get away with easily in D&D games. And I absolutely love it. I think this is fantastic. Yeah, I'm talking about doing it in combat. You're absolutely right. But you could totally do it in a social situation as well, too, of course. Correct, Beowulf. This is where the switching out ability comes in. Now, of course, for the first couple of levels, you're not going to have anything in your vault. But if you have stuff in your vault that has a recall cost of 0, then you can swap it out once you've used it. Absolutely. I don't know why Age of Ultron got so much hate. I thought James Spader was amazing as Ultron, and I actually thought the scene was great. All right. Our other option is Reckless. Mark a stress to gain advantage on an attack. Straight up. So, just straight up, turn stress into being able to attack more damage. If you want to be able to hit and more often, there you go. Be reckless. So, these are two very different abilities, and I like that we get both of them. Options, of course. We only get to pick one. Maybe we don't even pick one of these. Maybe we pick one of the other ones. It's crazy. Reckless attack sounds familiar. Level 2, really strange. Scramble is our third level ability. Once per rest, that's a short rest or a long rest, when a creature within melee range would deal damage to you, you can avoid the attack and safely move out of melee range of the enemy. Sweet. So you can just by the way, it says it would deal damage to you. So in my mind, they already rolled the damage roll. I don't know if that's quite exactly how the timing on that would work, but, they roll the damage. You're like, well, I get out of the way. And I just turn that hit into a miss. No die roll, no make an evasion check. Nope, it just works. End of story. Next. Which is great. This is also another great one where you might want to swap this one out and swap in another one later. Versatile Fighter. What's up, Timmy? Good to see you, buddy. Tim, you have the girls tonight? Are the girls at your house tonight, or are you bacheloring it up? Versatile Fighter. Well, wouldn't need to swap since it's rest rather than long rest. Well, right, but the assumption is not that this is not like 4th edition where the assumption is that you take a short rest after every fight. A short rest is still in Daggerheart like an hour. So it is assumed that you may have multiple combats or multiple scenes before you take a short rest. Can you combine this with one of the abilities where you take the blow from someone else and fluff it as you tackle them out of the way and neither take the hit? Let me say about this. I think so. Yeah, I mean, because you would use an ability to trigger it so that you are now within melee range and they would deal damage to you. Now you can use Scramble and avoid the attack. I think that's how that would work. And even if it didn't, it's totally how it would work at my table 100% of the time. Because we don't really care about is it perfectly balanced? It's just like, is this awesome and this is cool? And we're using our abilities and we're feeling like badasses. All right, Versatile Fighter. You can use a different character trait for an equipped weapon rather than the trait the weapon calls for. When you deal damage, you can mark stress to use the maximum result of one of your damage dice instead of rolling it. I'm not as impressed with this one. I mean, it's cool, but I just don't know when I would ever really have this as in my backup, unless I really, really wanted to have a character that had a spear and a sword and a bow, and you just want to be able to use the same stat for all of them and be good at all of them. In that case, you could go this. And remember, this is the blade ability, which also applies to the warrior. So this, for me, feels more like a warrior one that a warrior would take, but it's still pretty cool. Deadly Focus. Now, this one has a recall cost of 2, so swapping this one in is expensive. Once per rest, you can apply all of your focus toward a target of your choice. Until you attack another creature, you defeat the target, or the battle ends, you get a +1 bonus to your proficiency. Okay. So once per rest, you can just be like, I'm going to do more damage to this guy. And just go in. That seems pretty cool. Very good for our vengeance build. Yes, I agree. Fortified Armor. While you are wearing armor, you get +2 bonus to your damage thresholds. So remember you have to be wearing armor. So our naked barbarian wouldn't benefit from this, but our heavily armored full plate guy who is benefiting from this would definitely benefit from this. And again, as I said before, +2 is not something that you can just ignore because of the way that the bell curves work. I mean, to be fair, if our naked barbarian could take fortified armor, I mean, what are we even doing here? But level 5, Champion's Edge. When you critically succeed on an attack, so 8% of the time. By the way, love 8%. I feel like 10% crit rate, too high. 5% crit rate, too low. 8.x% crit rate is chef's kiss. You can spend up to 3 hope and choose one of the following options for each hope that you spend. Remember, you gain a hope when you crit and you clear a stress. You clear a hit point, you clear an armor slot, the target has to take an additional hit point of damage. You cannot choose the same option more than once. So when you're hitting and you crit, you're like, I'm healing my armor, I'm healing my hit points, and I'm dealing more damage. And you can change this up. If you have a lot of hope to spend, do all 3. If you only got the hope that you just got off of critically hitting, just do 1 or none. This just gives you a lot of flexibility, and being able to heal like this in the middle of a fight, I think is really cool. And I also like that it's called Champion's Edge because it kind of represents the fact that you have this ability as a blade character to really, I can heal if I need to, I can do more damages if I need to. It's pretty cool. Why do I prefer 8% frequency? Because of the ratio that most people attack at. I mean, a critical hit on a 20 is 1 in 20, obviously. And that means that the chances that you might go the entire session and not critically hit are actually pretty good. 1 in 10 is too high. And now suddenly you might be critting, maybe like every other fight. 8% is enough that you're probably going to get, you could probably be pretty confident that you're probably going to get a critical hit at least once a session. And maybe twice a session, but it's not as common. And so it's as 10%. It's just a really good number. There you go. 8% supports big crits in the math, where a higher crit chance would need crits to be dialed down. 5% is a bit low. And to be fair, I mean, Pathfinder 2 does this pretty well because it's 5% base, but if you have enough of an attack bonus, you can get a 10% or even a 15% or even a 20% crit, and then things get really crazy. But of course, remember, in this game, crits, can occur on like a double 1. So crits are kind of in this weird space in this game. It's hard to compare them apples to apples. All right, Vitality. When you choose this card, permanently gain 2 of the following benefits: an extra stress slot, an extra hit point slot, or +2 bonus to your damage thresholds. Then place this card in your vault permanently. Interesting. So this is how we do. Now, am I wrong or crazy? Could you then at level 6 choose this card again? I think you could, by the way. So this is like, I don't want more abilities. I want stats. Avison says, no, you cannot. Okay. So once it's in your vault permanently, yes, you are basically trading an ability for passive permanent bonuses. It's like, you're like, I have enough cards. I don't want more abilities. I just want more hit points. I want higher damage thresholds. I want to be the tankiest tank that ever tanked in the history of tanking. I like that this is surprising to me that this is here, but I like it. I like it a lot. I like that we suddenly have this unique ability to take it. It's not an active ability. It's a one and done, which is very cool. All right. Battle Harden is our level 6. Yes, this is correct. That's exactly right, Vin. This is a good example of opt into or opt out of fiddliness. Yeah. Interesting. I like the hit point slot option. I think having an extra hit point's a big deal. Remember, there's no dying in this game. At 0, your character has to either, go out, go down, or roll the dice. And remember, we heal a stress when we crit too. We don't heal a hit point. I don't know. I mean, the fact that we were disagreeing, I think, I will say if I was a guardian, if I was a warrior, I would probably take the first 2, but I'm probably going to take this anyways. You have to choose to die unless you choose to roll, Eric. There is a chance where you can just fucking roll it. And if you fucking roll it, you either die on the spot or you come back. So that's where you're rolling the dice. Battle Harden. Once per long rest, when you would make a death move, you can spend hope and clear a hit point instead. So I don't love this. Because functionally what this is, like, an extra hit point would be better, basically, than this. So, yeah, this is, I actually don't really like this one. Because, again, like, I would rather just have an extra hit point. Like, because that would functionally do the same thing. Except I wouldn't have to spend hope. So I actually do have a problem with Battleheart. This is the first ability that I've seen where I've been like, nope, I think this is probably, like, when I was talking about my fix or whatever, not even a fix, but like how I would do reprisal. So Rage Up. Before you make an attack, you can mark a stress to gain a bonus to your damage roll equal to twice your strength. You can Rage Up twice per attack. Now we're talking. So yeah, so basically if our strength is, we're adding, if our strength is +3 or something like that, right? Like what can we get our strength to? It starts at +2. And then we could get a +1 bonus to our strength, making it a +3. We could get a +1 bonus to our strength, making it a +4. And we get a +1 bonus to our strength, making it +5. Now, I don't know if there's any magical abilities to increase it, but let's assume that maybe there is or something. So +6. And so we can mark a stress to gain twice our strength. So that's +12 to our damage. So we can mark stress twice to add +24 damage to our strength. That's pretty sweet. I'm actually in there. Now, Dan, you are absolutely correct, and I completely understand where you're coming from. Vin, check this out. When you level up, you clear all marks on your character traits, or when you go up to the next tier. So basically, you can't mark strength 3 times at tier 2. But you can mark strength once, and then when you tier up, you would clear it, and you can mark it again. And then when you tier up to 4, you could clear it and mark it again. So, yeah. So, anyways, I just wanted to say I do completely agree with Dan. It's not just about optimal. It's also about how it feels to play. Ignoring a death roll does feel different than just having extra hit points, and I completely agree with you. Right, Mateo, I was assuming that there's some magical thing or something that gives you a +1 to your strength, or maybe a +2 or something to your strength, which is pretty cool. Blade Touched. When 4 or more of the domain cards in your loadout are from the Blade. Ooh. So now we get like a reward for specializing. So if we have 4 of our 5 in our domain cards in our active loadout from the Blade domain card, we get the following bonus. Straight up +2 bonus to attacks, that's accuracy, and a +4 bonus to our damage threshold. So basically, if we are focused on the Blade, then we get this benefit. Whereas if we're sort of dabbling and taking abilities from all over the place, we wouldn't be able to benefit from this. So this is very much for the person who really wanted to specialize in one domain, in this case, Blade. Our other level 7 ability is Glancing Blow. If you fail an attack, you can mark a stress to deal weapon damage using half your proficiency. So we miss, we mark a stress, and we use half of our proficiency, and we round up in this game. So if our proficiency was 3, which means we roll 3 dice of damage, we would roll our damage as if we rolled it for 2. Which is always guaranteed 1 damage, but also means that we have, with a decent chance at certain levels of maybe doing 2, even on a miss. Who doesn't love that? That's a great ability, especially, again, especially if we were more of a warrior type and not the guardian type. But I do like, by the way, that if you wanted to, you could be a guardian and have your guardian abilities that come from your class, which we already discussed were pretty good at making you pretty tanky. And then you could use all of your abilities to try to build in DPS and damage and try to be more of a, master of the sword. sure, you have your guardian abilities that help you be that. You don't have to be this hyper specialized character, you know, which I think is really, really cool. The Vengeance Barbarian does. The Vengeance Barbarian, do we have it here? No, they don't have the subclasses here. The Vengeance Barbarian does. All right. Level 8, we get Battle Cry. Once per long rest, while you're charging into danger, if that sounds like a PBTA move, you can muster a rousing call that inspires your allies. All allies who can hear you clear stress, gain hope. Additionally, your allies gain advantage on attack rolls until you or an ally rolls with fear. I like that they have in the Martial Blade Weapon Master, they have these support abilities. I like that. Now, there's not a ton of them. I'm sure we'll see more of them in other disciplines. But, you know, you could imagine, you know, between having a soldier's bond and having battle cry, your character kind of gains this kind of like, you know, Captain America lead from the front, you know, Avengers Assemble kind of element to your character. And I think that's really, really neat. Yes, Battle Cry is coming out August 22, as always. That means 3022, of course, at this point. Frenzy. This one's really expensive to swap in. Once per long rest, you can go into a frenzy until you have no adversaries in sight. While frenzied, you cannot use your armor slots, but you do gain plus 10 bonus to your damage rolls and a plus 8 bonus to your severe damage threshold. What a cool ability. What a fun way to change up the whole way that your character plays by trading in your ability. By the way, if you're out of armor slots, fuck it, we ball. Who gives a shit? I can't use my armor slots. I'm out of them. You know, but yes, the fiction of a stalwart going crazy is pretty sweet. And by the way, that's probably why the recall cost is so high, because, you know, it'd be awesome to like not swap this in until you ran out of armor slots, right? And so for the character who preps the frenzy, you know, that's true. The warrior can get this well. We are, I do have to remember that, which is really cool because we're totally, at least I am, I'm totally looking at this, all these powers from the perspective of a guardian, and the fact that there's an entire whole separate class that could do that. Yeah. Frenzy plus rage up is pretty crazy. Yeah. So you get plus 10 bonus to your damage thresholds, plus you get all the bonus things. I mean, that's pretty sweet. Plus unstoppable. Right. Your damage, you basically, I mean, I'm assuming with a plus 8 bonus to your severe damage threshold, plus the other stuff that we saw earlier, like your severe threshold's probably really high. So, you know, you're probably never taking 3 damage. You're probably taking 2, which means if you're unstoppable, you're taking 1. But of course, if you're doing this much damage and going off, you're not going to be unstoppable for long. But of course, remember, by the time we're this level, unstoppable is a D6, not a D4. So we are going hard into the tank. That's true, Mateo. That's only if you're doing it literally mid-fight. If it's a short rest. But to remember, the assumption is that you're not taking a short rest after every single scene. There may be several scenes because a short rest does take an hour. Gore and Glory, level 9. When you critically succeed on a weapon attack. So this is only going to happen 8% of the time. So I'm already not a huge fan of it, but gain an additional hope and clear an additional stress. So gain 2 hope, gain 2 stress, or gain 2 hope, clear 2 stress. Additionally, when you deal enough damage to kill an enemy, okay, so you get both. Gain a hope or clear a stress. Okay, that's cool. I love that this gives us both sides of it. It gives us this is going to happen a lot more. This is going to happen a lot less. Either one of these would be too weak. Together, it's very cool. And it's passive. You don't have to do anything. This is just going to be clearing your stress and gaining you hope. And as you defeat enemies, imagine, Ludoite.
Ludoite tipped $10. Druid and Ranger next. Let's go.
All right. Well, I think we already reached our limit, but Ludoite, yeah, absolutely. We're going to do... Oh, you're saying you want to just keep going. You're crazy. Can't have this 40 attack. Ludo, thank you so much for that. Yeah, it hasn't updated. The super chat hasn't updated, but we are definitely doing all of the classes now. I haven't seen many multi-attack type things. Am I missing something, or is it possible you just won't crit that often? I mean, I think you're going to crit 8% of the time. A kill with a crit is +3/+3. Dang. Yeah, I mean that's pretty sick. Yeah, if you kill something with a critical hit, you are going to gain 3 hope and clear 3 stress. Okay, Reaper's Strike. Now that's a tough one. I mean, this is fun. I don't even care if this is good. That's the important thing. This is like what Magic the Gathering taught us, right? When the game isn't punishingly balanced and when the game isn't punishingly difficult, I mean, I do think that this is fun, and I do think this is probably powerful. But when an ability makes you feel something, that is oftentimes worth its weight in gold. And I can promise you, the first time a character critically hits something and gains 3 hope and clears 3 stress, and kills something with a crit, you're gonna feel like the fucking king of the world. Anyways, but what's competing with that? Reaper's Strike. Once per long rest, spend a hope to make an attack roll. The GM tells you which targets within range it would succeed against. Choose one of these targets and force them to mark 5 hit points. So this is as close to an instant kill ability as we're probably going to get in this game. Now, we can only do it once per long rest. We have to spend a hope. We still have to make an attack roll. But by the way, the most important thing is, first, the GM is going to be like, all right, use against that one. It misses. It does nothing. But I mean, 5 HP. I mean, in a game where we know that the most damage you can do is 3, being able to just do 5 damage. I mean, for a lot. I mean, this is as close as you're going to get to what's it called in WoW? Execute? Is that the ability in WoW? Execute. Yeah. That's pretty cool. All right, level 10, our ultimate. Battle Monster. When you make a successful attack roll against an adversary, you can mark 4 stress to force the target to mark a number of hit points equal to the number of hit points you currently have marked instead of rolling for damage. This is, what's it? Rage? No, what's it called? In WoW, where you want to keep your Frenzy. Right? Where you want to keep your tank frenzying, keep them at low, barely keep them alive, 10%, keep you down. Because basically you're like, leave me at 1 hit point. You're like, oh, this guy, by the way, at this point in the game, you probably have like 8 hit points or something like that, right? I mean, what's the most hit points that you can have? We start with 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we could have 12 hit points. We could have 11 of them marked, and we can mark 4 stress, and they just do 11 damage. I'm sorry, 11 hit points, not damage. We just avoid the damage thing completely. All right, Onslaught is our other level 10 ability. When you successfully make an attack with your weapon, you never deal damage beneath a target's major threshold, aka they always mark a minimum of 2. Now, by itself, I read that and it's so funny how I'm so triggered because I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but it's not. I'm like, oh, additionally, when a creature within your weapon's range deals damage to an ally with an attack that does not include you, you can mark stress to force them to make a reaction roll, DC 15. On a failure, the target must mark a hit point. So, this is the big dramatic, over the top, insane ability. This one's a little bit more modest, right? You're never going to do 1 damage. You're always going to do 2, which is pretty cool. And you are potentially set up in a situation where you're just doing damage to everybody. So this is okay. Onslaught's okay. I can't imagine a world where I don't ever take Battle Monster. Like, I mean, that's just so cool. I mean, Mateo, you're completely right. Stress for a hit point ain't bad. I just don't like that they get to make a reaction roll. This is a level 10 ability. This is a level 10 ability. Fuck that. I'm getting rid of this. Right? This is how I've already house ruled this, by the way, but it's a level 10 ability. What are we doing here? Additionally, when a creature within your weapon's range deals damage to an ally with an attack that doesn't include you, you can mark a stress to force them to mark a hit point. That's it. That's my onslaught ability. So number one, I don't want to make the roll. I don't care about the roll. Number two, it's a level 10 ability. Why are we making rolls? You know? Yeah, Battle Monster also has a recall cost of 0, which is just scary. Yeah, it doesn't need the reaction roll. I don't know why this is here. Somebody must have complained, you know. Onslaught stacks for multiple allies attacked by AoEs FOE. But yeah, but it says it's if it doesn't include you. So an AoE would include you, so it wouldn't trigger on AoE. Right? So. Any case, I don't want to be rolling that many D20s. Again, you're also level 10. I just want it to be like, you are the rage and the fury. And if somebody's not even, just not attacking you is enough of lowering your abilities to make you, get destroyed. All right. So, by the way, Jess, who, unlike the rest of us, is an actual game designer, says, damn, this game looks so fun to design for. Jess, I'm complete agreement with you. I think there's so many cool options to do here, and the math may not be as tight, so we can have a little bit more fun. All right, let's go take a look at Valor. Now, the logic in my thing becomes apparent because we're going to look at Valor, and then we're going to look at the Seraph. And the Seraph also uses Valor. So, all right. So we looked at level 1 Valor. Let's look at level 2. As a reminder, Valor is shared between basically the Paladin and the Guardian. So we have our naked barbarian build. We have our massive push ability. And then we also have an I am your shield, which overwhelmingly won on the which ability are you definitely taking, where you can stop in and step in. Body Basher, level 2. You can use the full force of your body in a fight. On a successful attack with a weapon at melee range, you get a bonus to your damage roll equal to your strength. So passive, doesn't cost anything. Another thing that's really interesting here is I'm imagining there's a resource thing here to be considered as well. Remember, you're not going to have infinite hope. You're not going to have infinite stress, right? And that means that there is a need to have some abilities that don't, like, I get it, some of the really cool abilities. And we're like, oh, why would you ever take something like this? Because sometimes you just need passives that don't always take up a resource. If you take 5 abilities and they all cost hope and stress, you're not going to get to use them. And so you're not optimizing, right? You want to be able to have some that take stress and some that cost hope. But if they all cost hope and they all cost stress, you're not, a lot of times they're going to be useless. And once they're empty, because they're all cannibalizing off of each other. And so while this isn't necessarily the most sexy Valor ability, it's cool because it doesn't cost you anything, and it's going to just keep doing its thing over and over again, and you could put those resources into something else. Now, as anyone will know, exactly, Lollipop, it's like loading your Magic the Gathering deck with only high converted mana cost. Although we don't call them converted mana cost anymore, Lollipop. They are called mana value. Get it right. Mateo, I also agree that there is some fiddly bits, which I don't mind, about the recall cost, because certain abilities you're going to be able to bring in and bring out. Exactly, builders and spenders. I was going to say, I love games and I love board games, and you need to think about things that generate versus things that consume, right? Chandler, what's up? Still making my way through your original deep dive reaction video. No hate there. It's really long. Wanted to pop in and say thanks because I have the book, but your videos help me understand the system even more. Awesome. Well, that's what we're trying to do here. Hey, Chandler, I'm learning together. I looked at the original beta, like version 1 point something, and I haven't looked at it myself. So I myself am kind of starting to learn this. Bold presence, recall cost 0. When you make a presence roll, That's like charisma. You can spend a hope to add your strength to that roll, which I'm getting in addition to your presence. Again, it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, that's cool, but it's not. Oh, wait, but there's a second one. Additionally, once per rest, when you would gain a condition, you can describe how your bold presence aids you in the situation and avoids gaining the condition. Now, here's what I love about this. This is defined as the keep this one in the vault, right? This is a keep this one locked up in the vault. And then when you need it, recall it immediately and use it. That's what I like about this. Because if you had to have this as one of your 5 all the time, I think you would be very disappointed. But the fact that the recall cost is 0 means that you can just keep this thing in the back seat of your vault, and then when something comes up where you need to make a presence roll, boom, you pop it out. Or if you gain a condition, boom, pop it in. Yeah. So I like that this can stay in your vault, and it by having a recall cost of 0, it's encouraging you. In fact, there's almost no reason that you would ever actively have a 0 recall cost ability in your active suite. You would just always keep them in your vault until you needed them, right? Does that make sense? Like, there's no reason to not keep them in there. It's like a tutor, yeah, for Magic the Gathering, or yeah, transmute. I mean, there's a lot of different things that could be. Probably the closest approximation would be Study from Strixhaven, where you can go to your sideboard and pull out a lesson. So the closest analogy would probably be the Study mechanic from Strixhaven. Anyways, critical inspiration. Oh yeah, learn. Yeah, not study. Learn. Yeah, sorry. Learn lessons. Yes, I called it study. Learn. Critical inspiration. Once per rest, when you critically succeed on an attack, all allies within very close range can clear a stress or gain a hope. So this is we talked about builders and what's up, AGM? More Daggerheart streams, baby. Also looking forward to my KOLC t-shirt. Hell yeah. What's up? Thank you, Jace. I appreciate it. I unfortunately infected Jace with the Daggerheartitis, and I think that he went ahead and picked it up, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the New Zealand dollars, and it's very awesome. By the way, I was really sad to learn that they're taking down all the cool Lord of the Rings things from the Wellington airport, which is really sad. But thank you so much for that. Terrence says, I'm a developer also. I think this is the best system to develop for, I think. I think it'll be a lot of fun for developers because you have a lot of leeway here, and I think there's a lot of safeguards in place in the actual mechanics of the game that prevent you things from getting too out of hand. But, Vin was talking about builders and consumers. This is a great ability to have in your initial active list, and you critically hit or critically succeed, and then you swap it out, and you don't have to bring it back until you rest again, Lean on me. Once per long rest, when you console or inspire an ally who failed an action roll, you can both clear 2 stress. We're getting very Avatar Legends here, which is great. So again, another one of these kind of like sort of support abilities that makes it show. Not everything has to be damage, right? Like there's a certain point where you have so much damage dealing capability. Do you really need more damage dealing or more damage absorption ability? So I think having these additional abilities in here as a choice for your character is awesome. Goad them on. Uh-oh. This sounds like our taunt ability. Describe how you taunt a target within close range, then make a presence roll against them. On a success, the target must mark a stress. And the next time the GM spotlights them, they must target you with an attack. And they make the attack with disadvantage. Now, for anybody who remembers the Guardian ability, now it was a beta, I understand that, but the Guardian ability from PF2 had this weird ability where you made the enemy more likely to hit you. And it was weird because it was like you were giving them an advantage to hit you. So this does stress damage to them. It spotlights them. I'm sorry. It does stress them. they have to target you, and they target you with a disadvantage. And by the way, enemies use 5e d20 disadvantage. So they roll 2d20, take low. Chicken Wheel points out that 1 recall cost for Lean on Me means that you net a -1 stress for yourself and still -2 stress for an ally, right? So you can swap that in and still end up on top. Lollipop says this is basically come and get me. Now, to be clear, you know, it's not AoE. Come and get me was AoE. But yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of exactly what I want out of a taunt. This isn't magical, right? You do have to make a presence roll. It has to, you know, you actually have to succeed. They did make it a roll. It's not automatic. I should also point out, remember, that if a creature runs out of stress, they become vulnerable, which means everyone gets advantage to attack them. So as a reminder, if your stress boxes are all filled, you can't, number one, you can't spend stress. Number two, it means that you are vulnerable. As an aside, if you take stress damage and your stress is filled, it becomes hit point damage. As a fourth aside, as a Derek old school thought process, my idea is that if a creature has hit points left, but its stress is filled, I'm probably going to have that creature run away. I view a full stress bar as being analogous to your morale has broken, right? The creature is vulnerable. It's literally, you know, everyone gets advantage to attack it. It's probably going to run away. So I like using this as sort of a morale HP bar, as well as a, you know, a game mechanic. But you could also use it as a mechanic for like, yep, this creature is fleeing. This creature is getting out of dodge. This creature is easily convinced they will surrender. They will flee. They will whatever, you know? Right. Correct, Mateo. If they are at full stress, any stress does hit point damage. And we've seen, I think, in the monster abilities that some of the monster abilities cost them stress. And if your stress bar is full, you can't pay a cost that you can't pay a cost that you don't have. All right. Supports tank. You know what? I appreciate that they're just like, it is what it is. When an ally within close range, remember that's like 30 feet, fails a roll, you can spend 2 hope to allow them to re-roll either their hope or their fear die. So whichever die rolled low, you can spend 2 hope and let them re-roll it. Pretty cool. Now, granted, you're spending 2 hope for that, but now, obviously, hopefully, ideally, you know, they're going to re-roll so that the hope die is now higher. But yeah. Exactly. There might be some weird instances where you really want them to roll with fear or something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's some cool options there. And again, it doesn't, you don't have to make a check. It's just automatic. It's during another ally's turn. So whenever you're like doing a reaction and it's somebody else, because remember, another ally is making an attack. So when we think about the spotlight, and I've talked about this all the time about why I have the house rule I do have for Pathfinder 2, where I do not let, I don't make a check for aiding, because when it's somebody's turn, I always say the spotlight's on them. Literally in this game, if it's somebody else's turn, the spotlight is on them. I don't want to steal that spotlight. You know, I want to have a brief little moment where I say, you know, you can do it. And then they get to pick up one of their dice and re-roll it, you know? Armor, level 5. Oh, there's only one level 5. Oh no, there's 2 level 5s. When you're wearing armor, get an additional armor slot, which is basically +1 your armor slot. During a rest, when you choose to repair your armor, your allies also clear an armor slot. Sick. So this is like a nice, like, this is like a downtime ability, right? Yeah, it's literally referred to in the game as the spotlight. Rousing strike. Once per rest, when you critically succeed on an attack, you and all allies who can see or hear you, so basically everybody, can clear a hit point or clear 1d4 stress. So again, we're getting into some of these kind of like buffing abilities. Inevitable. When you fail an action roll, your next roll has advantage. Another nice passive one to have, and why not? If you fail, at least you get the knowledge that your next one's going to have an even better chance of succeeding. Rise up. gain a bonus to your severe threshold equal to your proficiency. And if you ever take actual hit point damage from an attack, clear a stress. Now that's pretty nice. Yes, once per rest means a short rest. Because this is really great because this allows you to, as you absorb hit points, also be clearing your stress, which you can then use to absorb more hit points for your allies. Remember, because this is the Guardian, they could be spending stress in order to take hits for their allies. So then you're taking hit points, but then you clear a stress. Right? I spent a stress to take the hit, so I took damage, which I made hit points, so then I marked that clear a stress. Shrug it off. Saren, we may have to stop at 30 minutes because I'm not going to beat Critical Role at their own game, so it's probably pointless for me to go on. And I guess we'll just turn this into like a 5-episode series. So I apologize. Shrug it off. When you take damage, mark stress and reduce the severity by 1 threshold. When you do, roll a d6. On a 3 or higher, place this card in your vault. Now, I think this is important to note that this is not in your vault permanently. So what this means is you can mark a stress and reduce it. And then there's a 50% chance of it going into your vault. Now, you could spend 1 point of recall and bring it back immediately. Or you could just bring it back at your next short rest. But you have to spend that additional cost. Does that make sense? So it's not permanent. It's just temporary. So it's like you get to use it once, and now it goes into your vault. And now you have to spend recall to bring something back. Or just wait till your next short rest. That's a really interesting kind of way to index and interface with the mechanics of like you lose the ability, not permanently. You can always spend the recall cost or bring it back at your next short rest. Yeah, so it's another lever to play with. Yes, exactly, William. If you want to, you're like, cool, I got to shrug it off. I'll bring in one of my zeros and we're back to parity. But if you still want to keep shrugging off each and every time, you have to keep bringing it back. Valor touched. So here's our reward for being very focused on the Valor domain. When 4 or more of your domain cards in your loadout are from the Valor domain, you get +1 bonus to your armor score. That's an additional box. And when you mark 1 or more hit points, and you didn't mark an armor slot, you clear an armor slot. So, if we take a point of damage and we didn't use armor, we get to clear armor. So it's kind of like whenever we take damage, we also kind of heal. As long as you can make sure you always have armor slots that are marked, every time you take damage, you're kind of healing a damage. And if you take 1 point of damage and heal 1 armor slot, it's almost like you took no damage. Kinda. Obviously, if you take 2 or 3, All right. Level 8, Full Surge. I thought that was, for some reason, I thought that was going to say Full Send. Yes, it's the armor slot minigame. Well, obviously, we're reading Guardian, we're reading Blade, we're reading Valor. Okay, this is going to be a class and domains that really deal with armor. I'm sure when we look at other domains, they are not going to be as focused on armor as these are. Once per long rest, so, once per day, mark 3 stress to push your body to its limits. Gain a +2 bonus to all 6 of your character's traits until your next rest. So this could be for multiple scenes. All of your stats go up by +2. All of them. All 6 of them. Strength. I don't remember the rest of them. Agility, strength, finesse, instinct, presence, and knowledge. This is you basically going Muso mode. This is your Muso mode. I mean, think about this. This is good for a fight. This is good for a social scene. This is good for escaping the collapsing temple. And this is until you take a rest, which is an hour-long short rest, or a long rest, obviously. You could go the entire session. Hell, you might have somebody going, once somebody goes full surge, they might be like, guys, can we not rest? I really want to keep surging. If the team rests, you have to. I would certainly say yes. It reminds me of a 4th edition. We had an artifact armor, and I can't exactly remember what it did, but like every time the group gained a milestone, which is every 2 encounters, you got a bonus, but it's stacked. And Smith was basically like, but it reset on a long rest. And Smith, yes, exactly, Tim, yes. No, I didn't make Smith rest. And Smith went not an entire session. Smith went an entire adventure without long resting. Smith went the entirety of King of the Troll Haunt Warrens, which is like the level 11 to 14 4E adventure. He went the entire adventure without taking a long rest. By the end of the adventure, all he had left was he had no more dailies, no more. All he had left were his at-wills and encounters. Take care, Yuval. Thanks for stopping by. Anyways, that was a great adventure. That was, yeah. I don't know. I mean, if somebody came up with a cool reason why you did, I would say this. If the party took a long rest, I would probably make you lose this. But if it was a short rest, yeah, maybe you could, keep on keeping on. All right, ground and pound. Spend 2 hope. That is not nothing. To strike the ground where you stand and make a strength roll against all targets within very close range. Now, keep in mind, this is level 8. Level 8 is tier 4. And in my mind, tier 4, we are in the super heroic here, We are in the, we are into the anime mode, and also Valor is not the same as Blade. Blade was definitely very martial. Valor is sort of kind of crossing the line a little bit. It's still martial-esque, but it's definitely getting into that anime over the top. You wouldn't see this in Lord of the Rings. Spend 2 hope to strike the ground where you stand and make a strength roll against all targets within very close range. Targets you succeed against are thrown back to far range. That's not close. That's far. That is like, I think, the long side of a piece of paper, if you're using their, relative distancing, I think. So that's like 30, 40, 50, 60 feet, 100 feet. Yes, this ability should be called Yeet Skirt. Then they have to make a very high DC reaction roll. And if they fail, they take 4d10 plus 8 damage, and the targets who succeed take half damage. Now, this is probably the most complicated power we have seen yet, because you're spending 2 hope. You have to make a strength roll. You have to roll it against, well, you only make 1 strength roll, but you roll it against all the targets. Then they are thrown back. Then they make a reaction roll. If they fail, they take 4d10 plus 8 damage. If they succeed, they take half damage, which means everyone's going to take, if you succeed, they're going to take at least 1 point of damage, maybe 2 points of damage, depending on how good this is, potentially 3 points of damage, but probably between 1 and 2. But at a cost of 2 hope, you are not going to be busting this out all the time. But there's no limitation on this. This is ridiculous. I mean, this is literally Sauron smashing. I mean, this is go, like people bodies, flying through the air. From the second Matrix movie, if they had made a second Matrix movie, when Neo is fighting Agent Smith for the first time and he realizes there's all those copies of him and they're like ganging up on him at that school playground, and then they like start jumping all over him and they start body piling him, and then he like erupts out and their bodies are like cartwheeling and ragdolling all over the place in slow motion. That's this ability. It's an awful name for a real, yes, the name is nothing. When I read ground and pound, I was like, oh, you smash the ground and people next to you fall over. This is not a ground and pound. This is a gigantic explosion of epic proportions. Hold the line. Levy says, I would probably ditch the reaction rolls. Yeah, I probably would too, because I just don't want to roll it. I agree. Generally speaking, I'm learning that at high levels, I just don't want the reaction rolls, or I just don't want the reaction rolls anyways. Are the names the same here on the SRD as in the book? I don't know. Shatter Earth. That's pretty good. Hold the line. Describe the defensive stance you take. I like this. It's a very like little narrative thing. Like, okay, describe it. You got to describe it. It's part of the ability. This isn't flavor text. Spend a hope. If an adversary moves within very close range, so remember, think of that as 15 feet, they're pulled into melee range and become immobilized. That's what restrained means. This condition lasts until you move, or you fail a roll with fear, or the GM spends 2 fear on their turn to clear it. Wow. So, by the way, this just works, and it's a permanent stance, and it could affect anyone trying to get by you. Basically, while you are in this stance, no one can move past you. Yep, this is holding back a dragon. This is holding back a Tarask. This is you on the... Nothing is going to be able to get by you. They cannot. Yeah, you get something valuable no matter what. Because even if the GM wants to break free of the restrained, they have to spend 2 fear to clear it. So if they really want their, War Hulk Berserker to clear by, I have to spend 2 fear. So the art for ground pound does more justice. Okay. There you go. 6 Tarasks riding on the back of 6 dragons. This should be called You Shall Not Pass. All right, level 9, the other level 9. I believe that the fear spend is per victim, Sergio. That's certainly how I'm reading it. It's certainly how I would play it. I think. I would assume. I don't know. Oh, you know what, Sergio? No. Maybe it is because you can just, there's no limitation to this. You could just re-enter this stance again. Even if they somehow, if you roll with fear, I didn't read that. This is no limitation. You could just keep doing this over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, I'm assuming that the condition is as the restrained condition. Yeah. And also, by the way, I'm assuming that if I roll with fear, that they are no longer restrained. But the thing still stands. Right? That's what I'm assuming. But anyways, very cool. What's our other level 9? Lead by example. When you deal damage to an adversary, you can mark a stress to describe how you encourage your allies. The next PC to make an attack against that adversary can clear a stress or gain a hope. Or gain a hope. And this just uses, it costs you a stress, but this just goes over and over and over again. This is a way for you to convert stress into hope to your allies. I mean, you have to hit them. You have to deal damage to them. No, you have to deal damage. You have to deal damage to an adversary. Now, by the way, it doesn't say that you have to hit them, Ludix. You're correct. It just says you have to deal damage to them. Wow. So another awesome support, but this feels very martially supporting. It almost feels like a warlord from 4th edition, right? You're giving them hope. You're clearing their stress. You're saying, get out there, do it. But notice we haven't really seen too much like healing hit points, right? Which we know is physical damage. It's all been hope and stress, which are very much psychological, right? It's been doing stress to the enemy. It's been doing healing stress to our allies, giving them hope, Oh, that's true. The allies don't have to hit. They just have to make an attack. Yeah. All right, here's our level 10. Unbreakable. When you mark your last hit point, so basically when you would die, instead of making a death roll, you can roll a d6 and clear that many hit points equal to the result. So when you would die, instead heal d6. Then this goes into your vault. Not permanently, And now you could bring it back out for 4 recall in the middle of the fight. Or you could just bring it in at the next short rest for free. But if you did, you just cannot die. Yes, this is totally 4th edition, by the way. If you've never played 4th edition, you've ever played epic tier, literally there are epic tier powers and epic destinies that are like, once per day, when you would die, instead, go off and become, incredible. Now, this is basically, you cannot die. If you have this power, you cannot die. Now, obviously, unless you get just disintegrated. I mean, yes, you have to like mark a hit point. Now, yes, to be clear, if the GM rules in the fiction that you are dead, then you're not marking hit points. You're just dead. But basically, if you die in a cutscene, you die for real. But if you die during a combat, it's just, temporary death. Unyielding, it's going to be tough for me not to take Unbreakable. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Unyielding armor. When you would mark an armor slot, roll a number of d6s equal to your proficiency. If any of them roll a 6, reduce the severity by 1 threshold without having to mark an armor slot. So suddenly we get Year 0 engine, and we're suddenly playing Forbidden Lands. All right, so our proficiency by default at this level is 4. It could be as high as 6 if we took different upgrades, which means we're rolling 4, 5, or 6 d6. And so basically, anytime we would mark an armor slot, we just roll those dice. Any of them, if we get even a single 6, we just go, I reduce it, it doesn't cost me an armor slot. I reduce it, it didn't cost me an armor slot. I reduce it, and it didn't cost me an armor slot. I don't quite know what the proficiency is, but it's pretty good. It's like playing Nurgle with word rolls. Yeah. A Zinch Lord on a disc. That's from fantasy, but yeah, that is very, very cool. We have plenty of armor slots. Combine it with abilities that let you mark unlimited armor, and you can zero out damage pretty consistently. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, let me see here. Hold a sec. I'd be able to look it up in. The odds of rolling at least 1 6 on 4d6 is the probability of not 6 on 5 6 is 0.48. So it's about 50-50. It's about 51%. So it's not quite so unlimited. But if it was 66 and you had maxed out your proficiency, your odds of rolling at least 1 6 on 6d6 is 66%. So 2/3. So 2/3 of the time you wouldn't mark an armor slot, which is pretty good. Now, to be fair, White Liger, I agree. At this point in the game, you probably have so many armor slots, I don't even know why you really care. I think it's more about sending a message. I don't think this is actually really that powerful. I just think it's cool. Also, to be clear, something like Unbreakable, while really cool, does have what I call the perverse incentive problem, which is Unbreakable doesn't do anything unless you're dying. And you don't want to be dying. So, if you're doing well, then you'll never get to use Unbreakable. Unbreakable won't help you not need to have to use Unbreakable. Does that make sense? Like, Gren, you only pay the 4 stress if you swap it into Unbreakable in the middle of combat, Avison. If we already had Unbreakable loaded in our loadout, it doesn't cost us 4 stress. It only costs us 4 stress to swap it in mid-combat. So, anyways, my point is Unbreakable doesn't help you avoid death. So it may be better for you to have something that helps you avoid death so that you never even have to get to the point where you would even need to have to use Unbreakable. So, but that's me being a power gamey spike fuck. I'm not going to deny that these are really cool. And I don't care that they're not completely powerful and totally awesome. But I'm just saying, yes. Now, to be clear, Levy, if I had Unbreakable, but then I also had, remember we're a Guardian. If I had Unbreakable, but I also had, what the hell was that ability? Oh, I can't get both Unbreakable and Battle Monster. Damn. I was like, well, never mind. Right. I was going to say, I thought Battle Monster might have been a level 9 ability. I was going to say, because this one forces them to take the HP equal to the HP I have marked. So I'm like, oh, I can get both. So, all right. Well, that is the Guardian. All right. So, quick poll. It's almost 10 o'clock. So it's a 3-hour stream. We've made it through one entire class. Now, to be clear, the Seraph is next, and we would have to go through Valor because we just did Valor. So we would be doing Splendor. So Valor and Splendor. However, it's my understanding that Critical Role is going to do their session 0. So I don't want to, compete with that if everyone's going to leave and, you want to see my points or whatever. Should we keep going? Or yes, no, we'll do it later. So here we go. Pull up. Turns out they'll be like 6. Well, the reason I structured them like this is because self-confessed is because this way we can double dip on the domains, right? Because now when we go and look at the Seraph, we're going into the Seraph kind of already knowing what the Valor domain offers us, and then we'll go look at the Splendor domain. Does that make sense? So that's kind of where my thought process was here. It was very close. I mean, we are definitely not going to get to the wizard, which is sad, but we'll see. I don't know. This is a cool system, guys. I gotta be honest with you. Here's the thing. Tuesday when we were streaming, I was nerding out about the PBTA stuff. I was nerding out about the narrative focus of the game. I was nerding out about the duality dice. I was nerding out about fear and hope as a meta currency, about GM moves, about all the things I love about PBTA, success with complications. This game actually has 4 kind of variations of that because you have success with hope, success with fear, failure with hope, failure with fear, and then there's also the critical hit. But today feels like a completely different game, doesn't it? This doesn't feel like PBTA at all. At all. This feels like we're playing, this is some sort of indie 4E, anime over the top thing. This feels like a completely different game. And I'm really curious. Now, I talked about how these things should be, separate. Dr. Metropolis. Thank you, Dr. Metropolis.
DR Metropolis tipped $3. Bone Beast Master Ranger, here we come.
Vince says, the card loadout thing is what I knew you would love. Dr. Metropolis really wants to see that Ranger. All right, well, we've definitely crushed all of our tip goals, so we are well on the way to go to a thing. So we're very close here. Yes, it's a really weird blend of PBTA and 4E. Now, my hot take, this is from GM Scott. My hot take when I first ran this was, it plays like PBTA, but it's fun. And I'll be honest with you, when I've played PBTA in the past, we've voting with the dollars. This is great.
Owie tipped $3. Keep it rolling.
All right, Owie. Well, it looks like the yeses have it, although it's a narrow edge. So we'll keep going. We'll at least do the Seraph and we'll do Splendor. I don't know. We'll recheck when we get to that, to the wizard. The thing about it is, when I've played PBTA in the past, and I've played PBTA with my friends, I've played PBTA with games, the problem has been always that at a certain point, myself included, but, certainly people like Smith and stuff, Tim, my group, they go, man, this is cool, and I love the story, but man, I miss having cool little board game elements of playing like a combat game and having cool little resources to manage, that I think is what this game is trying to be. I think this game is trying to be a PBTA for the masses. It's trying to be like, look, it's PBTA, but we're going to secretly code it. We're going to secretly code it in Muso anime combat 4E shit and make it more appealing for you to swallow. I think that's what this game is. So yeah, I mean, that's Tim says, by the way, that is an accurate assessment. So, okay, well, let's take a look at the Seraph. Sprinkle some 4E on it. Tim got back up. What's up, King Hodop? Eric, isn't 4E the worst performing edition of D&D? I don't know. I mean, I know that it didn't sell as well as they wanted it to, Eric. Jess says, it is very funny that PF2 and this are both, but what if we incept D&D 4E back into your game? Yes, and that's the key. It's an inception. It's very calculated and very discreet and secretly like, oh, you know, take your medicine. I think you have it backwards there. It's a ball of Muso with a secret PBTA center. There we go. Okay. Before Seraph, what's your overall impression of Guardian? One of the best classes I've seen in a long time. This does everything that I want it to do as a martial Guardian. It reminds me very much of the Fighter, which I thought was just a GOAT tier martial defender from 4E. I love the Fighter in 4E. The split of abilities between, and obviously I could see different subclasses being a way to really diversify this and create all sorts of really cool options. I would have changed some of the elements of the Vengeance one because I think that's something that I've personally grappled with for a long time, is this idea of like, how do you make the tank tanky without a taunt, like a direct taunt. And all total, I think it's awesome. I love the Valor and the Blade abilities that give you the ability to really customize how you want to be. Like, you could just go all in on every single armor and absorbative and tank of ability if you want, and be that Guardian. But none of the powers we read until we got to a handful of the level 8, 9, 10 ones, and really only on the Valor side, not on the Blade side, felt not martial to me. And while they definitely felt over the top, and they definitely felt, you know, getting into that anime wuxia, you know, kind of a little bit over the top, you know, Legolas surfing on a shield, jumping from on top of falling rocks. Overall, it still felt very reasonable to me while still feeling very cool. It's like, you ever play a Barbarian Diablo 2? You know, the battle cries, the leaps, the whirlwind. Like, you don't think of him as magical, right? But he's clearly doing extraordinary shit. And I feel like this feels like a Diablo 2 Barbarian. Obviously, the Diablo 2 Barbarian is more of a DPSer, but, you know, in terms of just like the way that the mechanics feel in the game. Yeah, it is super heroic, but not in it's super heroic in a Captain America way, right? Captain America at the end of the day is just a guy. You're like, well, obviously no human being could do that with a shield or survive that fall. But you're like, but it's plausible. I could see it happening. So, okay. So this is our Druid, this is our Guardian, this is our Ranger. The Seraph. Seraphs are divine fighters and healers, imbued with sacred purpose. A wide array of deities exist within the realms, and thus numerous kinds of seraphs are appointed by these gods. Their ethos traditionally aligns with the domain or goals of their god, such as defending the weak, exacting vengeance, protecting a land or an artifact, or upholding a faith. Some seraphs... Take care, Saren. Off to watch Critical Role. All right, watch. I'm watching the stream here. As we'll see if we just plummet as this gets to 10 o'clock. That's okay. Hey, Saren, that's quite all right. Love you to come back. VOD, like, subscribe, all that other stuff. Twitch, Prime, sub, if you got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is it possible that I'm going to actually watch a Critical Role character creation system? Yes. Obviously, I'm not going to watch it right now, but, you know. Some seraphs ally themselves with an army or a locale, but others crusaders fight in opposition to the follies of the mortal realm. Better to be their ally than their enemy. Okay. So they are Splendor and Valor. They have a low evasion, just like our Guardian. They have a high starting hit points, just like our Guardian. So we're starting off with the same core stat. Life support. Spend 3 hope to clear a hit point on an ally within close range. So they start off flat out with a heal ability. And it's 3 hope, unlimited use. Now, obviously, 3 hope isn't unlimited. But from people that have played the game, they have actually talked about how hope comes, faster or more often than you want. 50%, actually 58% or something of your rolls will generate hope because it'll either be a roll with hope or it'll be a critical hit. And so, yeah. All right, Beowulf is off to watch Critical Role. Give them some love. Watch 100%. Watch Schedule List later. Absolutely. Take care. There you go. You can watch both at one time. I love it. Besides, the first 30 minutes of Critical Role is just going to be them bullshitting. You know that. OED says 54%. All right, I'll trust your math. So, heal. They can just heal. Class feature. Prayer dice. Okay, let me go over to the Guardian's character, Seraph's character sheet. Here we go. Splendor and Valor. And here is our prayer dice. Okay, so here we have this section for our prayer dice. At the beginning of every session, roll a number of d4s equal to your subclass's spellcasting trait and place them on your character sheet in the space provided. So probably 2, but eventually maybe more. These are your prayer dice. You can spend any number of prayer dice to aid yourself or an ally within far range, basically the whole battlefield, unless they're like literally at far missile range. You can use a spent die's value to reduce incoming damage, add to a roll's result after the roll is made, or gain hope equal to the result. Holy shit. So if I roll 4, I can cash this in to give somebody 4 hope. Or myself. Wow. I mean, yeah, you can do the other stuff too. I mean, not saying that adding to a result after the roll is made is not, I mean, like you're like, hey, you need a 14. You're like, shit, I got a 13. You're like, well, time to use this 1 that I rolled. Cash it in, baby. And we can see, obviously, by the way, remember your spellcasting trait's going to be like, probably presence or something like that. And we talked about how it could get up to +5. The fact that there are 6 slots means that the highest this trait could definitely be is +6. Wow. That's awesome. That's so flexible. That's so fun. And you can just flavor this how, this is divine. I mean, that's awesome. That's so cool. That is so cool. Not only can you protect your allies, but you can make them hit. You can just give them hope. I mean, that's so awesome. Wow. By the way, so we were at 190 and we're already down to 140. So just saying, people are dropping off to go watch Critical Role, which is totally fine. And by the way, it's still like one of our largest streams of all time, so it's fine. All right, Seraph subclasses. Like I said, we'll probably do Seraph and we'll do Splendor and then we'll step out. So obviously we're a paladin. We're like a paladin cleric. So we've got Valor. We've got all the Valor abilities available to us as we have it before. Oh, absolutely. The Portent Diviner ability, the Portent rolls were so cool. I thought those were such fun and they were so flavorful. And I feel like this is on the same scale. Choose either Divine Wielder or Winged Sentinel. We're not fucking around here. Okay. So if we're the Divine Wielder, our spellcasting trait is fucking strength. So let's fucking go. So this is the Paladin. This is the, you are the divine weapon. You're casting spells with your strength. So we can put our +2 into strength and not feel bad about it. Sick. No mad character slat here. I'm for it. Fuck charisma. Dominate the battlefield with a legendary weapon. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I am strong.
All right, what do we get for just being this? Well, we get a spirit weapon. When we have an equipped weapon with a range of melee or very close, aka a spear, a polearm. It can fly from your hand to attack an adversary within close range and then return to you. If you mark a stress, you could target an additional adversary within range with the same attack roll. So we are a martial character who's basically, we can lightsaber throw. Is how I would describe it. But it's like lightsaber throw boomerang because we can mark a stress and hit 2 people. Okay. Sparing touch. Once per long rest, touch a creature and clear 2 hit points or 2 stress for them. So just straight up lay on hands. Yeah, that's probably a better example. The Avenging Shield or Judgment. Yeah. So, yeah. So there you go. So we have straight up lay on hands. And then we also have this, spirit weapon. And remember too, we're allowed to flavor things however we want in this game, which I would totally take advantage of. And I'm totally fine with the idea of like Captain America throws his mighty polearm. Yes, very, very Captain America here. All right. What if we continue to go into Divine Wielder? So at level 5, we can choose to specialize in Divine Wielder. Devout. When you roll your prayer dice, remember at the start of the session, by the way, what a cool way to start the session, right? You're a paladin, you're a seraph, you've got like 4 prayer dice, and you get to roll those 4d4 at the start of every session and get to see what you get. Because if you roll a bunch of 4s, that's fucking bonkers, When you roll your prayer dice, you roll an additional die, but discard the lowest one, and you can lay on hands, sparing touch, twice per long rest instead of once per long rest. Cool, awesome. So 5d4 drop low or whatever. Mastery, Sacred Resonance. When you roll the damage for your spirit weapon feature, if any of the dice results match, double the value of each matching dice. For example, if you roll 2 5s, they count as 2 10s. And remember, the damage is going to be equal to our proficiency, which is going to be 4, 5, or even 6 dice, depending on what choices we make. So let's just say 5. You roll 5 dice for your damage. If any of them match each other, you double them. And it can bounce to 2 targets. So that's a lot of damage, potentially. But it's also kind of random and kind of like mysterious, It is kind of, I like that it's like it doesn't feel as consistent. It feels a little bit more swingy. Like the prayer dice you could roll 4 4s or you could roll 4 1s, The Sacred Resonance, you're like, hey, I rolled double 2s. You're like, cool, they're each a 4. Or you could roll double 10s and they each count as 20. So that's pretty cool. But the other option is Winged Sentinel. Take to the flight and strike blows from the sky. It is still strength as their spellcasting trait. And by the way, the fact that they said that your spellcasting trait, so both of the subclasses use strength, but obviously they are preparing for the fact that there may be a Seraph build that uses presence and has a different spellcasting trait. Wings of Light, you can fly. While flying, you can do the following. Mark a stress to pick up another creature approximately your size or smaller. Great way to sort of balance this, so it's not just like, hey, I have flight, and I can always pick everybody up and fly everybody around. No, you being able to fly just straight up, you can fly. That's already very powerful. Obviously, this is a different kind of game, but you can't just completely make it broken, because when in doubt, you could just say, hey, if you want to carry something heavy or carry another person, you do have to spend stress, and that puts a good option on limiting it. You could also spend a hope to deal an extra D8 points of damage on a successful attack. So that's the crushing blows from the sky, right? So you can swing down and do an additional D8. By the way, I would totally let you do this after you've hit and after you've rolled damage. So, that way it's like if you need 4 more points of damage to turn it to a severe wound, I would totally let you spend the hope and roll it afterwards. FYI, Critical Role is currently streaming on Twitch in the tabletop RPG category. I am not in the tabletop RPG category. Okay. All right. Now I am. All right, there we go. Good call, Jekyll. Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game.
All right, so there we go. Well, Derek, I think you have to realize that the only issue with reliable flight at low levels is because there's still this base assumption in the game that you're going to be going into dungeons and that pits should be a problem. And that like climbing over a castle wall is like a really cool challenge for D&D characters. Something tells me that Daggerheart doesn't have the same feel or care is basically what I'm going to. If we specialize in our winged sentinel, we pick up ethereal visage. Our presence strikes fear and awe. While flying, you have advantage on presence rolls. And if you succeed with hope on a presence roll, you can remove a fear from the GM's fear pool instead of gaining hope. So now we have a way to fuck with the GM's resource. Because, again, think about what we were calling before, the Ludo narrative abilities, or what I called the Vorthos stuff. Like, our character is so, like, profound that it's, like, literally attacking evil's will to exist. We are literally driving back the darkness with the power of our presence. And it's not just bullshit, because the GM is losing fear. And again, that's probably pretty powerful, but the game feel effect of that is going to be very powerful. Where you are able to just say like, no GM, lose fear. No GM, lose fear. No GM, lose fear. That's going to make you feel so powerful as a player, and you're going to feel so powerful as a Seraph doing that alone is almost worth doing it. Even if it's not, maybe it's not really that optimal. It's just cool that you can fuck with the GM's resource. White Liger, they should certainly know, and I'm sure the book tells you, keep it right out in front in a fucking bowl, stacked up, dark, have like purple black poker chips or something like that. Totally is what I would do. Oh, who's coming in? Hi, buddy. Look who decided to join us. Hi. Hello. Are you cute? You good, Mio? Oh, hello. Oh, what are you doing, buddy? Ah, he's like, let me down. We had a doggo attack. Anyways, awesome. If we master Winged Sentinel, we get a permanent +4 bonus to our severe damage threshold. And the power of the gods. While flying, you deal an extra D12 damage instead of D8 from your Wings of Light. Okay, I'm not going to lie. These are kind of underwhelming. Not that I'm saying that like D12 is bad, but the fact that it's already D8 and it was D8 from like, the beginning of the game. This is a little underwhelming. Yeah, Winged Mastery, this is a little I think we could do better than this. We'll figure out that out. Now that you can take the GM's little tokens out of their bowl, nothing. I mean, yeah, can you imagine how awesome you'll feel as a player when you're just like, and the GM's like, aw. Yeah, so awesome. This is good stuff. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we don't have to master Seraph, right? We could multi-class out at Epic tier, right? Like we could, obviously we are definitely getting specialization so they get ethereal visage. And then when we get to level 8 and we get to tier 4, instead of taking the upgraded subclass, we'll just take a multi-class and we'll pick out something else. All right, so that's the Seraph. On the surface, I like this, but I do not think it is cool as the Guardians. That being said, I love the prayer dice. I think this is really awesome. I think this is actually really, really awesome. This would be such a fun thing to play with at the table. And obviously, you start off with just two. But very quickly, once you level up, you could have a +3 strength, and you probably would. So you're gonna have 3 dice, and that's gonna scale up to 3, 4 dice. This is such a cool class feature. It's so versatile. It's so fun to be able to be like, "Don't worry, my child. The light of the sun is with you," and just again, it's all that tactilness that I love about, tactileness, not tacticalness, where like I like pick up that D4 that is on a 3 and, or even just going into the session, that kind of like quiet moment where everyone's like waiting to see what is the Seraph going to roll for their prayer dice this session. Because if the Seraph rolls a bunch of fucking 4s and 3s and 4s, you're going to be like, oh, we getting up to some fucking business this session, And you can just be like, everyone's going to be standing there with bated breath watching you roll your D4s. That's a very cool moment. But yeah, overall, I like it, but it's not my absolute favorite. Now, we know that they get access to Valor, but they also get access to a new domain of powers, which is called Splendor. And I've been led to believe that Splendor is sort of our magical healing, magical divine sort of domain. So we know that Valor was mostly martial. Splendor, I expect to be fairly magical, which makes sense because you're a champion, you're a paladin, you're sort of 1 foot in either way. Yes, the Splenda domain. So we start off with 3 level 1 abilities. Bolt Beacon, by the way, note that this is not an ability. It is a spell, which means that we have to make a spell cast roll, which is going to, in our case, for both of our subclasses of Seraph, are going to use strength. So we're covered there. But make a spellcasting roll against a target within far range. And again, you can already feel the difference from Valor and Blades. Everything with Valor and Blades was like very close, very close, melee, very close. This is, more magical. On a success, spend a hope to send a bolt of shimmering light, dealing D8 plus 2 magic damage using your proficiency. So that means if our proficiency is higher, this is going to deal more damage. The target then becomes vulnerable, which means everyone gets advantage to attack them and begins glowing brightly until this condition is cleared. This is almost exactly like a 4th edition cleric power. I think it's called Guiding Bolt. That might still be a 5th edition spell now, but yeah. So this is kind of in the style of 4th edition. 4th edition clerics had the ability to like do damage and help their allies, right? Like you could smite an enemy and heal somebody. You could target an enemy with a blast of divine light and debuff them, because they didn't want you to have to pick between the two. Because, as we all know, the best condition is dead. So, okay, 5e has golden bullets, so there we go. Okay, so a basic damage. Now, what's interesting about the spells, I'm noticing, and maybe this is something that some of you will be okay with, it looks like a lot of the spells require the expenditure of hope. So that's like one of the big distinctions between abilities and spells. Abilities, they might cost stress, but the spells look like they cost hope. So you're kind of, again, operating on a different resource track. But hope is also something that we know is kind of randomly gained potentially between your rolls, and is something you might be spending on other features and other functions. So there's an interesting tension here with the resource game with the spells. But we've only seen one spell, but I've kind of, yeah. Yeah, they don't make you spend the success, or sorry, they don't make you spend the hope until you roll a success. So if you miss with your spell, it doesn't cost you hope. But if you hit with the spell, you have to spend hope. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything, by the way. Mending Touch. Here's our basic heal. You lay your hands upon a creature and channel healing magic to close their wounds. When you can take a few minutes to focus on the target you're helping. So this is not a combat heal. You can spend 2 hope to clear a hit point or on a stress on them. Once per long rest, when you spend this healing time learning something new about them or revealing something about yourself, you can heal 2 hit points or 2 stress on them instead. And here we see a narrative mechanic in our otherwise crunchy tactical power or spell. Very cool. So again, I love everything about this, like on a scale that is very difficult for me to express through the internet. Number 1, I love that it's not combat. Number 2, I love that this is limited to once per rest. because this way you don't have this problem where you're like, every single time I'm healing, you're like, oh, and then there was this one time where my mom didn't give me what I wanted for Christmas, right? It turns it into probably something that you're only going to be doing once, maybe twice a session. But it's a great moment because it's back and forth. It does talk about that you have to spend a few minutes. Now, it's not a short rest, but it's clearly not something you're going to be able to do in a fight, which is great. I love this ability. It's very good. The other one is Reassurance. Once per rest, after an ally attempts an action roll, but before those consequences take place, offer your assistance or your words of support. When you do, they can re-roll their dice. Cool. All right. Level 2, we get Final Words and Healing Hands. Well, they're both spells. You can infuse a corpse. Oh, sorry, speak with dead. Okay. You infuse a corpse with a moment of life to speak with it. Make a spellcast roll. On a success with hope, the corpse answers up to 3 questions. On a success with fear, it answers 1 question. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Let's take a stop here and say I do not like this at all. And this is my biggest problem that I have with Daggerheart that I've seen so far. Daggerheart needs rituals, and it doesn't have them, and I think that's a problem. This game needs rituals real bad. This game needs rituals the way Fabula Ultima has rituals. And in fact, it's probably one of the best things about Fabula Ultima, amongst many things which are very, very good about Fabula Ultima. 4th edition had rituals. This game needs rituals. This game, a spell like this, you should never take this. And no one will. When you get so many few domain cards or domain abilities or spells anyways, you're never going to take this. Something like this is totally fine in the game. It just needs to be a ritual, you know? And I think one of the first things I would do if I were in the Daggerheart third-party creation move is I would create rituals, you know? Yeah. No, because Sam, it's not about the recall. It's not about having it in your vault, Sam. It's about the fact that you only get 11 abilities or 11 cards. That's it. And you're going to pick one of them to be, I can speak with dead. I just don't buy it, you know? So I just don't think that this is a good, I think the spell's fine. I just don't think that anyone should be forced to be like, yep, this is one of my 11 choices for the entire game forever. So yeah, not a fan. It's an edge case. It's not something that you're going to be repeating. All the abilities and spells should be things that you are expected to and reasonable to repeat, you know, over and over and over again. You're not doing that, you know, and this should just be a ritual. And this game would be so easy to hack in a ritual system, because the big problem with ritual system has always been, what do you make it cost? Well, it's easy in this game. You make it cost hope and stress, or HP or something. And this way too, you let people, you know, Jackal says, tell the people about 4E. Oh, that's true. Maybe not everybody knows about 4E. By the way, we did plateau out. So we were at about 190 and we've plateaued at about 125. So about 2/3 or about a third of our people did leave. So in Fabula Ultima, you have spells, which, you know, cost MP, and they just, you know, they're very basic. They're like, you know, they do 10, this does 10 fire damage, you know, oh, this spell gives you a +4 to your attack roll, right? Very mechanical, very to the point, much like most of the powers that we've seen here, right? You hit them and, you know, they become vulnerable. It's very mechanical. It's very straight to the point. However, the game has a system called the ritual system, where your character has an ability, depending on what kind of magic they are. Maybe it's elemental magic. Maybe it's ritualistic magic. Maybe it's entropic magic, where you basically kind of just make something up. And you work with the GM to figure out what the MP cost is and what the DC cost is, and then you just make it happen. I would be far better with somebody, I would be so far better. I don't even necessarily know that this needs to be in the game. I would be far better with someone being like, I spend a few moments, I'm concentrating, I'm going to you know, I want to do this. I want to speak with this dead person's corpse. And I'm like, okay, all right, here's the deal. You have to spend, you know, 2 hope and make a spellcasting roll. And if you succeed, you can ask it 1 question for each, you know, and each question costs a point of stress, right? And you're just making it up. It's just a ritual that you kind of just felt out and felt appropriate for someone who had the Splendor domain, basically. You know, or you could do the 4E style where there's a list. All of like the 5E spells that are really like super hyper specific, like water breathing, water walking, Leomund's secret chest, all that stuff, rope trick in 4th edition were rituals. So yeah, I guess, but what people are saying is that Speak with Dead was a meme in Baldur's Gate 3. It was also a meme in Dungeons and Dragons Honor Amongst Thieves, and also seems like Critical Role used Speak with Dead a lot in their games. So maybe this is just a weird outlier, and that's not why I don't like it, but yeah. Albastine. Now, I don't think that may be appropriate for a Splendor ritual, but if it was a different type of magic, right? If it was like a darker magic, if it was a shadow magic, a midnight magic, I could totally see hit points being something that you could use as part of your ritual costs. So now you have this cool lever where Splendor rituals maybe can use hope as a cost, but maybe stress. And then maybe midnight magic rituals can use HP and stress. And maybe a different one uses HP and stress. You know, like you could kind of make the flavor of them differently depending on that sort of ability. Anyways. Healing Hands. Make a spellcasting roll and target a creature other than yourself within melee range. On a success, mark a stress to clear 2 HP or 2 stress. On a failure, mark a stress to heal a single hit point. You cannot heal the same target again until your next long rest. Okay, so we can't just spam infinite healing, especially if you had 2 people in your party who had Healing Hands. Heal. And it's magical, so we're okay with that. Second win. Once per rest, when you succeed on an attack against an adversary, you can clear 3 stress or a hit point. If you succeed with a hit point or a hope, you can also clear 3 stress or a hit point on an ally within close range of you. So this is really great. Success with a hope is going to give you 3 stress clear and 3 stress clear on another ally. It's once per rest, not long rest. Yeah, keep it going. And it doesn't, most importantly too, remember, if you're in this thing, you know, you're already, all your stuff is costing hope. So this is nice that this doesn't cost hope, right? This is like a free ability that just kind of runs in the background. Now you can't use it every single time you roll, but once per rest is not bad. You're still going to probably get to use this 2 or 3, maybe 4 times a session, depending on how often you're resting. Maybe 2, yeah, 2, maybe 3. Voice of Reason. You speak with unmatched power and authority. You have advantage on action rolls to de-escalate violent situations or convince someone to follow your lead. Additionally, you're emboldened in moments of duress. When all of your stress slots are filled, you get +1 bonus to your proficiency for damage rolls. So again, this is a very much a different type of power. Like they give you this so it still does something in combat. But mostly this is going to be something, this is more of a social power, right? It's not just healing and combat. It's also sort of a social ability. And we saw that with some of the other abilities as well. That you have this social ability. Divination. Once per long rest, spend 3 hope and ask a yes or no question. For a moment, the present falls away and you get the answer. Sick. Ooh, yeah, giving the GM fear. Jake, that is awesome. Jake, that is...
I am strong.
Yeah, I love the idea of giving fear as maybe the cost of a failure of a ritual. There's a lot of cool things you could do with it. Let's just say that. So yeah, very simple, straightforward, put to the point. Now, I like that it's once per long rest. I do like that. But this is getting into a thing where I'm like, maybe this should be ritual. I don't know. I don't necessarily know that I like that you have to spend your ability on this ability. You know, you have to spend one of your cards on this. Maybe it's good enough to have, maybe, but it's borderline. It's borderline. Life Ward. Spend 3 hope and choose an ally within close range. They are marked with a glowing sigil of protection. If they would make a death move, they heal a hit point instead. This effect ends when it saves the target from a death move or you cast Life Hope ward on another target, or you take a long rest. So this literally keeps them from dying. Because if they would lose their final hit point, they heal that hit point instead, and then it ends. So this is like a preemptive heal. Now, again, it's probably better to just heal them because it's cheaper. But, you know, getting a get out of jail free card is not bad. So again, I find this to be a little bit probably not as good as it seems. Like it'll feel really cool, but you know, yeah, that's true. I mean, you could go full Blaze of Glory. Shape material. This should definitely be a ritual. Spend a hope to shape a section of natural materials you're touching, such as stone, ice, or wood to suit your purpose. It can't be any larger than you. You could form a rudimentary tool or create a door. You can only affect the material within close range of where you're touching it. Cool. Awesome. Am I really going to take this as my single spell that I get for level 5? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel, again, like this should probably be a ritual. I think we're gonna run into this with Daggerheart. I think we found a place where I've encountered a lot of friction, which is I don't, when you have such a now, like, to be clear, I am totally fine with spells like, you know, whatever, Stone Shape or Divination or Speak with Dead. But in D&D, as a cleric or a wizard, you get to change your spells every session. You know, you don't have to take those. In fact, I did a whole session or a whole stream about how we would have like loadouts for, hey, we want to go in and do our reconnaissance mode versus combat mode. So you're never locked into taking those. 4th edition was like, look, all the powers are attacks. So you still want to be able to do those things. We're going to have them as rituals. Solemn Mega says they liked Stone Shape, didn't they? It's very strange to me that the Critical Role, I mean, I get that it's made by Critical Role, but it's very strange to me that they would make the game based around what the people on the show did a lot. Also, I don't think that's a level 5 power. Smite. Spend 3 hope to do a powerful smite. Double our damage. And it deals magic damage. Once per rest. All right. Cool. I'm down. That's cool. Double damage? Sure. Now, again, remember, we can't do more than 3 damage. What I would like to see in here, because it's level 5, and we're spending 3 hope. What I would have liked to see in here is somehow that this doubles the result of the damage roll and does an additional hit point of damage. So instead of doing 1, 2, or 3, that this does 2, 3, 4. Does that make sense? Double the damage and 2, 3, 4. That's how I would do this. I just feel like this is just a little bit too underpowered. And I'm saying this completely as someone who's never played the game. Certainly not at this level. Yes, Michael, correct. In fact, Michael, yeah, I would mark an additional hit point. Yeah, that's the correct game restrictive. Restoration. After a long rest, place a number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait on this card. Touch a creature and spend any number of tokens to clear 2 hit points or 2 stress for every token spent. You can also spend a token when touching a creature to clear the vulnerable condition or heal a physical or magical ailment. The GM might require additional tokens depending on the strength of the ailment. When you take a long rest, clear all your unspent tokens. Now, this I'm okay with being in the game because it's very flexible and it's very clearly combat oriented and you're very clearly going to get a lot of use out of this. And this doesn't even really feel like a spell. It feels more of just like, you know, hey, we need to be able to clear hit points and spells and conditions, and this is how you do it. I do think level 6 is a little high for this. In fact, I would probably put Restoration at level 4, I think. I would probably get rid of Divination and maybe move that into a ritual, and I would move that onto level 4. Daggerheart, KOLC Evision. Because is level 4 tier 2? Okay, no, I'm sorry. I would make it level 5. Oh, I'd make it level 5. That's what I would make it. I'd make it level 5. I feel like that is a cool tier 3 ability. I don't like that at 6. I like it at 5. Oh, perfect. We can get rid of shape material. Shape material, get out of there. That should be a ritual. And we'll replace that with restoration, which will become 5. And then we need something new to put in there for 5. Anyways, Zone of Protection. Make a spellcasting roll once per long rest. On a success, choose a point within far range and create a visible zone of protection there for all allies. When you do, place a D6 on this card with the 1 value showing up. Whenever an ally in this zone takes damage, they reduce it by the die's value. You then increase the die's value by 1. When the die's value would exceed 6, this effect ends. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. I actually like that. Now, so if we fail this roll, this doesn't trigger, right? Once per rest on a success. So if we fail the roll, we don't this doesn't count as having been used, right? It's only on a success. So let me get this straight, though. So we're level 6. And we put it a 1. So if someone takes 29 damage, they take 28. And then it goes to 2. And then they would take 29 damage. They would take 27. I mean, that's a pretty small amount at level 6. I mean, sure, it might be the difference between a severe wound and a major wound occasionally. This is not cutting it. This is definitely the worst. You know, I don't know what a tier 3 enemy. That's a good question, Jake. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't. Do I have Daggerheart? I was like, dang. All right. I mean, this thing's doing. I mean, this is a solo, but this thing's doing 3d20, and this thing's doing even this little tier 3 support character is doing 3d6 plus 5. So you're like, oh, instead of doing 3d6 plus 5, you're doing 3d6 plus 4. I don't know. I'd want to rebuild this one. I like the idea of it. I just don't like the implementation of it. Okay. Healing Strike. Here we go. This is, by the way, that's literally the name of a paladin or cleric 4th edition power. Level 7 Splendor. When you deal damage to an adversary, spend 2 hope and clear a HP from an ally within nearby range. Clear close range. Yeah, good. Hope. I'm doing damage anyways. It could be for any reason that I'm dealing damage. I can repeat this over and over again. Again, it's going to cost me hope, but it's a good way for me just to keep healing and keep damaging. Again, I would probably make this earlier. I don't feel like this is a level 7 ability. All right, Splendor Touched. So here's our, if we specialize in Splendor, we get +3 bonus to our severe damage threshold, and once per long rest, when incoming damage would require you to mark a number of hit points, you could choose to mark that much stress or spend hope instead. So that's pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Grim? Good to have you here. Yeah, YouTube hates us, so it's fine. I understand. This is okay. I mean, I do like that you can mark stress or spend hit points instead of hope. So, but it's only once per long rest. Ah, man. I don't like that. And you have to have a full loadout of this domain. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not liking Splendor so far. I mean, there's ideas here that I really like, but Shield Aura. Oh, you know what's another thing that we could do? What if rituals occupy hope slots, right? And maybe it clears on long rests, not short rests, or something like that, right? Like maybe it doesn't actually cost hope, or maybe it does, but what it does is it makes that slot of hope it's temporarily blocked, right? Like scars do that, right? Isn't that what scars do? Yeah, okay. Or maybe it does like something like that for stress or HP, something like that. Maybe it's like a quasi-permanent cost, so you can't just like literally spam it endlessly or something. Another option, if you want to make magic a little bit more, mystical or magical, maybe it does something like that, but it doesn't clear until you level up. Instead of session, instead of rest, instead of short rest, instead of long rest, it's level up. And that way you can kind of maybe put some constraints on it, or maybe that's at least a lever that we could play with so we could have really powerful rituals, but using them multiple times per level would be really, really, really costly. If we really wanted to make it something that's felt a little bit stronger and more rare. So I think that's a cool idea. Anyways, there's some cool ideas there. Level 8, Shield Aura. Mark a stress to cast a protective aura on a target within very close range. When they mark an armor slot, they reduce the severity of the attack by an additional threshold. If this causes the creature who would be damaged to instead mark no hit points, then the effect ends. And you can only hold Shield Aura. This is our power word shield for all my disco priests out in the chat. And it doesn't cost hope. So this is really good. I mean, this turns a 3 into a 2. I'm sorry. This turns a 3 into a 1, and it turns a 2 into a 0, and then it ends. So either way, like, you're happy with either of those results. And it only ends if it turns it into 0. It is a bit strange that it ends when they take nothing instead of when they actually take damage, right? Now, I'm sure there's a game balance reason for this because you probably don't take severe damage that much, and that's why they wanted to do this. But it would make way more sense to me if it said they mark an additional threshold when they mark. If, after marking this additional threshold, the person still loses hit points, then the shield basically breaks, right? And then the shield aura goes away. But if it reduces it to 0, then it's like the shield absorbed it. You didn't take any hit points. The shield is still going. Does that make sense? So it's a little strange that it's when you take a big hit, it's fine. But when you take a small hit, it goes away. And it is level 8. So put the Derek stamp on it. I mean, remember, at level 8, we're at tier 4. Put the Derek stamp on it. That's how I'm doing it. I mean, we're at level 8. And it's not like it doesn't cost them a resource. They still have to mark an armor slot. So there's still sort of a limitation on that. But I like the idea that it it turns a 1 into a 0, it turns a 2 into a 0, it turns a 3 into a 1, and then breaks. Because, whatever. Or if you wanted it to, you could just say, it breaks on a 2 or a 3, and if it's a 1, it reduces it to 0, but it still stays, and you could have it shatter on a 2 or 3. But I don't know. You could have something like that. Maybe that's better. I don't know. I just think it's a little weird that it works opposite the way I would want it to, like thematically. You would never use it on a 1. Oh, right. You get to choose to take care of it. That's right. That's true. Yeah, but you don't get a choice. When they mark an armor slot, they reduce the severity. So it's not even a question of you using it, right? It's just, like when you use armor, it's getting used. You know what I mean? Whether you need it or not, it's getting used. All I'm saying. Enemies do 3. Yeah, but what would I have no idea what our damage threshold would be, Albustine. I don't know what the armor values are like, and I have no idea what we're doing here. Anyways, this is fine. I just think it's a little weird that it's a little backwards from the way that thematically I would like it to be, like shatter when you take a big damage, not shatter when you don't take big damage. That's me thematically. Okay. Stunning Sunlight. Make a spellcasting roll to unleash powerful waves of burning sunlight against all adversaries in front of you within far range. So kind of like super long range cone is how I'm kind of reading this. On a success, spend any number of hope and force that many targets you succeed against to make a reaction roll. So all adversaries, but only as many hope as you have. Okay. I mean, obviously they don't want you to literally affect everybody. And then they all have to make reaction rolls. Targets who succeed take 3d20 plus 3 magic damage. Targets who fail take 4d20 plus 5. That's such an awkward thing. Like, why are we adding plus 3? And why are we adding plus 5? Is there some... I mean, it's got to be because of, like, math fixes. But it's just like that's just so awkward. And are temporarily stunned. While stunned, they can't use reactions and can't take any other actions until they clear a condition. Okay, very cool, very powerful. This is like a color spray, basically, is what this is. But it does feel very arbitrary in the numbers. I'm not gonna like debate that until I like really get into the game. But obviously, this is very powerful. You know, you could potentially spend 3 or 4 hope, 5 hope, and like hit 4 or 5 people and stun them. And that's really, really cool. But, well, because there's no limit, right? So they don't want you to literally be able to target 100 enemies in one go, I guess, to make it somewhat limited, I'm okay with this, but not great. I will say that the D20 is very, very high volatility. That is true. But stunned is nice. That's not a normal condition. Our level 9s are Overwhelming Aura. Make a spellcasting roll to magically empower your aura. On a success, spend 2 hope to make your presence equal to your spellcasting trait until your next long rest. That does not feel like a level 9 spells. While this spell is active, an adversary must mark stress when they target you with attack. Now, it lasts until your next long rest, and them having to mark a stress just to be able to attack you is cool. It just doesn't feel level 9 to me. It just doesn't feel like it's level 9 to me. Salvation Beam. Mark any number of stress to target a line of allies within far range. You can clear hit points on the targets equal to the number of stress you like, divided how you like. Also a little underwhelming. I mean, like, because if I mark like 5 stress, I'm clearing 5 hit points total amongst a group of my allies. And I had to make a spellcasting roll. And this is level 9. Yeah, I don't like either of these. They're okay, but like very underwhelming. Level 10, Invigoration. When you or an ally within close range has used a feature that has an exhaustion limit, such as once per rest or once per session, spend any number of hope and roll that many d6s. If you roll a 6, that feature can be used again. So here's the problem with this. Just make it cost hope and give it to them. I don't know. Like, maybe, and then make it so that you can only use this once a session or something. Presence is a charisma trait. It's one of your 6. They're not called ability scores. They're called traits. But presence is used to charm, perform, deceive. I'm not spending 3 hope or 4 hope and rolling this and not getting a single 6, which is very likely. And then it doesn't do anything. No way. This is a level 10 ability. Like, this should just work and give somebody this, sort of things. And then we have Resurrection. Make a spellcasting roll, level 20. On a success, restore. So that's rolling 2d12, adding, in our case, strength, and having to get a 20. And our strength might be 5. So we need to get 15 on 2d12. Not the most impossible thing. On a success, restore 1 creature who has been dead no longer than 100 years to full strength. Then roll a d6. On a 5 or lower, this card goes into your vault forever, and you can never get it back. On a failure, you can't cast it again for a week. So this is your once per campaign, bring someone back from the dead. And while I really appreciate that they did this, and this is totally and I get why they're doing this, because like this is the type of thing that like Critical Role would do. And while I really appreciate that, this shouldn't be here in the abilities. This obviously explains why, everybody doesn't just get resurrected. It's a very high level power. You can literally use it once, maybe twice ever in your whole life. You can't even spam it. I don't have a problem with the 5 or 6, the 6. I think that's totally fine. I think it's fine that it's once per campaign. What I have a problem is this is basically somebody basically saying, I'm throwing away my level 10 power for story reasons. And while I think throwing away your level 10 power for story reasons is very cool, I don't think we should ask people to have to throw away their level 10 power for story reasons, And this is asking you to throw away your level 10 power for story reasons. And while I like story reasons, there are better other ways to do it. And the answer is ritual systems, So that's the problem I have, is this shouldn't be, literally you get to use this once. You're taking it now. I don't know how long you're planning on playing at level 10. This may not really matter, right? I get it. But you're using this once. I don't think it should even be an ability, just full stop. So, I mean, the whole premise of the ability, I think, is flawed. I'm fine with them being able to do like a once per campaign resurrection. So what I'm hearing from Derek is most of this class should be a ritual. Yeah, a once per lifetime ritual I think would be cool, or something like this. I don't know. I would say I about a third of these, mostly the spells, I think are either underwhelming, over-leveled, or I don't think should be an ability, and I would probably never take personally. I think they should be a ritual. And there's a reason why I love the Dungeon World ritual feature of the Wizard, why I loved 4th edition rituals, and yes, why I love Fabula Ultima rituals. And all of them are cool and different in their own ways. PF2 has rituals too, but like every other ritual system, it's been forgotten and people shit on it for some reason. The reason why PF2 rituals don't work, by the way, is because PF2 already has a slot-based, preparation-based campaign system. You don't need rituals and that. Same with 5th edition D&D, by the way. But when you're playing 4th edition, you don't get to pick your powers every day. You pick your power when you level up, and then you're locked into that. So of course it needs to be something like Fireball or Lightning Bolt. You're not going to choose as one of your one powers that you get, like, walk on water. So I'm not going to choose Speak with Dead as like the one card that I get for this entire level, and I only get 11 cards in the entire game over the course of 10 levels. I'm never going to chase this. So yeah, it's I have a problem with that. Kind of a big problem. This is like the first like major red flag I've seen in the game. So on the whole, I don't really like the Splendor domain, and particularly, and while I think the implementation of it is fine, I like that it uses a lot of hope. You need a lot of hope to be able to lead people with Splendor. I do think that they overcosted certain things. Yeah. All right, well, we're here. You guys crushed the shit out of these goals, so we're going to do Wizard. We managed to keep 120 people. And that's okay. Narrative-driven is cool, but man, look at Fabula Ultima. They did it right. They just did it right. You have your spells that you pick once, and then you have it forever. A separate vault for rituals is not a bad idea. 4th edition called it your ritual book. Jess, I do agree rituals would be more meaningful here, but they are still nice in Pathfinder 2 because they take a rope off of a bunch of spells that new players wouldn't take. That is true. Spontaneous casters, the rituals are nice, but but Pathfinder 2 has scrolls, and you have so many other things in there for that. But I'm not saying that rituals are bad in Pathfinder 2 by any stretch of the imagination. I'm simply saying they're not as needed because you could just take it as a spell, and if worst comes to worst, you'll just take a different spell tomorrow. And there are spontaneous casters, but yeah, it's a quality of life improvement for new players. I'll buy that. But there's also scrolls. Like, you don't even need the ritual. Just go get it as a scroll, and then you can cast it. Easy. You don't even have to make a check in Pathfinder 2 to use a scroll, unlike 3rd edition or Pathfinder 1. So scrolls are just super easy. So it's not about the 5 domain cards at one time, Monocle. It's that I get 11 domain abilities or spells once. You know, that's it. That's all. Baseline Seraph is cool. Well, I think the Splendor domain needs some help, and I think we may have to kind of rethink about how we handle spells in Daggerheart. Again, I'm saying this with the utmost. Let me be very clear here. I am being a presumptuous YouTuber asshole here, who is shitting on a game that's been under development for multiple years. I'm not shitting on the game. I'm just shitting on this thing. And play tested by a bunch of people and made by some very smart people. People who are way better designers than me. And I'm sure I am wrong. That being said, this is how I feel. Okay, now that I said that. Thoughts on the Seraph? Well, not as cool as the Guardian. And maybe some of the, I'm trying to divorce this from the Splendor domain, right? Because a big part, like I like the Valor domain, and I would be totally cool taking Valor and taking some of the cool Splendor powers that I did like. And you could have a really cool, like defensive, buffing, healing, damage deal. You could have a really cool character. As far as the class itself, I liked it less than the Guardian. I thought the Guardian was oozing with flavor, but I love Prayer Dice. So, and I don't even mind this life support ability. It's very clean cut. I think that the Divine Wielder is a cool take on the smiting paladin. And obviously the Flying Sentinel is really cool just because you get to fly, and we used to RPGs where we're like, you can never fly. And I liked Ethereal Visage, being able to fuck with the GM's fear pool. I like the idea that you are this hope character, this divine messenger for and you can, erode fear. It's not only just that you can inspire hope. It's that, in a sense, actually, it's less about you inspiring hope, and it's more of like you're fueled by hope and you drive back fear, which I like as sort of that carving out of what the paladin does. It's kind of almost like their immunity to fear. I do not like the mastery features. I thought these were really boring and underpowered for the winged sentinel. Which Valor cards would I pick on the Seraph? Let's see real quick. I liked, so Splendor. Well, which Valor cards? Oh, shit. I mean, I like, I Am Your Shield. I like all three of these. I mean, we're using Strength as a Seraph as our spellcasting stat, so I don't mind Bare Bones. I don't mind Forceful Push. I don't mind I Am Your Shield. Yeah, I mean, Body Basher is a fine passive ability. Bold Presence would stack really nastily with a lot of our presence abilities later on, especially Envisioning Presage, because now we're adding our Strength, which is our key stat, to our presence. And then if we succeed with Hope or something, we remove a fear instead. So, yeah. Critical Inspiration. Yeah, that's cool. Lean on Me. Yeah, that's cool. Goad them on. Support Tank. I mean, depending on how many spells you take, because this is costing you hope, and that's a lot of hope for you coming out of the Splendor domain. Armor, sure. Rousing Strike, yeah. Inevitable's okay. Rise Up was okay. This one was pretty good. I don't know how much you need the stress reduction. A lot of these things take hope. I don't think they take stress as much. I don't know how much we need this. Stress felt like more of a Guardian thing. Full Surge is still really cool. Ground and Pound is still awesome, and we're still using Strength. So my Paladin doing this supercharge, driving my sword, my blade into the ground, right? The ground cracks with white light streaking out from me, golden light streaming up from it, and yeah. You do spend some stress, Splendor, so yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I think almost all the Valor abilities are fine. I think almost all of the Blades abilities were fine. I was just underwhelmed with Splendor, and some of them I was underwhelmed with, and I thought they were fine. I just thought they were too high of level. Maybe they were miscosted or something, but they were too high a level. Other ones I just thought I would never take, and they should be a ritual. So that was my problem with the Splendor domain. All right, we're gonna do the Wizard. not like your headgear, wizard. All right. Thank you. Generic. Well, we love the Guardian. I would give Guardian, I don't want to say S tier because that's in our Pathfinder 2, that means it's too good. A. So remember, in Derek Melinda, Knights of Last Call, S tier means it's so good it's problematic. So S tier is actually a bad thing. It's over designed. It's overpowered. So Jess, thanks for stopping by. We'll have to talk later. I would give Guardian A, and I would give the Seraph, I'd give it a B, but I'd probably give it like a low B. But I might be just poo-pooing on it because of Splendor. So if Splendor was better, I would give Seraph a B. But I think it's fine. All right. The Wizard, my favorite class in all of TTRPG history. Here we go. Whether through an institution or individual study, those known as wizards acquire and hone immense magical power over years of learning through a variety of tools, books, stones, potions, and herbs. Cool. Some wizards dedicate their lives to mastering a particular school of magic, while others learn from a wide variety of disciplines. Many wizards become wise and powerful figures in their communities, advising rulers, providing medicines and healing, and even leading war councils. While these mages all work towards the common goal of collecting knowledge, wizards often have the most conflict within their own ranks, as the acquisition, keeping, and sharing of secrets is a topic of intense debate that has resulted in numerous deaths. First things first, we get the Codex domain and Splendor. And Codex domain is like, books and wizard stuff. Splendor is this domain we just read, which has some obvious problems and some obviously mismatches. This is obviously a big change up from what we're used to for the wizard. That being said, I've always said I like white mages. And while I have a problem with the fact that a lot of the Splendor abilities, I don't think I would want to take as a mage because they're like, you smash them in the air. I do think that having the mage have the ability to heal is very awesome. And I'll tell you why. Because number one, I like white mages and red mages and black mages from Final Fantasy, but also Wheel of Time. And I like Wheel of Time, and I like that the channelers there, I like that they can heal. I like wizards healing. I think it's cool. Also, I read Earthsea, and in Earthsea, there is no cleric. There is no divine caster. You just have wizards, and if they can heal, they are healing. So I'm okay with this. Now, they have a better evasion, and they only have 5 hit points instead of 7. So that is a big gap. Obviously, we were talking about some of the more tanky classes. Wizards, not this time. Spend 3 hope to force an adversary to re-roll an attack or a damage roll. I love it. I mean, you can flavor that however you want, but being able to fuck with the GM is so fun. And Steven says, I love saying, nuh-uh. I love it. I love it. I love it. I only have one problem. You know what I'm going to say. Not this time. I spend 3 hope. They re-roll. Hey, I rolled higher. I hate that. It's just a bad feeling. It's very, very, it gets very, very like, okay, well, I'm glad I spent all my hope, and I'm glad that you did better. And yeah, they re-roll. I'm glad you re-rolled in crit. So yeah, I would probably want to, house rule that somehow. I don't know how I would house rule that, but yeah. Somehow. I would probably say like something like, no, I would probably say like, no, because if the first, well, no, because if they hit and they re-roll and they crit and then they take the lower of the rolls, which was a hit, I've still done nothing, and I hate that. I don't know if this would be too powerful, and maybe it would be. But mine might say something like this: not this time. Force an adversary within far range to re-roll an attack or damage roll. If the attack or damage roll, spend 3 hope to choose which roll they use. You know what I mean? Or something like that. Like basically something where it's like, if it does nothing, it shouldn't, I don't know. It shouldn't cost you something. I don't know. Maybe it's too complicated that way, but I just, yeah, I don't know. I don't like the worst case scenario for me is, they roll the same thing, or it doesn't change the effect. And so even though if they're rolling lower, it's like, whatever. All right. Class features, prestidigitation. Great. You can prestidigitate. Cool. Strange patterns. Choose a number between 1 and 12. When you roll that number on a duality die, gain a hope or clear a stress. You could change this number when you take a long rest. That's so cool. I love it. It's like a fun little mini game that you get to play. I love it. I love it. That's cool. I mean, it's weird. It's esoteric. It's strange. I love it. And it's cool. It's powerful. And it makes for a fun little mini game, which I like. Now, what I would like maybe even a little better if there was some way that you could, it would be too powerful. You'd have to figure out a different way to do it. But if there was some way that you could like work off of other players' roles somehow, like, because as a wizard, it'd be cool to like be like having to pay attention to other people's roles because you're like, I'm seeing how it all connects. I don't know. There's something there that I like. There's just, it like tickles a part of my wizard brain. I don't know what it is, but I do like it. It would be, Michael, it would be complete overkill the way I just described it. I'm just saying you'd have to change it. I'm just saying I like the idea of something like that, Like, yeah, I don't know what it would be. Anyways, all right. We could either choose the School of Knowledge or the School of War. So if we choose the School of Knowledge, we are going to be spellcasting with our Knowledge ability, aka trait, and we get Prepared. Take an additional domain card of your level or lower from a domain that you have access to. Cool. So we get more cards, which is cool. That's a cool way to make the wizard feel wizardy. An Adept. When you utilize an experience, you can mark stress instead of spending hope. If you do, double your experience. So remember, experiences are like your backgrounds, and we are on the wizard class, Keith. So experience is like your background. So it's like your knowledge. It's what you know, and you need to spend hope to activate that. They can mark stress, which means that wizards can do this all the time, and they double it. So wizards are really good at drawing upon their experiences, and that's awesome. So I like both of these a lot. I like that you become prepared, accomplished. Again, you get an extra domain card. So wizards are going to have the most card. Now remember, you can still only have 5 active, but that means that wizards will have more in their vault. I'm totally fine with that. That's awesome. That's cool. That's very wizardy. And the fact that we can swap out for stress is awesome. Perfect recall. Once per rest, when you recall a domain card in your vault, you get to reduce its recall cost by 1. Sick. So we're really good at swapping. I'm in. That's awesome. I'm liking everything about this. Mastery features. Take an additional domain card you're brilliant. So while most people are going to have 2 at level 1 plus 1 at each of the following levels, so you're going to have a total of 11 cards. Plus you can pick up from your character sheet additional. You could pick up an additional domain card at tier 2, at tier 3, and tier 4. So the wizard basically gets these 3 for free, and the wizard could pick up these 3 for still by spending their experience. So, or not experience, by spending their level ups. So that means a wizard could have 11 plus 3, 14 plus 3 have 17 if they really focused on this, which is really, really cool. Wizard could have 310 if you waited till 10 to pick this. Yes, they could, Michael. You wouldn't get much time to use it, but it would be really, really sweet. So that's really cool. When you use an experience, roll a d6. On a result of 5 or higher, you can use it for free without spending hope. So 33% of the time, you just get to use your experiences for free. So I like everything in the School of Knowledge. I think it's cool. It feels like a wizard. You feel knowledgeable. You're using your experiences way more than everybody else. Yes, I do appreciate that the Seraph feels very fate-based and the wizard feels very sagely. And Albastine, I completely agree with you. Again, I love the prayer dice. I loved the sacred resonance where it's like you double it. It could be double ones. It could be double tens. You know, the scale there is very different. The Seraph has in other words, the Seraph has a really high ceiling, but potentially has kind of a low floor. It's more volatile. The wizard feels much more like methodical and, you know, like, yep, we're going to double this. Yep, we're going to have more experiences, more cards. Awesome. War, also, the School of War also uses knowledge, okay? But we get the Battle Mage. We get an additional hit point instead of getting an additional card, okay? From 5 to 6. I mean, that's like, what is that, 8? No. 15, 6, like a 18% hit point buff. Face your fear. If you succeed with fear on an attack roll, you deal an additional D10 magic damage. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, Keith, I think I'd rather have the extra card too. Okay. So this is weird. You know, we get this weird thing where we kind of want to roll with fear. We get kind of a cool bonus when we roll with fear. We do more damage. It's kind of cool. If you roll with hope, you get a hope. If you roll with fear, you do extra damage. I mean, you are the battle mage. Conjure shields. Well, does it scale well? I mean, D10 is D10. I mean, assuming you don't take level up bonuses, you only go from 1 damage die to 4 damage die. So I think doing an extra D10 is pretty good. Obviously, it kind of falls off, but that's okay. Look at that. It increases to 2D10. And then it increases to 3D10. So, yes, it scales. And it scales quite powerfully. That's a lot of damage, actually. Like as a wizard, you almost might be hoping you roll with fear. That's a lot of extra damage. Conjure shields. You can maintain a protective barrier of magic when you have at least 2 hope. Yes, love it. This is one of the things that I jotted down when I was talking about things that I would want to do, which is threshold. So the idea of threshold is that you have a resource and if you maintain, so there's the incentive to spend the resource because that's what the resource is there for. But when you have a threshold, you create a tension because you say, if you can keep your resource this high or this low, you get a special bonus. And I think that is really, really, really cool. So adding your proficiency to your evasion is awesome because wizard proficiency will go to 4. They could increase their proficiency twice to 6. And you're a war wizard, so you probably would increase your proficiency to 6 so you could do insane damage. So if you could maintain your hope, you would add 6 to your evasion. And the wizard's base evasion is 11. So that would increase your evasion base to 17. Plus, you could take +1, +1, +1 and get a 20 evasion, which is pretty good. Travis, my guess is no. The wizard is very fiddly, and that's okay because the wizard should be fiddly. Thriving in chaos. When you succeed on an attack, whether you rolled with hope or fear, you can mark a stress after rolling damage to force the target to mark an additional hit point. This is exactly what I wanted Smite to do. I mean, except for that, the mark stress, whatever the Smite was. Smite costed hope or something like that. The War Wizard seems like they are going to be capable of dropping some DPS. That's pretty good. I like both of these, actually, quite a bit. All right. Now, Wizards gets Codex and Splendor. As we've talked about before, Splendor, I think, had some problems that I didn't really love. Mostly related to there not being a ritual system and mostly there being some of the things that are underpowered. All right, so here are our Codex abilities. They're all named books, and they are not spells. They are grimoires. I don't know if that makes a difference. Oh, no. There's grimoires, and there are spells, and there are abilities. Okay. So here we go. If we take the Book of Ava. Oh. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. I love this so much. Wow, I love this. I love everything about this. We don't even have to look at the rest of these. I love this. So they are like packages of spells. Wow, that's so cool. Wow. That is very cool. Book of Ava gives us a power push where we can do some damage and knock them back to far range, just like just a telekinetic slam. Tava's armor. Why isn't it Ava's armor? Anyways, spend a hope to give a target you can touch a +1 to their armor score until the next rest or until you cast Tava's armor again. Ice Spike. I don't really know what the theme here is, but make a spellcasting roll to summon a large ice spike within far range. If you use it as a weapon, make it against the target's difficulty instead. On a success, deal d6 physical damage using your proficiencies. This is such a cool way to give you a lot of different abilities while still using the cards, because you basically get 3 spells in one. Now, each of these spells individually isn't as overwhelmingly powerful as some of the stuff that we've seen, but it's okay because you're getting 3 of these. Like a level 1 wizard could pick up the Book of Ava and the Book of Iliad, and now you've got 6 spells. This is very cool, and it feels very different than Splendor. Someone said they should have done this for Splendor. No, I like that Splendor feels different than Codex. Codex is the book, the knowledge. I'm totally fine with that. My problem with Splendor is just, things. I agree they definitely needed an abbreviation for this. This is a very awkward language. They should have created some sort of, terminology that they could do this here. The books should have a theme here. Yes, exactly, Dr. Metropolis. Book of Iliad. You get to sleep spell. You get an arcane barrage. Spend any number of hope. This is our magic missile. Strike a target of your choice, roll a number of d6s equal to the hope spend, and deal that much magic damage. Okay, so it doesn't really scale that well. I don't know. This could be kind of better. Telepathy. Spend a hope to open a line of mental communication with one target you can see. This lasts until your next rest or until you cast telepathy again. Now, I still have some problems with the ritualism of this, but I'm less bothered by it in this domain because you get all of these different abilities. And so it's okay if one of the 3 is very, specific and not something that you're going to be spamming all the time. But when your one ability that you take is Speak with Dead, it's kind of like, really? That's all I get for forever? Like it's very annoying. Book of Typhar. We get Grasping Hand or Mage Hand. We get Wild Flame, and we get Mysterious Mist. Everyone is obscured. So again, I like that this is just 3 minor magical effects all combined into one. I mean, again, by the time you're level 2, you could have 9 spells, basically. In fact, if you were level 2 and you used as your experience an additional domain card, you could have 12 spells, Why do you need ritual casting when you're not limited to the number of castings? Boyko, you need ritual casting, in my opinion, because you are limited to the total number of spells or abilities that you will ever be able to learn or know. That's why. You only get to know 11. So imagine if you're a cleric in 5th edition and you only ever get 11 spells, ever, over the course of the entire game. And one of them is Speak with Dead. That's why. It's not about the active. It's about the fact that you only have a limited number of spells that you'll ever get in your vault. Book of Vargas. We have Runic Lock. Cool. Arcane Door. Sweet. reveal. Awesome. This one seems a little bit more things. I love all of this. Monocle top hats. Does fiction first mean that you could insta-kill a sleeping human-sized enemy with a coup de grace? Monocle top hats, it would in my game. It would in my game. And in theory, if the game master and the game system of Daggerheart are really, truly fiction first, then it should absolutely do that. I use like 5 cleric spells anyways. All right, fair enough. The Book of Korvax gives us levitation. We get recant to spend a hope to force a target to make a reaction roll. On a failure, they forget the last minute of your conversation. What are the traits like on the monsters? Do we know that? How do the monsters make a check? Like, help me out. So when it says make a DC 15 reaction roll, obviously we're rolling a D20. What am I adding to that? Am I adding their tier? Am I adding nothing? Because monsters don't have traits. I don't remember reaction rolls, so I'm cool for somebody to explain it to me without looking it up in this book. And here we go, reaction rolls. They do not generate hope. They do not generate fear. They do not generate additional GM moves. No one can help you. Okay, well, this is how the players work. Okay. Adversaries work differently. Nice. Some PC moves can force an adversary or other NPC to make a reaction roll. When this occurs, roll a d20. If you meet or exceed the roll's difficulty, they succeed. If they roll below, they fail. They do not have traits like PCs do. You can only spend fear to add a relevant experience as a bonus. Cool. Simple. Easy. All right. Well, in that case, reaction roll 15 is very nice. Yeah, they can definitely use their, they have an attack bonus, but they don't necessarily have a trait bonus. The Book of Norai. All right. Now we get Fireball and Mystic Tether. So now now we only get 2 spells because they're a little bit, better. I like that it's a flat D20 as well, Abistine. Let's see what Fireball does. Okay, make a spellcasting roll against a single target within very far range. So, nice big range. On a success, hurl a sphere of fire towards them that explodes on impact. That target and all creatures within, basically a burst of them, must make a reaction roll DC 13. Targets who fail take D20 plus 5 magic damage using your proficiency. Oh, shit. Now that, my friends... that means we're going to be rolling 5 D20, 6 D20. That's big damage. Now, I mean, you can get away with it, right? Because the most anybody could take is 3. But that's fun. I mean, that might be the coolest fireball to cast. Now, I mean, again, this is the tension that we're getting. See, if a normal creature, I don't know how many. Take a look here at the core rule book here. Let's see. Let's take a look at a tier. Oh, this is tier 2 environment. Tier. Adversaries. So we get Fireball at level, it's a level 3. So, we're tier 2. I don't know why that likes to close that. So here we go. Here's a Assassin Poisoner. Now, they have 4 hit points. So, we will never be able to kill them with a fireball. But that's okay. I'm actually okay with that, believe it or not. We'll be able to kill minions, which is great. On the other hand, assuming our proficiency is 2 or 3, we're going to be rolling 3d20 plus 5 damage. So the average of that's going to be 36. And their high threshold is 16. So, like, we are almost assuredly doing 3 damage, which is pretty awesome. In fact, even if they make the reaction roll and we did 36 damage and they take half, which is 18, this motherfucker's still taking 3 damage. Yes, I know there's the alternate rule for massive damage, but I actually don't like that and I wouldn't use that. All right, so Book of Exodia. Repudiate. We can cancel. Oh, it's dispel magic, basically. It's only once per rest. I like that they're like, no, we cannot let you just counter spell everything. Create construct. Spend a hope to create a bunch of objects around you. Make a spell crafting check. They share your evasion. They deal some damage, and you can fall apart. Cool. Book of Grin. Time lock. Arcane deflection. Spend a hope to negate the damage of an attack. Straight up. Time lock. The object stops in space and time until we take a rest. Wall of Flame. Create a wall of flame. All creatures that walk through it take a bunch of magic damage. Manifest Wall. Okay, so these have all been books. Now this is just straight up a spell that you would take. Spend a hope to create a temporary magic wall between 2 points. It can be 50 feet high and form at any angle. Creatures shut up. It stays up until you rest or until you cast Manifest Wall again. I mean, they may as well just say you must take this book. Manifest Wall is like on the borderline of being a ritual. It has enough versatility, both in combat and out of combat. I don't mind it being its own spell. When you choose a Codex, Keith, that is one of your cards. You know, that's one of the things that you get for leveling up. So when you pick it, you get all 3 of these powers, if you will, these spells from that grimoire. Teleport. Once per long rest, you can instantly teleport yourself, make a check, blah, blah, blah. Teleport is one of those things that I think should be a ritual. Banish should probably be a ritual. I guess I'm going to feel like a lot of spells should probably be rituals. I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know if it needs to be fixed. I mean, again, I'm just, maybe Banish is okay. But even teleport, like, I mean, I guess enough people use teleport, but I would still be more comfortable with it being a some sort of ritual. Sigil of Retribution. Oh, are you limited to how many codex you can have at a time? I don't think so. I would hope not. It has a recall cost of 0, so it's free to grab if you need it. Now, listen, here's the thing. I want to stress this. They are doing the right things from a game design perspective. Banish has a recall cost of 0, which means because if you had Banish as one of your 5 actives, right? You would feel really shitty because it may not ever come up. You may not need it, right? Basically, it does maze them, and when you roll with fear, the difficulty gains a -1 penalty, and the target makes another reaction roll. On a success, they return from banishment. So basically, you banish them, and then eventually they'll come back. Okay, but here's the thing. So you can bring it in real quick and then use it. And you don't get penalized for that. And that's great. That's awesome. What I'm saying is more of like, you still only get 11 spells or abilities or codexes or whatever codices in the entire game. And are you going to make one of your 11, just teleport? Now, if that like fundamentally changes the game, but if a lot of times a spell like teleport is sort of like one of those like, well, there was no other way to get there without teleport. So it's like, if you didn't have it, we weren't going to be able to do it, or the GM was going to have to provide us with a way to get there anyways, or we just overland travel and it doesn't actually make a difference. I don't know what like this, how this fits into the realm of it. And so again, it almost feels like a tax on the Codex wizard to have to take this if you need teleport, but you're not really going to use it. And you know what I mean? Like, and so I just don't, and it's going to take up one of your 11. And I don't know, maybe that's not a problem, but I kind of feel like it is. Sigil of Retribution. Mark an adversary within close range with a Sigil of Retribution. The GM gains a fear. When the mark, yeah, it's an opportunity cost, right? You know, but also too, like you only get 11 of these things, and in an ideal world, you know, I think that they should all be more useful than not and come up all the time, as opposed to being kind of more of a, you know, kind of narrative thing. And like, I get that this is also potentially like a get out of jail free card or stuff, you know, like you can use it to evac basically, because it's AoE, you know, which is cool. Again, the Codex is much better than the ones that we saw in Splendor. Like, I'm much more okay with teleport and banish potentially, and not necessarily having them be a ritual. Mark an adversary within close range with a Sigil of Retribution. The GM gains a fear. When the marked adversary deals damage to you or your allies, place a D8 on this card. You can hold a number of D8s equal to your level. When you successfully attack the marked adversary, roll all the dice on this card and add the total to your damage roll, then clear the dice. This ends and when your adversary dies or you cast the Sigil of Retribution again. Very cool. It's kind of weird. It just kind of feels like it came out of nowhere, but it's also weird that it's a Codex spell, right? It's not a grimoire. Book of Hamet. We get our pass through, aka, you know, pass wall spell, and our planar gate spell. And again, I stress there's an opportunity cost here, but like once you pay it, you have it, and now you're going to use it all the time because you have it, right? And that's what I guess I just don't like that. It would be far more interesting to me. Like how often are you opening planar gates? Is all I'm saying. You know, how often do you need to open planar gates? And if for some odd reason, you know, the GM story, whatever, you know, the plot needed you to go to another dimension, and let's say you're like, yeah, fuck the Book of Hamet, I didn't take it. And then what's going to happen? And the GM go, well, I guess the campaign's over. No, like it'll be like, their legends say that there's an archway in the nearby woods that can be activated to travel to the plane of underworld or whatever, you know, like. I just don't like this stuff. Like, I love plane shift as a wizard spell and a cleric spell. In D&D, where you'd be like, yes, I will take that spell today and we will plane shift, and now I don't have then the next day and for all days after that I won't take the spell. Yeah. So anyways. Well, that's the problem, Michael. The question for me is if what the players want to do with this and find a way to GM to make it frequently useful for them. When someone takes this, now suddenly they're going to be like, well, shit, I only got 11 abilities in this entire game. I'm going to use this fucking thing all the time because all the rest of you get to use all your cool blade abilities. I got pass through and plane gate. Let's go. I'm going to use this on every opportunity I can. Let's try to exploit this because I've got it. No. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's, well, the problem is, too, it's even set up so that you can't abuse it and spam it because you can only use it once per rest or once per long rest. So, yeah. But there's like it's a quantum issue. Yes, it's a quantum need, and that's what I don't like about it. Because if the players take plane gate, and now I'm like, oh, I got to make the campaign very plane heavy so that the person feels good about taking plane gate. But if my person didn't take plane gate, then I'm being kind of an asshole if suddenly my entire campaign features around planar travel that the players don't have access to it. So it's kind of like by taking it, you're kind of fucking yourself because now you need it. But if you didn't take it, I wouldn't make you need it. And now it didn't matter that you didn't take it. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. And you might say, well, we don't do it that way. Cool. You're awesome. But that's the way most people are going to do it. when you level up, you can swap out one of your cards. But in my experience is like none of the other people are having this problem, you know? Like the other domains aren't having this problem. I'm not complaining about its level. It could be level 10 and I would still be complaining about it. It's not the level of the power. That's not what I'm complaining about at all. I'm totally fine with people opening planar gates and casting pass wall. I'm totally fine with that. I'm just saying it's a very high price when you only get 11 choices in the entire game to make roughly 10% of all of your abilities just be once a day I can cast pass wall. Let me put it another way. You get a lot more than 11 spells as a sorcerer. Okay? You get a lot more than 11. So this isn't even really a fair question. In Pathfinder 2, you get what? 40? I think. Now, a sorcerer, now I know some of you are 5e players, but I don't know how sorcerers work in 5e, to be honest with you. But in Pathfinder 2, right, sorcerers, they choose their spells, they're locked in. They don't get to change them. Once they have that listed, it's in. It's locked in. How often have you seen a sorcerer with plane shift and pass wall as two of their spells? My guess is like never. Or I don't know, maybe you play some really weird people. But my players aren't power gaming, car op, mother game fucks. You know, they're good different piece players, you know? They wouldn't choose it. So all right. Any case, plane shift is what scrolls are for. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Mateo says, I literally gave the sorcerer plane shift spell as a boon, so he didn't have to pick the spell in my 5e game. Yeah. Book of Viola, Memory Delve. Make a spellcasting roll, delve into their mind, and ask the GM a question. They will describe any memories pertaining to that question. Cool, but I don't know if that feels level 8. I mean, we're at tier 4 here, but maybe telepathic mind reading is a level higher. I don't know. I'm used to D&D where like telepathy is not low level, but it's more mid-level. Shared clarity. Once per long rest, spend a hope to choose 2 willing creatures. When one of them marks a stress, they can choose who marks it. That's cool. Did I skip a card? I don't think so. Oh, we did skip Codex Touch. Sorry. So this is our specialty ability. If we have all Codex, basically all but one Codex Touch ability, we can mark a stress to add our proficiency to a spellcasting roll. Very cool. Once per rest, replace this card with any card from your vault without paying its recall cost. Very cool. I like the Blade one. I liked the Valor one. I didn't like the Splendor one. I do like the Codex Touch one. This is cool. This feels very Codex-y. I'm awesome. If you want to spend stress to have a really high spellcasting roll, awesome. And then also just sort of that really flexing on like the Codex versatility. Very cool. So I like that. Safe Haven. Well, this is Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion. When you have a few minutes of calm to focus, you can spend 2 hope to summon your safe haven, a large interdimensional home where you and your allies can take shelter. When you do, a magical door appears somewhere within close range. Only creatures of choice enter. It's invisible, blah, 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 blah. When you take a rest within your own safe haven, you can choose an additional downtime move. This literally should be, I mean, for those of you, this should be a ritual. That's all I'm saying. Like it just doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't want my players, let me put it another way, and maybe this is crazy. I don't want my players between having to choose between the fun, flavorful spell and the cool, effective spell. You know? Does that make sense? Now, I do like that you get the extra downtime move. That's very cool. I like everything about this. I love Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion. Trust me. I've Mordenkainen's, right? I've Leomund's Tiny Hutted. I've done it. But to make someone be like, this is one of your 10, I just don't like that. You know? All right, Book of Ronin or Ronin. Transform an inanimate object On a success, transform into an inanimate object no larger than twice your normal size. You can remain in this shape until you take damage. This is super flexible. You could use this in a million different ways. I'm totally fine with this being a spell. Plus we get 2 anyways. Eternal Enervation. Once per long rest, make a spellcasting roll. On a success, they become permanently vulnerable. They cannot clear this condition by any means. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Also, by the way, you remain in this shape until you take damage, as in forever. So, but you are an inanimate object. So, let's give it some, credit. Both of these are very cool. I don't know how you would use this, but I feel like you could use this one a lot. And obviously this one, I mean, the fact that it's permanent is mostly, kind of irrelevant, but it is cool. And I'm glad that they included it. And being permanent is pretty sweet. Well, tier level 8 is when we get to tier 4, buddy. Disintegration Wave, level 9. Make a spellcasting roll, DC 18. Once per long rest, when you succeed, the GM will tell you how many people have a difficulty rating of 18 or lower. Mark a stress for each one you wish to hit with the spell. They're killed, and they can't come back to life. I don't have this on my soundboard, so I'm going to go look at this. I'm just going to go look this up. I'm going to play this.
Oh my God.
That is awesome. I do need to get that on my soundboard. They killed him. They killed him. As God is my witness, he is broken in half. Legendary Jim Ross. This is cool. I mean, this is powerful. I mean, this is, everything about this is very fun. Like the GM will tell you, that's true. Now that is true. So let's hop over to the Critical Role book here. Now remember, one of the things that we actually get a cool advantage of this is a secret advantage. Let's assume you guys are tier 4 and I throw an Assassin Poisoner at you. Maybe I throw a bunch of Assassin Poisoners at you. This guy's thresholds are 8-16. So by this time, you guys are going to be really fine. You're going to be doing 3 damage to this guy every time you hit him. But his damage of 2d8 plus 1 physical, guess what? That's going to do 1 damage. Now, I'm not trying to say his difficulty rating is 14. Now, I don't know what, how that breaks down exactly across the adversaries. But what I'm just saying is, like, even a tier 3 difficulty here, so here comes a Demon of Avarice. I think you could be reasonably expected to fight this while you're still 9th level, and it's difficulty 17, so you're going to eat it. And here's the thing, 3d6 plus 5 magical, so like the average of that is like 16 damage. I don't know exactly where that strikes out, but my guess is for like a tanky character, it's probably going to be taking 1, but maybe a other character might be taking 1 or 2. These characters remain, good. Now let's go to tier 4 just to see where we're at, because this is like the monsters we quote unquote should be fighting. Okay, difficulty 21, got it. Okay, the Arch Necromancer can't be disintegration waved, but the Fallen Shock Troop can. It's a minion, so it would die anyways. This tier 4 solo can get killed by your disintegration wave. So not everything. Yeah, I mean, the Hallowed Soldier. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the very, very most top tier stuff is not going to get affected by this, but a lot of stuff will, and I think that's pretty cool. And I think you could really get away with using tier 3 enemies even when you're tier 4. Right. And this isn't like D&D where it's like, well, they're going to, they're just never going to hit you. Well, like, I mean, your evasion doesn't get that high, and they're probably going to hit you, and, So, is there a counterspell? Yes. But they really limited it because they didn't want all the 5e counterspell nonsense. Repudiate. You can interrupt a magical effect taking place. Make a reaction roll using your spellcasting trait. Once per rest on a success, the effect stops and any consequences are avoided. So you can use it as a reaction. You can interrupt it. It could be ongoing. So it's kind of a dispel magic and counterspell in one go. So, and Michael reminding us that there is a way to lower an adversary's difficulty. So potentially you could even set up the Wombo combo. All right, level 10. We've got a grimoire and a spell. Book of Yarrow. Time Jammer. Make a DC 18 spellcasting roll. On a success, time temporarily slows to a halt for everyone within far range, basically the whole battlefield, except for you. It resumes the next time you make an action roll that targets another creature. So, time stop. Magic immunity. Spend 5 hope to become immune to magical damage until your next rest. No questions asked. Now, you're going to have to build up the hope for that, but that is, basically anti-magic aura. And, yeah. Transcendent Union. That is true. Wait, Raw, you could just stop time permanently. Yes. If you cast this, it wouldn't resume until you made an action roll that targets another creature. Now, of course, obviously, we're playing a fiction first game, right? So we're not playing a mechanics first game. Because you could see, like, well, wait a second, if I stop time for everybody within far range, and then I don't target them, but a bunch of my allies enter the area, they're not time stopped because they, People are telling me from people who've played the game that it's quicker. It's quicker than you think. Also, yes, we are forgetting monocle top hats. That is true. That potentially the GM could spend fear to try to remove that stuff. Anything that's temporary. So maybe they could spend fear to break free of the time stop. Yeah. But I agree. It would be cool to find like an area of like frozen time. It's almost like a dead magic zone or a wild magic zone from, or like, what's that movie or show that had like the time bubbles? And they entered them and it was like time moved at a different speed within the time bubble. Maybe the Mournlands are like that. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Right, exactly. See, this is us being I'm not targeting the creatures, the allies are. No, I don't remember what it was. Transcendent Union, level 10 Codex. Once per long rest, spend 5 hope to cast the spell on 2 or more willing creatures. Until the next rest, when a creature connected by this union would mark stress or hit points, the connected creatures could choose who marks it. That's sweet. That is like the thing at the end of the Eternals movie, which was not a great movie, but it was cool. The Unimatrix, right? So basically, you and your whole party just become one hit point box and one stress box. That's awesome. I think it is what I'm talking about. Is that the one with they go to the Romulan ship and it's like exploding? Is that the one I'm thinking about? But yeah, you could split damage across the whole party. You could just think, it doesn't say that there is a creature limit. 2 or more willing creatures. So there you go. Now, of course, remember, this is a fiction first game. So I don't have to worry about that because yeah, exactly. If somebody goes, hey, we're going to do 50 hirelings, or hey, I'm going to choose the entire city, I'll say, no, it doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. Like, I'm fine with you, obviously using it amongst a bunch of people, but no. But that would also be, this would actually be a cooler Splendor card. I agree. That being said, rules as written, yes, you could do this with, I don't know, doesn't really have a range, so. I mean, technically, rules as written. I mean, this is where you have to put away your Pathfinder 2 fuck hats and expect, because for example, this doesn't have a range and it says they're willing. So presumably they don't even have to be there, right? To be willing. So you're like, hey, I'm sure all of our allies 1,000 feet, 1,000 miles away are willing to help us, right? We're going in against the battle against the great demon lord. So I'm going to cast a spell on the 750,000 people that are not here. They're willing. Yeah, I mean, but a lot of this stuff requires some buy-in. I mean, this is what it means to be fiction first. It means you get to have this is your choice is either this or Pathfinder 2. And in Transcendent Union and Pathfinder 2 would be, it would be an entire page of text and it would have multiple traits and it would talk about why it doesn't work in this way and doesn't work in this way. And it would have this cap limit and it would do this and it would do this and it would have all these limitations and the damage and the spell couldn't be reversed and damage that is shared this way cannot be reduced. And if you have temporary hit points, it doesn't count against a temporary hit point. Like it would have all this exceptions text just so that rules lowering fucks don't go, well, I got to cast it on every single person to person. No. Like, you get one or the other, you don't get both. All right. For the most part, so Wizard, A tier. I love the class. I think the class is amazing. I love the flavor of it. The War Wizard seems like a fucking damage machine, which is cool. I like that the Wizard gets the sort of Splendor and the Codex. No sense, I like the Codex a lot more. Now, I love the Knowledge Wizard. Like, it's very cool, and I love it. I love that they get to utilize different parts of the character sheet that other people don't as much. Like, they lean into the experience system, which makes sense because they have all these cool experiences, and they're bringing them up because they're knowledgeable wizards. That's so cool. I like that the War Wizard kind of, it's almost like, who's the man without fear? Like Daredevil, like it's almost like they want to be on that edge, right? Of violence. So very powerful as a subclass, right? Or as a class. So I like Wizard a lot. I like Guardian a lot. Seraph, I give a B. Now, in terms of the domains that we looked at, okay, in terms of the domains, I think that, where's the domains? Here we go. I think the Blades was cool. And I think I give it a solid A tier. There was some really cool stuff in there, and it was really fun, and I really liked it. So Blade was very cool. Valor was also really cool, and I give it an A tier. Splendor, I give like a C tier. It had some problems. And again, they're fine probably for most people. This is probably just a problem for me because of the way that I approach the game and the way that I look at the ritual system and all this other stuff. And if you didn't know what a ritual system was, it probably wouldn't even bother you. But I do give Splendor a C tier. So I give Valor A, I give Blade A, I give Splendor C. Codex is awesome. Obviously, there's a couple in there that I think are a little bit wonky because of the aforementioned ritual system, but theirs were so much more. I mean, contrast a spell like you can speak with dead versus a spell like you could transform yourself into any inanimate object. You see the difference? You see why one should be a ritual and one is fine being a spell? And then you're like, yep, I took this one thing that I could just use for an unbelievable amount of cool effects. I could hide as a dagger hilt. I could turn into a bridge. I mean, like there's so many different options there that I couldn't think. Now, we did see that the Codex had some potentially very powerful spells. So, if people want to be car oppy and power gaming fucks, yes, maybe they are, a little bit broken. So I hesitate to call it S tier, but Codex is really sweet and it felt so cool and it felt like a wizard. I love the theme of the books having I would have liked it to be a little bit more themed, but maybe that's a good thing that they're not themed because you want to be able to get a couple different abilities for your one ability. Mateo, I love it. That's totally awesome. but then it would have been a little, maybe too much like the Codex, and they wanted the Codex to feel unique. I don't know. I don't know what the rule is, I don't know why. My guess is because they wanted Codex to feel special. So, and again, William, generally speaking, Jim Scott, I do agree with you to a certain extent, but I do agree with William because I think that like the transformation ability, I think that's totally acceptable as a spell. The wall, summon wall, you could use that in combat, out of combat. You could use that in a bunch of different things. It's not necessarily about whether you would use it in combat or not. It's how flexible it is. How often are you going to use this? And how much does it basically rely on the GM is making this thing useful? And if my campaign doesn't focus on this, then it doesn't really do anything, So overall, I'm going to say Blade A, Valor A, Codex A, Splendor C. From the classes, I'm going to say Guardian A. And remember, in my world, S tier is broken. So I'll restate that. Blade A, Valor A, Splendor C, Codex A, but if played by some of the people in chat, probably S tier. For the classes, I'm going to say that I thought the Guardian was A tier. I thought that the Seraph was B tier. And I think the Wizard is A tier. And I think the Wizard and the Guardian are awesome. So, and I don't think the Seraph is bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it did not get me excited the way that Wizard and Guardian did. Yes, S tier means it's so good, it's bad for the game. I agree. Well, our 5-hour stream. Well, we don't know, Keith. We're going to have to do it next time. Now, here's the thing. So we'll do another. We're going to do both streams because there's 9 classes. So the next classes that we're going to cover are either going to be, we're going to keep going around the circle, the or clockwise, Bard, Rogue, Sorcerer, or we're going to back up and go backwards and do Warrior, Ranger, Druid. So I have a stream. I'm playing Torchbearer with my patrons on Saturday. So this will be a Sunday stream. So which one? Now, normally I would put this to my patrons, but you guys are champs. You guys hung out tonight. Which set next? Are we going to do the Bard, Rogue, Sorcerer, or are we going to do the Druid, Ranger, Warrior? Boop. Get your votes in, people. 1 in chat to vote for the Bard, Rogue, Sorcerer. 2 in chat to vote for the Druid, Ranger, Warrior. And that's the one we'll do Sunday night. So Night's Last Call usually goes live Sundays or Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. But I also do occasionally do a Sunday night stream. And since my job was so nice to lay me off and not need my services anymore, I also occasionally will be doing additional streams throughout the week as well. So make sure you're subscribed because apparently, and notified, and click the bell to be always notified because apparently, some people don't get the notification. YouTube, if you don't click on the always notify, it will only notify you if it thinks you would want to be notified, which kind of defeats the purpose for clicking the bell in the first place. So, yeah. Anyways, GM Scott says only 7.7K viewers for Critical Role. Now, I'm not a Critical Role aficionado, so can somebody put that into Critical Role context for me? Because if I had 7.7K viewers, it would be the most amazing day of my whole life. But you know what I will say, though? Props to us here. When Critical Role started streaming at 10 p.m., we dropped down to 120. And we are currently up to 140. So we have gained viewers. Cal, they are currently doing apparently a session 0 for their Daggerheart mini campaign. So they're just doing character creation, session 0. All right, looks like Druid and Ranger and Warrior are going to win. Okay. Cal, we've discussed this at length. We've discussed this on Tuesday. We discussed this on Wednesday on Roll for Combat. We discussed that tonight, which is if they don't use this for campaign 4, you know, what are we even doing here? Like they created their own game and they're not going to play it. So I mean, it's kind of like a what are they going to do here? Like, are they actually going to move away for D&D? So it'll be really interesting. Keep in mind that looks like we're going to be doing the Druid, the Ranger, and the Warrior. So keep in mind when we start off with the Ranger, we'll have already done the Blade, but we'll be picking up Bone as well. So we got Blade and Bone for the Warrior. We've got Bone and Sage for the Ranger. We have Sage and I don't remember what this one is between Sorcerer. Light or something? I don't remember what it is. Arcana. Got it. So Sage and Arcana, and then Arcana and Midnight and Grace and Codex. By the way, I love Grace and Codex for the Bard. That's awesome. That just sounds cool. Bard, I'm sure. I'm personally excited to see the Bard. So we'll see what it does. But oh, this illustration is so sweet. It's kind of sad that it's kind of already out of date because, you know, they created a new class and they created a new domain. Now we just need like a sphere grid, right? Like a 3-dimensional thing. All right. Well, we're going to do Druid. We're going to do Ranger. We're going to do Warrior. That's like the ultimate test for a game, isn't it? Like, you know, does the Ranger work? So overall, I'm going to do another poll here, actually. Because I like talking to you and I like getting your thoughts. So now that we've seen classes and domains, your thoughts on Daggerheart. Or I should say, how has your opinion of Daggerheart changed? A lot better. All right. So now that we've seen the classes and domains, not all of them, but some of them, how has your opinion on Daggerheart changed? This is especially for people who maybe haven't been following along with the game or anything like that. But you know, generally speaking, maybe you played early in the beta and stuff like that. Now, so this is very interesting. At least it hasn't gotten way worse. Travis says it's too fiddly for narrative-based. Maybe. And yet, Travis, people do hate narrative-based games. That's fair, GM Scott. So you would say neutral, GM Scott, right? Your opinion has not changed. I just know, and again, I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that I've played a lot more PBTA than a lot of people here. I'm sure there's people here who played a lot more than me, but I will say that PBTA, a lot of people are fine playing PBTA for, 2 sessions or 3 sessions or, maybe even like a 10-session game, which is, to be clear, what it's kind of really designed better to do. But it's very hard to get people to buy into a full PBTA game because people want, they want the crunchy abilities and they want the combat type abilities and they want that kind of stuff, And so as much as I love PBTA games and Blades Arc games, I don't think that they do lose people's interest because of the nature of the game. Right. But for you to say that you gave it a 4, it means that seeing what we saw tonight makes you less interested in the game. So that means you didn't like what you were seeing. You thought it was uninteresting or wouldn't create play patterns that you liked. Okay. That's good. That's totally fair. Right. Like, for example, where are the D1000 disease charts, Ilya? How can we even have a game if we don't have copious tracking of disease? Right. To be clear, Vin didn't like it in the first place, but after seeing all this, he likes it less. So it's interesting. I mean, you know, we obviously have all right. I'm asking the important questions. Right. Where are the water pressure rules? Okay. Dr. Metropolis says, I saw no feet chains. 2 out of 10 would not play. Cal says the low number of abilities kind of kills it for me, to be honest. Now, that's interesting that you say this, Cal, because would you also say that you wouldn't play, say, 3rd edition D&D or 5th edition D&D or any version of D&D except for 4th edition? And I know, you know, how you feel about certain elements of that, but I'm just curious because getting all these abilities is like probably in like the top 10 or 15% of role-playing games in terms of the number of abilities that you get. Yes, Tome of Battle does get a lot of abilities. Cal says, I don't like 5th or 3rd or 4th, and Pathfinder 2 has become a bit of a chore for me too. And to be clear, that's why I said Tome of Battle is really just it was a preview of 4th edition, to be clear. 4E is just a bad Tome of Battle. 4E came second. How can it be any better? Right. Most PBTA games have, you probably, I mean, 8 to 10 is a lot, actually. It's just interesting how, you know, I mean, different people like different things, for sure. Now, to be clear, let me be very clear about something here. This is not like a game that would replace PBTA for me, because part of the reason I like PBTA is because I like that it doesn't have any of this crunchy, fiddly stuff. I like that it's just very loosey-goosey, and I can just kind of make stuff up and go with the fiction. But what I'm saying is that when you play these games over a long enough period of time, there's always, if you like any amount of crunchy combat, you're always like, man, I wish I had like a cool power to just do damage. You know, I wish I had like a fun thing to heal somebody. And a lot of that stuff is missing in PBTA. So it's cool that, you know, it's cool that it's here. Now I am curious, as an aside, this is specifically to Vin and Elia. What are your thoughts on Fabula Ultima? Okay, so it's not an F. It's a D, but it's not an F. So that's something. Oh man, you guys completely. Oh, it's a C. Okay, all right, C's better than I thought. But to be clear, PBTA is an F. Is that right? Yeah, you guys really, I'm glad. I mean, I'm not too mad because you guys really showed up tonight and you guys really supported with some great super chats and some great tips. But I'm very upset because I was going to go to Raising Cane's and eat food, but they close at midnight and we went so much later than I thought. I was like, oh, we'll finish by 11. Like when we decided to extend it, and it is now past midnight. Man, I was going to get a 4-finger combo. You guys cost me my 4-finger combo, hold the slaw, extra toast. Wow. Yes, Steven knows the way. Keith, I could make a quesadilla. I do have some tortillas. Critical Roles on end credits. Well, then we might as well fucking just hang out then, right? I mean, at this point, you guys cost me Raising Cane's. I literally don't care what happens now. At this point, I'm almost like, fuck you guys. So Dr. Metropolis says Fabula Ultima is S tier. So good, you can only make it worse by house ruling it for me. Well, that's interesting that you say that, Dr. Metropolis, because do you use the unofficial, official house rules that the author of the game said that he would use if he were making the game now? I'm curious. All right, FU at B tier, Daggerheart at C, PBTA at -infinity. Right, I am streaming out of spite at this point. Yeah. See, if I can't leave, you can't leave. You guys got it messed up. Okay. Okay, I'm not locked in here with you. Or I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Blah, 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 by the way. Support us on Twitch, twitch.tv/nightsoflastcall. If you have a Amazon Prime subscription, you have a free Amazon Prime sub that you can give to us or somebody else every month. It doesn't cost you anything. It gives us a couple bucks. Give somebody a couple bucks. You're paying for it anyways. You might as well use it. You get one a month. Give it to me. Give it to somebody. Give it to some random person. Give it to some thought in a hot tub. I don't care. Just use it. Take that money. It's yours. I could be in a hot tub. Additionally, secondarily, I love having you all here. I love these conversations. And if you're into these conversations and you've spent more than 10 hours this week watching me stream, probably a good chance that you would like being part of our Patreon and you would love it in our Discord. So you can always check us out there too. Patreon.com/nightsoflastcall. We have a variety of features and levels. Our higher tier give you our premium tickets so that you can potentially get in games with me or Bob, merch and all the other cool items. We also have our mega campaign of Pathfinder 2 Northern Reaches. We also have extended videos, bonus content, bonus campaigns that aren't shown on YouTube. And just the Discord itself is a great resource that we put a lot of time and money into to make it an ideal place for people to play community games of all sorts. In fact, the one thing that you'll probably have a hard time finding on Knights of Last Call is a 5e game. Not because if someone wanted to run a 5e campaign, they could. It's just that's just not the kind of group that we kind of collect. We have a 5e channel, like people could welcome to it, but let's see here. I mean, William, you can always check the VOD. You can check us on the VOD too. Give me your tiers, Derek. 4E, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Daggerheart, Dungeon World, Fabula. Well, that is a little tough because I haven't played Daggerheart yet, so it's like tough for me to rank it. Okay. Are we using, like a game system can't be now that like a game system can't be so good it's broken, right? So in this tier, S tier is just so good and like no room for improvement, right? Right. So no S tier. Got it. So A, B, C, D, F. I love 4th edition, but it has problems. I give it a B. I love Pathfinder 2nd edition, but it has problems. I give it a C. It's also a little bit overly restrictive. Daggerheart, I retain some amount of judgment, but knowing what I know about games, it'll probably end up a B. Dungeon World, I love, but it has some serious problems. Actually, it has some serious problems. I give it a C. Yes, I give it a C. Even though I love it, it has some serious problems. Fabula Ultima, you would think I would give an A, and I should, but there's some elements of the way that it's constructed, and I just don't like that. Like you have to roll, like the GM has to roll dice, and I wish the GM so badly didn't have to roll dice. High B. So I mean, like I could maybe. There's a world where Fabula Ultima is probably an A-, but I'll just say high B. Sergio says B, harsh. Well, I mean, listen, that's why I'm very critical of all these games. Where is Torchbearer? Torchbearer is good. It's very interesting, and it's very specific and focused on what it does. And I like the gameplay pattern that it creates, but it does have certain wonkiness with some of the elements of RPGs that I do enjoy. And I give it like a B-. So Torchbearer, better than Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but not as good, and better than Dungeon World, which again I think it does have some systemic flaws, but not as good as, probably not as good as 4E, but very good, still a B. Monocle says PBTA principles with mechanical crunch to hang your hat on is my dream scenario. To be honest, I like narrative elements, but fun combat is like the action scenes that keep a movie going between emotional beats. Yes, I agree. And that's what I'm hoping that this game is. Is Legend of the Five Rings an A? No, that game is undercooked. If the game was properly created and hadn't been shit on by Fantasy Flight Games and passed off to Edge, who did a shit job with the last 3 Splat books or last 2 Splat books, And if they had again, it was left, it wasn't in the oven long enough. It's underdeveloped. It's poorly edited. And that does affect the enjoyability of the game. I like it a lot, but it's overly clunky in some parts. Although the core idea is really, really amazing and probably would be, and should be an A. They didn't do it a good enough job figuring it all out. And it's a little left undercooked. So, B or a B minus if I'm particularly irritated after something that's stupid. I'm not like the hugest Dragonbane fan. I think it's okay. Do I like Dragonbane better than Pathfinder 2? No. So C. Dragonbane's cool. C. Versus D gets a D for me. Not because it's a bad game. I mean, these are my personal opinions, right? Like, I'm not judging the design here. But Versus D is super thick and heavy, and it's got this, it's a weird narrative sim game, which is not necessarily a game type that I personally really am interested in. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the game system itself, other than its extreme length, but it's not necessarily for me. I haven't done much with Stone Top. I backed it like 27 years ago, so. Oh my God, go to sleep. I told you I slept by the way, you never messaged me back. I said, yes, I was up and about, and you never said what you wanted. I slept for like 12 hours last night, so I'm definitely awake. Do I have any A's? Well, like Jake, my only A tier, it's possible my only A. Actually, I have several A tier games, but one of them is Blades in the Dark. Do I have a favorite? Yes. World of Dungeons by John Harper, which is literally 2-page dungeon world. That is my favorite. Yeah, Torchbearer has certain inaccessibility issues, but it's really good once you get into it. And you have to buy into the premise pretty hardcore. For me, that'd be 4E D tier, PF2 D tier, Daggerheart C tier, Dungeon World F tier, Fabulous Ultimate B tier. All right, there we go. Yeah, of course I'm insane. Yeah, once you've done one, why not do two? Once you do two, why not do three? Because we'll do one on Sunday. What, are we not going to stream for 6 hours on Sunday? Come on. That may sound crazy, but realize this. You're going to work for 40 hours each week. I'm not doing that anymore. So if anything, I'm actually lazier than all of you. 4E had basically 8 abilities, 2, 3. Oh, no. 4E at the end of the game had 3 at-wills, 4 encounters, 4 dailies, 7 utilities, your racial, any additional encounter abilities you got from your Paragon Path and your Epic Destiny, which could be another 2 to 3, plus all of your magical item, encounter, and daily powers. So it was a lot. It was like 30 or 40 or 50, potentially. Hackmaster, which version? Shadow Dark. I like Shadow Dark. I like what it's doing. It's simple. It's basic. It's fun. I like the random level up. I don't like the funnel. Shadow Dark gets a B. Forbidden Lands, I love it so much. I just have some of the editing is bad. Some of the organization is bad. The organization is very bad. We got very frustrated with the organization when we were playing it. And I don't love, I just have some problems with the willpower mechanic. So unfortunately, I've got to give Forbidden Lands like a C+. I like it a lot, but C+. Torchbearer, as I said, it's probably like a C+. So World of Dungeons, great, good. It's one of my favorite games. You're double multitasking. It's very good. Munchkin, the card game, terrible. I mean, I own like the first 9 expansions to it, but it's terrible. Shadowrun, I absolutely hate. I don't like Cyberpunk. I never had. Yes, it is optional, but again, AD&D 2nd edition. I mean, it's what I run. It's what I grew up on, but it's okay. Would I rather play AD&D 2nd edition or Pathfinder 2nd edition? Wow. Well, I gave Pathfinder 2nd edition a C, and I gave Dungeon World a C, and I definitely would rather play those than AD&D 2nd edition. So I'm going to give AD&D 2nd edition like a C-, maybe a D+. Trespasser, very good. Shadows and Sparks, awesome. I love the system. I mean, obviously I haven't played it yet, so it's hard for me to judge that one. It's like Daggerheart. I haven't played that one. Same thing with Grimwild. Grimwild bothered me. I love it, but it bothered me a little bit, and I don't know why. It might have been their obsession with all the weird turns, thorns and cuts and all this other crap I just didn't like. Yeah, Forbidden Lands is a tough one. It's very good. But some parts of it are just underbaked here. Good night, Tim. Take care, buddy. Yeah, I don't have kids either, so I have no job and no kids. Ever since I saw the spells of original D&D through you, I fell in love with them. Oh, yes. Very, very, very good. You're getting lost, Dylan. Yeah, I'm sorry. We just don't have the till thing. I would say my A tier games are Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark. It's an A tier with an asterisk, okay, which is 3E D&D. It's A tier as in it's A tier, but I'll never play it again. like that's why it's like it's an asterisk. It's like, it's kind of like the way I look at it is like, you're like, that doesn't make any sense. The way I look at it is like I play racquetball, right? And I understand that racquetball is a very high intensity sport. I may not be able to play it forever, and at some point I'm gonna have to start playing pickleball. And pickleball is probably fine. I just really haven't really played it. But at some point I'm gonna have to play pickleball. And I would say, oh, racquetball is a better sport. They're like, well, why don't you play racquetball? I'm like, I'm too old for it. I'm 60 years old. I can't play racquetball anymore. That's how I feel about 3E. Like 3E is an A tier game. I just can't play it anymore. It's all right. What about Wild Sea, but in a different setting? I really do like Wild Sea. I think that's really fantastic. Again, I haven't played it, so I maintain, but it does have a lot of the right things that I like. It would probably be B tier, but I would really like it a lot more if it was like, not chainsaw ships on forests. Scum and Villainy, I mean, I put that in the same group as Blades in the Dark. That being said, I find that Scum and Villainy feels a lot more, it does have a different vibe than Blades in the Dark because you're a little bit more free because you have the ship. I like Blades in the Dark for feeling like a pressure cooker, When am I running a Daggerheart community game? I don't know. I'm already running Torchbearer community games, and I'm streaming now a bunch, and I'm trying to figure out a way to actually make some money on this channel. People are like, there's still technically Project Shadow Deep. Do we even have that still here anywhere? We used to have an image, right? I don't even know where it is. There it is. Right? In theory, sometime eventually this is something that we talked about doing. So yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, the mega dungeon. Because that's the thing. That's that. Oh, another A tier game, by the way. This is all you need forever and ever. My green filter is on. That is BXD&D. That is correct, Avison. But yeah. All right, Keith, we'll take care. We'll probably head up ourselves here a little bit. I mean, if you guys have any other questions, we can talk about whatever. If BX doesn't get an A, what are we even doing here? Yeah, I mean, so much of what we are even experiencing now in the RPG industry is like a direct derivative of BXD&D, and I mean, this redefined. I mean, this really changed up the game. I mean, if you've ever played original D&D, it's almost unplayable, but this is a complete game, and you can have so much fun with this. It's so good. It's good. And now, to be clear, I do think, like I said, I think Shadow Dark is trying to be this. Shadow Dark is trying to be this. Oh yes, original Charm Person is amazing. Okay, I don't just mean amazing. I mean amazing. For those of you who don't know what Charm Person does in BXD&D or old school D&D, let me regale you. It's a level 1 wizard spell. Keep in mind, this is all you might have. Range 120 feet. This spell can be used on any human or human-like creature, such as bugbears, gnolls, gnomes, goblins, hobgoblins, kobolds, lizardmen, ogres, pixies, or sprites. So basically anything roughly human-like. It will not affect undead, nor any creature larger than an ogre. So you can't charm a giant, even though it's human-like. But that gives you a wide range of things. Anything with like 2 arms, 2 legs, smaller than an ogre size or smaller. If the victim fails to make a saving throw versus spells, the victim will believe that the spellcaster is its best friend and will try to defend the caster against any threat, real or imagined. If the caster speaks a language that the charmed creature understands, commands may be given to the victim. Any commands given will usually be obeyed, except for orders against its nature, which may be resisted, as well as an order to kill itself. Creatures with above average intelligence, that is a score of 13 or higher, may make a new saving throw every day. Creatures with average intelligence, which is to say a score of 9 to 12, may make a save once a week. And creatures with below average intelligence, like, ogres, goblins, gnolls, all those creatures I just talked, make a new save once per month. You get 1 charm person a day. Now you're like, oh, well, what if I cast charm person again? Does my old charm person fail? No, it doesn't. So good. That's level 1 charm person. So actually, one of our fun moments was we played a game. It was like, well, technically it was first edition AD&D, but charm person worked pretty similar to that now. And charm person worked similar to that. And Aaron was a wizard, and somebody was a paladin, and Tim was an assassin. And Aaron had to use his charm person on the paladin because he had to like convince the paladin that the assassin was okay and he shouldn't bother him because the assassin was obviously evil. So he charmed his own party member so that the party could stick together. Yeah. It's just a fun game. All right. Well, looks like we're going to be doing Druid Ranger Warrior Sunday, so keep an eye out for that. We usually stream around the same time, 7 o'clock. It used to do it sometimes earlier or something like that because I had to go to work and stuff like that, but I mean, not at first level. Sunday. Overall, I'm pretty excited about Daggerheart. I am really curious to see how it does in the greater zeitgeist of things. I've seen a lot of people in the YouTube sphere have been kind of dunking on it a little bit. Maybe it's just cool to dunk on it. And it's very strange to me. It's very strange to me how some of these YouTuber content creators work. I don't know. I still view myself as a gamer first and foremost, and I view myself as a YouTuber like 8th. I just like games because I like them, and I like what I like. Some of these people are just so... Again, I like this game. I think it looks interesting and cool, but I also like Shadowdark, and I want to build a mega dungeon. And I don't know why so many people have such a hard time having a foot in both worlds. Those are all just different experiences, and I think they're really, really cool. But yeah. But overall, I've seen people like, I know Dave Thomavor was like, you can have my copy. Fuck it. I don't want it. I bet they are. I would need to do some shorter videos and talk about current issues to become bigger. I don't need to become bigger. I mean, I don't know what I need to do. By the way, if you have a suggestion about how Derek could not go bankrupt and try to turn his YouTube channel into something that he can make a living off of while not compromising all of his principles, you let me know in the comments below. I mean, obviously, like the channel, and by that I really mean the patrons, life-changing for me. Because for the last couple of years, I wasn't making money off the channel because I was spending a lot of money. I had the studio and had all this other stuff. And then that stuff went away and the Patreon grew. And, we have some incredible people who've been with us for years. And we have people, $25, $50, $100 levels. And it was just extra money once, my costs went down. And it was great. I was actually finally making money for the first time on the channel. And it was fun. I was saving up for a house and, like I said, going into an extra trip for Vegas a year that the channel was basically financing. And then, you know, I got to a point where I was like, well, if I really cut back on things and I didn't really go on vacations and, you know, because I live a very meager lifestyle, I don't have any bills. I don't have any debt. I own my car. The only thing I pay is basically my mortgage, which is really low. And I live in a condo, so my mortgage is very cheap. I was like, you know, my mortgage is under $800 a month. So, just to let you know. So I was like, well, you know, and I didn't have a lot of faith in my job because like my company got bought out and then like the new people didn't really seem to know what they were doing. And there was a lot of problems. And I was like, well, good news is if my company goes bankrupt or they fold up or I get laid off or whatever, I could probably limp by for a long time with the channel because the money the patrons provide me. And that gave me a lot of social security that a lot of people don't have. So incredible. And so now we're here. And while it is fine, I am essentially living not paycheck to paycheck, right? I'm living super chat to super chat because I make just enough money basically to cover my bills. And it just, you know, obviously that's not for me personally, like what I want. So the question is, how do I make more money? And, you know, I don't want to do that in a way that alienates my, you know, office or alienates my audience or alienates my incredible patrons and anything like that. So I don't want to just like, I don't want to, you know, even if Daggerheart, let's say, made me money, I don't want to be like the Daggerheart channel because like not all my patrons care about Daggerheart. In fact, rightfully so, they don't. And I still am interested in other RPGs. So I don't want to just be this like one trick pony, you know? I wanted to make money, not spend it or not lose it. Yeah, it's weird what brings in and attracts patrons. To this day, I still really don't fully know what does it, you know. Well, it's funny that you say that, Jake, because some people, you know, even patrons of mine don't like first looks, and I'm always like, well, what do you like? You know, it's because and here's the thing, rightfully so, because how many first looks do you need? Like, how many RPG books are you going to buy? How many new systems? I put myself to blame for this, partially, but I mean, there's a lot of people who have like, hey, I bought 20 new RPG systems last year. And I'm like, cool. How many of them have you played? And they're like, none, you know, I'm like, oh, well, that's not great. You know? That's a good one. I do like that. The class history series, I think was awesome. I loved those. Those were great to me. That was for me like top tier content. And obviously not everybody agreed because, you know, those videos only got, you know, 2,000 views or something like that. Right. So, and obviously they're long. I get that. But yeah. Railman says, my next campaign will be Torchbearer 2nd edition. Hell yeah. Very cool. If you want, I can send you the 2,500 lines of code I wrote for Roll20 so that I could automate some of my things. Yeah, I need to do a 36-hour mega stream. That's the key. That's the ticket. I just had 3 Pathfinder games this week where turn order forced a game environment that felt very out of sync with the moment and what we should have been doing. Got me wanting to move to Daggerheart even more now. Yeah, I find the initiative. I mean, I could initiative order just, you know, things. Send me your Roll20 macros. To be fair, Railman, some of my Roll20 macros. Well, actually, Railman, they're macros, but also API scripts. I don't know if you have Roll20 Premium, but I do because a lot of mine are Roll20. They're scripts. But also that's because I record it, so I like to have that information available for my patron, you know, for people to watch. Usually I do Runeforge. I didn't do it for Daggerheart because I didn't know it was available on DriveThruRPG. I figured they would probably only go straight through their own website, so I didn't even bother to look. Apparently they do, but I do have my affiliate link in the description below, and if you click on that, and then anything you buy while that cookie is set on your browser, we will get the credit for. So, you know, If you do use our affiliate link in below and maybe save it on your browser or on your bookmark or whatever. Yeah. You do not have that high level of Roll20. Well, that's all right. Yeah, that's fair enough, William. I'm glad I mean, as long as you're getting value for it, that's fine. Oh, sick. I love your class list series. Dynamic random encounter live stream number 197 is probably my favorite video here. I was like, oh yeah, we just did that one. And I'm like, oh yeah, today's live stream 310. Just crushing them. Yeah, dynamic random encounter. I mean, we'll definitely be covering that more again if and when and how we move into Project Shadow Deep. Because just as an aside, I've had dinner at Gen Con thanks to people like Stephen Glicker who have brought me along. I've gotten to meet a lot of these industry people, and some of them, like Alan from the Dungeon Coach and Kelsey Dion, obviously from Arcane Library, and all these people, have, in some cases changed their lives because they built, they did a Kickstarter. They might have been doing okay because of their YouTube channel, but they did multi-$100,000, $1 million plus Kickstarter. Now I have no illusions about doing that, but all I do know is that, let's say this year, if I did a Kickstarter and it did $50,000, I mean, that's for me right now. I mean, that's the difference between me barely scraping by and me making it. You know what I mean? GM Scott had to come in and steal that hype boss, huh, buddy?
Tipped $50. Speaking of Shadow Deep.
GM Scott, thank you so much for that. That is amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Well, we were supposed to do Shadow Deep this week. I said we were going to do Shadow Deep this week, but the Daggerheart train was pulling hard into the station, and I figured we should give it some extra attention, and I wanted to spend some time with it. But yeah, it is. I would love to do that because I've always been like, people have been asking me for years, like, Derek, you should make something. You should make a system, and I'm like, guys, you don't want me making a system. It would be a disaster, and I still stand by that because that's true game design. I don't necessarily view making a dungeon as game design. It's adventure design, but that is something I'm passionate about, and I love them, and I think it's like an area that I think I have a lot of experience with and something cool to say, and it also happens to be something that is modestly / significantly popular. So the fact that it all kind of lines is really, really cool, and it would be fun. It would be fun to do it, and it'd be cool to print something. And I mean, when we were at PAX and I was working at the booth, Roll for Combat booth, even Steven, who's obviously done dozens of Kickstarters and something like that. Even he was like kind of like going, you know what? It is still crazy to me. It's so cool to me that people come up to this table and they look at the books that I made and they give me money and they buy the books and they're really excited about the exchange. He's like, that's still really cool to me. And I was like, I totally get that. I think that's awesome. And like, yeah, it'd be cool to make, some capital, some money off of a Kickstarter. But the fact that like real people would be like taking a cool dungeon with cool ideas that I made and taking it home and playing it with their friends and playing it at their table and having a cool time because of that, like that can't be, that can't be quantified easily or at all. Yeah. When will the Saturday Torchbearer crew have another session posted on YouTube? So they didn't have their session this month, their first session, because I was at PAX. So they are playing in 2 days. I do have last Sunday, the Sunday crew played, and I still have that. I have to upload it to YouTube. So I'll probably do that actually as soon as we're done with this. I've just been super busy this week. So Saturday Torchbearer crew will probably get posted, Sunday or Monday or something like that. Exactly. That's awesome. I mean, that's so cool. That's so cool. But GM Scott, yes, Shadow Deep will return. I do think that is probably something I am going to do. I don't know. All right. So just indulge me. I've heard numerous people at seminars and stuff. People ask them all the time. So-and-so, Kelsey Dion, right? What is your advice I want to do a Kickstarter. You know, I want to do a whatever. What's the first thing I should do? You know, like, well, you know, I have a game, I want to publish it. And they always give the same answer. Kelsey gives the same answer. I've heard everybody give the same answer, which is develop a community, build up a following, which is obviously way harder than probably making a game. And so a lot of people have said, you know, like, hey, Derek, you know, yeah, you don't have 100,000 subscribers, but, you know, you have, you know, 15,000 subscribers. You have people watching your video. You've got your patrons. Like, you have a pretty cool little audience. You know, you should, when are you going to do a Kickstarter? And so I've always wondered, you know, like if I made something, how many people that watch me and engage with me would come out and actually support it. And I don't know, it'd be cool if we could get, you know, if we could get 1,000 people, like that would be an incredible number. You know, if we get 600, 700, 800 people, that would be an incredible number. 500, it would be an incredible number. And it's like, yeah, I mean, if we did a big book and people backed it, I mean, that'd be pretty sweet. I'd be really excited about that. Railman, I am sorry. How can I see the Torchbearer crew that doesn't have Bob? Bob's crew is supposed to do. Bob's crew is on YouTube. The Saturday crew is exclusive to the patrons. So if you're a patron, you get access to a private list and a private stream where you can watch this Saturday cruise as well. Well, I mean, while I really appreciate that, and I think it would be cool for you to, you know, get your name. I mean, certainly all of my patrons, you know, would probably get playtesting credits, assuming that they got in there. But I appreciate that. What kind of game would you want to design? I mean, that's part of the problem is I don't know. I just told you I'm really excited about Daggerheart, but I also want to build a mega dungeon for Shadowdeep. So what my long-term supporters will know what I'm going to say here. I want to create a game with a maximum greatness score by maximizing G, but not at the excuse of N or S, with possibly a touch of emulationism. But at the same time, I want to make sure the fun, interesting curve doesn't get out of whack and that the cost complexity is good so that we're getting good juice for the squeeze, that it's complicated enough with an extremely efficient design to produce a maximum output without actually creating a burdensome game approach. AKA the unicorn. But yes, I like Bob's crew and I like Torchbearer. By the way, GM Scott Rayo Man is Tane the Untrusting from the Sunday crew in chat. But yes, if you want to see the Saturday crew is only available to the patrons. Yes, I want the White Whale game. I want something that's impossible. Hey, what's up? I've been looking for a while now, and I've been super interested in Daggerheart for a long while. I really appreciate your insight and critiques in the game, even though you might give people... well, let's try to finish this. The wrong impression. Terrible. I don't know what they were going to finish. I have up on unicorns. What the hell does that mean? I don't know that a domain style system is what Daggerheart really needs there, Mateo. I don't know if I agree with that. Oh, you're saying for my personal game. Oh, yes, of course. Is this game Dungeon Time Extreme, Drama and Dragons, or Daggerheart? I don't know. Okay, even though I give people the wrong impression. Okay, there we go. I think all of your reasons are well thought out and explained. You got there. All right. I didn't know what you're going to say there. Yeah, Rayo Man. We have $5 levels are our lowest. We do have a $3 level, the Squire, but it's limited because it's supposed to be only for like intro. But sometimes there's spots there. But you could do the $5 level. That gets you everything. No, you were saying for my unicorn. Okay, yes. I don't know. Yeah. I want my unicorn to do everything, but I also don't want it to be like a generic system. I want it to be very specific, but I want it to be appealing because I don't want to just create like this one game. Like, I appreciate Luke Crane a lot, but like I don't want to create a game like Miseries and Misfortunes, right? That's like, this game is for playing as a peasant in 14th century medieval France. You know, like, that's not the design that I want to have. I also want my game to be tactical, but not involve a grid or minis. So that's another unicorn thing. I want it to be strategic without being cheesable. It's probably impossible, so it can't be done. So long story short, can't be done. Daggerheart. We'll just say about Daggerheart. I don't know. Hey, good morning from Sweden. Yeah, we're gonna be actually hopping off here, Hakeem, in a little bit. I figured we would just go to 1 a.m. because that way it'll be a 6-hour stream again, just so that it's a 6-hour stream. Oh, buddy, you're back and you're pissed off. He's like, why are you still streaming? Yeah, Daggerheart does seem to handle tactical without a grid. We'll see. I don't know. Some of this stuff is a little bit more crunchy than I would expected it to be. No, I don't make compromises, Mateo. That's just it. That's why you have such a good design that you don't have to make any sacrifices. I don't want to make compromises. Sick. I don't know if you've watched Tuesday. It sounds like you did, but I was bitching about the group rules as well. I didn't like the group check. I'm sorry, the group check rolls. I didn't like them. I want my unicorn to have wings. Yes. Cane's outfit's at 10. What is it? Breakfast for Cane? I couldn't do Cane's for breakfast. Actually, I lie. I could do Cane's for breakfast. Thanks, Hakeem. I'm glad. Well, we're gonna be back on Sunday too, Hakeem. So there'll be another game, another spend. I want my game to be for everyone, but I want my game not to use a tactical grid. There's plenty of games that don't use tactical grids. Okay, I didn't say I wanted it to be for the 5e audience. Yeah, I know. I mean, I remember when the first edition of Castle's Crusades came out. Smith bought all of it and all that other stuff. But yeah, it's a cool system. I don't know. We'll see what we got. Siege, right? Isn't it the Siege system? But yeah, overall, I'm tentatively very excited for Daggerheart. I mean, I think that this should be a fun situation. Again, I played a lot of games, and I played a lot of Dungeon World, and I know that sometimes people get a little wonky with the combat because it's just like, it's combat. I want it to feel like a D&D combat, and that means having more discrete abilities and having a little bit more of a game, right? When I say game, I mean capital G, like more of a game approach. And PBTA doesn't really have that. And while this game may not have the tactical miniatures grid, it definitely has more of a gamist element to the combat, which is, I think a good thing, potentially. It slows it down. It's not going to be as quick as, say, Blades in the Dark, where I would resolve a combat with a single group roll, but you get some more choices. Yeah, I agree. Tactical does not have to be in a grid. Myriad viable options with distinct outcomes. Well said. Now, it's not my game because it's not necessarily the game that I would want to make. Potentially. It's the game I should make. And the reason why I say that is because it's a game that I wouldn't want to play. Now, that may seem really strange, but if you know me at all, and I like to think that you do, that you'll understand why that makes total sense. Because the game that I should work on is the game I don't care about. The RPG I want to make, and somebody pointed out there's apparently some solo game for it. I want to make a game that is focused. It's Stardew Valley. But not Stardew Valley, but Stardew Valley. I want to make a game that is focused around crafting, around building relationships, around, building up a town, not necessarily focused on adventure, lots of, cottage core stuff, type vibes, with a, but a game and not just like cutesy fun stuff. Like, for example, we have, Ryutama, and we have Ryutama, and we have Wanderhome, but these are all just like super, like it's very loosey-goosey, and it's just like, hey, the move is like, you ask an NPC, like, choose 2 traditions that this place does not engage in. The rest all happen, and you get to pick. Does it, again, there's a bunch of traditions, but you pick 2 that don't happen. Is it a huge parade through the streets? Are there streamers and banners? Is the election of the Bloom Queen, the gifts of golden keys, ritual face painting, beautiful dresses, or wreaths of flowers? You know, I want a game that has like this kind of vibe, but is mechanical. Agricola, the RPG with more fantasy elements, potentially. Yes, I could see that. But yeah, drama to a certain extent, but not drama and dragons. I really want more of a what was the term that, does anybody remember? We came up with a term, like we called it cottage. I know we called it cottage core, but like there was a term that we came up with that was really good in that one stream. I don't remember what stream it was. Oh, we talked about it on Dragon Tide. Yeah, TTRPG, Stardew Valley. In fact, I was talking with Pumpkin. I was like, you know what Daggerheart needs? Daggerheart needs a comprehensive relationship system, you know, like with Persona, you know, which I don't even play. I didn't even play. I hate the game. I wouldn't play it in a million years, but my buddy played it while he was here, and I know a lot of people love it. And it's like I want a thing that's like where you're like, man, I want to work on my friendship with this person, but I also need to, you know, apologize to this person. Like instead of like tactical combat, it's like tactical friendship. Fishing would be a huge part of the game. Absolutely. But like with, you know, there is a high school sports anime RPG, Jake. There is. It is called Varsity, I think. Oh, you have it. Okay. Oh, you just don't like it enough. All right, fair enough. And by the way, some of these people are making these games on itch and stuff, which is great. Because again, somebody said that they made like a version of Iron Sworn or something like that that is kind of based off of Stardew Valley. Yes, very much fantasy slice of life. Yeah. That's a cottage core slice of life, right? Yeah. Where your characters don't go on these big, huge adventures. It's much more, you know, personal. The stakes are much more personal. The stakes are much more individual. And again, I think one of the biggest fumbles that anybody has made in TTRPGs is crafting. Like when I used to play EverQuest 2, the MMO, I didn't even adventure. I just wanted to craft. And like most crafting systems suck in these TTRPGs. It's like make a check. And a lot of people go, yeah, because it would be really boring for people. And I go, that's why you need to engage in that offline play and kind of have like an RPG that's like solo during the week. And then you get together and you play and you maybe like update everybody about what you accomplished in the solo game so that you're like still playing together, but playing apart, but you can also play all the time. Anyways, point is, this is the crazy. Now, I wouldn't want to play this game. Let me be very clear about this, okay? Yeah. But Mateo, what are we doing if we're not? I mean, we're talking about a visual medium. We're talking about VTTs. We're talking about cards like from Daggerheart. I don't know. I think you could do it. I don't know that crafting has to be a visual medium, but yeah, I don't know. It's sort of like TTRPG journaling, but more in depth than that, more of a game than that, you know? Right. Fantasy slice of life would be sweet. Imagine being a carpenter crafting magic furniture. That might sound really boring to some, but I would be so here for it. And the reason why that's really funny to me is because when I made Yulian, he was my half-elf rogue from EverQuest 2. And this is like when the game first released, before even WoW came out. And you had your adventurer class and you had your tradesperson class. And my tradesperson class was higher level than my adventurer class. And the way it worked is like you started off as a tradesperson or something, then you had to promote yourself to like carpenter or, you know, smith or whatever. And then you could specialize again. And my specialty was furniture. So I was literally in a game of EverQuest 2 where you could go adventure and fight things and kill things. I made furniture. That's what I made. Chests, beds for people to put into their rooms, which were, you know, completely cosmetic. Fantastic. I don't know. I think some people might like it, you know? No, Samuel, those I made in real life. You were a blacksmith with your Templar. Sick. Templar was like the cleric, by the way. What if there was no GM? What if it was just a collab game? All right. Well, now I'm yawning. We're almost at 1 here. Exactly. Thank you. You got to think about the untouched, the untouched masses. We got to take advantage of them. All right, everybody. We'll be back Sunday. Thanks so much for joining me. That's the Iron Sworn pack. Yeah, that I was talking about. Iron Valley. Yep, that's what I was talking about. I have downloaded that and paid for it, and downloaded it, but I have not actually looked at it yet. But I want to. It's one of most million lists, like way down on the list. Right under just under get health insurance so that I'm not uninsured. Oops. All right, everybody. We'll see you Sunday. Saturday I'm playing Torchbearer. There's going to be a new Torchbearer game coming up. I'm going to post the Sunday Cruise Torchbearer, so that'll probably go up tomorrow, so you can watch a Torchbearer campaign. Saturday will be this Saturday. We'll post that soon for our patrons, so you get another one. And then Sunday, Dagger Week continues as we will cover the Druid, the Ranger, and the Warrior. Until then, everyone take care of yourself. Be good to each other. No one else is going to do it, so we got to do it ourselves. But I look forward to seeing you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.
I need you more.